Next to the door there was a sign, 3rd year of high school, 2nd grade. Someone said that he was about to undergo tests to enter the realm of ghosts, and he was scared. The guy with the shaved head said that it was rumored that during the last test, 3 students were strangled by ghosts in the ghost realm. His desk neighbor asked him to stop in fear. The teacher asked for silence in the class. She told them not to worry, because if you follow all the rules, nothing will happen to them and they will cope with everything. The main character, a guy with white hair, was sleeping on his desk with a phone in his hand. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Jumping up from his seat, he began to joyfully shout about 5 murders. Someone in class asked if he was going to go to the ghost realm or play games. Another student asked disapprovingly if he wasn't scared at all. The main character, scratching his head, thought that he had just killed 5 monsters and then found himself here. He suddenly closed his eyes in pain. This is a world where ghosts are rampant and take over cities one by one. The possibilities of human survival are decreasing every time. In order to retain at least some part of it, the specialty of a ghost master appeared. Like the imperial beasts, humans sign contracts with ghosts and fight, summoning them along the way to counteract the out-of-control ghosts who enjoy killing people. Thus, each school conducts tests to become a ghost master at the end of the school term. With his eyes bulging, the main character thought that this meant that he had teleported. Frowning, he picked up the phone and decided to play again. The teacher irritably asked that they would soon go to the kingdom of ghosts, but he was only playing games. She asked if he had refreshed all his knowledge. She told him to answer how to properly deal with a ghost. The system congratulated the main character on his successful teleportation. The dialogue box in front of him was a description of the destruction system. Allow people or ghosts to break through your defenses so that you can gain defense breakthrough points, thanks to which you can enter into contracts with ghosts indefinitely. The system told him to try to get the teacher to break his protection, and then he could bind the system. The main character opened his mouth in shock. Everyone at the age of 5 remembers the upper limit of the contract that can be concluded with a ghost for just 1 point. 0 limit cannot fight ghosts, and they are ordinary people. At the 2nd limit, it is already possible to conclude a contract with 2 ghosts, and this is considered the average indicator of a ghost master. Only geniuses reach the 3rd limit, and here the number of people is much smaller. However, the system allows the main character to increase contracts endlessly. Smiling, he thought that, in other words, he could make a contract with 100 million ghosts. He began to speak, getting up from his seat. The main character said with a smile that if the ghost is hot, he will take out the camera and shoot an erotic video. The students in the class, laughing, said that it turns out that he will broadcast live. And this is brilliant. The fat guy said with a smile that he said his neighbor wasn't so bad. The teacher shouted at them to stop. She asked what to do with the electrocuted ghost. The main character with a wide smile said to use it as a phone charger. The girl, laughing, said that this was quite smart and they could count on him in matters of energy development. The teacher asked what to do if she came across a ghost girl in red. The main character, rubbing his chin, said that everything depends on appearance. He imagined himself pinning the ghost girl against the wall. Blushing, he grinned ridiculously. The students in the class laughed, and the teacher trembled with anger. She slammed her hand on the table. Raising her index finger, she yelled for him to go to the back of the class and stand there. Ling Mo turned around and agreed with a smile. The dialogue box says, a flaw in the emotion management system has been detected. The system has been successfully linked. Congratulations on receiving the rookie prize pack and acquiring the skill defense contract. Effect: when a ghost's defense drops to 99%, the owner can forcefully sign a contract with him, regardless of the ghost's wishes. This gives the owner +2 to the contract limit. Ling Mo thought it was an amazing system, and originally his limit was 0.5, so he could only sign a contract with half of the ghost. But now the system gave him 2 chances to sign a contract. He wondered if he was the main character. The teacher said that the grade is an important indicator of the results of the general examination, and after they deal with the ghosts of a rank, they can confidently apply for admission to the university. She said that rank B is the 2nd degree, C is the 3rd degree, and D is the chance to enter the university. She said that they shouldn't grab stars from the sky. If they choose a rank ghost and can't resist it, then they won't be able to qualify to apply to the university. The teacher told Ling Mo to sit in his seat and remember that his skills and knowledge are too weak, and he needs to choose Area D. Ling Mo obeyed with a smile. Blue dialogue boxes appeared in front of the students, and the teacher said that time was running out and they needed to use their fingerprint to unlock the desktop and then select the ghost qualification. There were 4 locations on the dialogue box: Terror Hospital, Rank A, Tangled Forest, Rank B, Nightmare Subway Station, Rank C, Bloody Street, Rank D. The fat guy, putting his hand on the main character's shoulder, asked why don't they choose a qualification D, sign a contract with a weak ghost and calmly enter the university. The main character shook his head and said that D rank ghosts are too weak. The guy told him to stop because his skills weren't very good. Lingmo chose a location with rank A. He was enveloped in a red light. The system announced the activation of immersion in the test of rank A. His deskmate exclaimed that he was completely crazy. The teacher shouted at Lingmo that he was the last in theoretical knowledge and skills, and if he fell for an A-rank ghost, he would definitely die. The system reported that the download was complete and announced the start of teleportation. The main character smiled. A whirlwind of energy surrounded him. Lingmo disappeared from the classroom, and everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Crows were flying around the hospital, surrounded by a fence. Several people appeared in front of the iron gates. The main character frowned and looked around, looking at the guy with blonde hair, the girl with lilac hair and 2 ponytails, and the guy with glasses. He thought that they seemed to have chosen the same area as him. A man, hanging upside down, appeared next to a guy and a girl in white shirts. He welcomed them to the Hospital of Fear. The girl clung to the guy in fear, and the main character thought what kind of paper man he was. The man stood on the gate and told them not to be nervous. He said that he was their examiner. He smiled and offered to tell them where they were now. The examiner said that this is the city of Kanglin, and the place in front of them is the former city hospital. The girl with lilac hair covered her mouth with her hands and said that according to rumors, ghosts have invaded Kanglin, and now the entire city is extinct. The guy with blonde hair exclaimed that it was rumored that 2 or 3 imperial regiments had fallen here. He asked why organize this place as an examination arena. The examiner snapped his fingers and told them not to worry. He said that everything was fine, and this hospital was restricted by security, so ghosts from outside could not enter here. Looking at them with glassy eyes, he said that the task was very simple, and you just need to live here for 1 day and make a contract with any ghost. With his arms outstretched, the examiner said that for safety purposes, everyone carried a teleportation talisman with them, and if they tore off the talisman in case of mortal danger, they would be immediately teleported back. He added that if they could make a contract or kill the ghosts, they would receive a green ghost bead worth 100,000. He asked if there were any more questions. The students said no. With his arms outstretched, the examiner announced the start of the exam. Shrouded in a blue aura, he soared into the air. The guy with glasses widened his eyes in amazement. Then he saw the main character walking forward. Lingmo called them forward with a smile, because maybe there would be a beautiful nurse there. The girl with lilac hair said that they were coming too because she couldn't let him get ahead of them. The main character opened the doors of the hospital. There were huge pools of blood on the floor in front of him. The documents on the table were stained with blood. They entered the hospital corridor. The seats in the waiting room were covered in blood splatters. Lingmo looked sharply around the corner. He stepped back in fear. The girl with lilac hair asked what happened and if there was a ghost there. The main character shouted in fear that there were more than 50 ghosts here. He shouted that things were bad, they would attack now, and they needed to run. They all started running away, screaming in fear. The girl with black hair shouted that she did not want to die here. The students ran out of the hospital, breathing heavily. The girl asked if Lingmo had left. The guy with glasses said that he deserved to be eaten by a ghost. Hearing laughter, they looked up. They saw the main character in the hospital window. Lingmo asked with a wide smile if they really believed him, because the examiner said that there were no more than 20 ghosts in the hospital. The guy with the glasses asked angrily if he had decided to scare them away and deal with the ghosts alone. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. The main character asked with a grin whether such a mouse could do anything. The guy with glasses asked, pointing to the girl with lilac hair, if he knew who she was. He said that she is Sun Lily's most talented beauty, whose awakening upper limit is 3, which is 6 times more than his. The main character picked his ear, and the guy asked if he still dared to scare them. He said it was their turn. Sun Lily said he was right and resources should be directed to more useful people. Lingmo turned around and said that he would begin. He thought that it looked like he would be able to get quite a lot of points from his classmates in this short period of time. The system reported that the check was completed, and the ophthalmology department was half full of mid-level ghosts. Standing in front of the ophthalmology department, the main character said with a wide smile, "Inferior." He stepped forward. Suddenly he stopped. The guy with glasses shouted at him to stop. He asked if he was going to go there. He told him to get out of the way. Ling Mo smiled ominously. He told them with a smile to go ahead if they wanted to go first. The guy with glasses spat in his direction. Sun Lily noticed a red eyeball on the ceiling. Hearing the scream, the main character looked inside. Sun Lily and the two guys looked up in shock. They froze in place, trembling. There was a bright red light on the ceiling. The main character, pursing his lips, thought that something was clearly wrong here. Hiding behind the wall, he thought that it was fortunate that he allowed them to pass first, because otherwise he would have suffered the most. Looking inside, he wondered if they would just run away. Sun Lily, gritting her teeth and trembling, left the ophthalmology department. Her legs were shaking violently. Blood immediately gushed out of her mouth. Ling Mo asked what happened. She said that there was a blood-red eye hanging on the ceiling that could create illusions. She said that if she hadn't bitten her tongue, she wouldn't have gotten out. Rubbing his chin, the main character said that it seemed like pain could destroy illusions. The guy with blonde hair exclaimed that it was terrible, like a demon from his worst nightmare. The guy with glasses shouted that it was his fault that he brought them here. Ling Mo said with disgust that it was their problem that did not concern him. Sun Lily, frowning, said that it was because of them that he stayed here, and if a scoundrel like him had entered first, there would have been nothing left of him. The main character, grinning, said that he deliberately let them pass first in order to find out everything. He said he now has an advantage. The three exclaimed furiously. The system reported receiving 30 destruction points. Sun Lily said that they were leaving and would go somewhere else. The guy with glasses helped her get up. Sun Lily said that she didn't want to be around that scoundrel. They left irritably, and the main character entered the ophthalmology department. Smirking, he thought that judging by their reactions, if they didn't look at him, he wouldn't fall under the illusion. Finding the switch on the wall, he smiled. The blades of the fan the ghost was sitting on began to spin. The ghost demanded to turn off the fan. He asked irritably if he couldn't hear. The system reported receiving 20 destruction points. Ling Mo thought with a smile that there was a result, and the ghost was about to fall. The ghost vomited rainbow vomit. The dialogue box says, check completed, 88% of ghost's life spent, 11% remaining. The main character said that he would give up the ghost very soon. Folding his arms across his chest, he offered him a deal. He would turn off the fan, and he would make a contract with him. The ghost said angrily that he dared to put conditions on him. He asked if he wasn't afraid. Looking at the dialogue box, Ling Mo said that if he did not agree, he would give up his life. He thought that his progress in overcoming the defense was stuck at 88%, and it looked like he needed to come up with something else. The ghost shouted to him to turn off the fan first. The main character turned off the fan. Frowning, he told him to sign the contract, and if he refused, he would turn the fan back on. The ghost said that his eye was completely dry. He said to give him some eye drops from the cupboard. Ling Mo walked to the closet. Taking the handle, he opened the closet door. The ghost said that as soon as he received the drops, he would immediately sign everything. The main character, throwing him a bottle, told him to quickly deal with his drops, because he needed to sign a contract. Having caught the bottle, the ghost, grinning, thanked him. Dropping a drop into his eye, he said that it would restore his strength. He froze and began to shake. The ghost shouted and asked why his eye did not open. Ling Mo spread his hands and asked if the eye drops might have expired. The ghost screamed loudly. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he would kill him. The dialogue boxes say, 50 points of destruction received. The ghost's defense has dropped to 99%, and the possibility of concluding a contract has appeared. Raising two fingers glowing blue, the main character said with a smile, go ahead. Calling the ghost Miss Bloody Eye, he asked if she wanted to entrust her life to Ling Mo. The ghost shouted that he was male and he didn't want it. The system announced the start of the contract process. The ghost shouted that he agreed without this. The system reported the successful conclusion of the contract. Red-blue energy swirled around the ceiling. Energy rushed into the main character, who bulged his eyes. Red energy entered his eye and the system announced completion. Ling Mo looked in the mirror. His eye turned red and he exclaimed that he looked like Kakashi and it looked cool. He asked if his body would change again when he signed more contracts. The dialogue boxes say, after a short rest, the ghosts with whom the contract is concluded can be summoned to battle. Defective ghosts merge with the body and enhance their attributes, and can fight alone. The ghost that moved into his eye shouted that he was tired of him. Ling Mo grinned and said that from now on he will follow me. Flashing his red eye, he decided to look at its attributes. Bloody ghost eye, defective ghost, level, intermediate. Ghost value, 100, not far from upgrade. Loyalty, 3%, with 0 loyalty the ghost goes out of control. Skills, not activated. The main character, frowning, said that his loyalty was almost 0. The ghost said that he does not feel the least bit of loyalty to him, because he forcibly entered into a contract with him, and he wants to be free. The bloody eye of the ghost's loyalty has dropped by 2%, current value 1%. 200 destruction points can be exchanged for 1 ghost skill. Would you like to make an exchange? Clicking the yes button, Ling Mo decided to see if he could increase his loyalty by activating the skill. The dialog box says, a successful exchange has been completed. The apprentice art skill, Illusion of Bloody Hell, has been acquired. Illusion of Bloody Hell, level 1, can be used by just looking at the enemy. He will begin to plunge into the illusion of bloody hell. Final action, causes continuous blood loss. Energy consumption, 50, skill reboot, 60 seconds. Note, the effect lasts 30 seconds if the enemy is a ghost or a person of the same level. If the enemy is higher, 10 seconds. The ghost asked about him activating the skill so quickly. Bloody Ghost Eye loyalty increased by 9%, current value 10%. Ling Mo exclaimed happily. Dark clouds were floating across the sky. The main character walked out into the hospital corridor. He saw the corridor slightly reddish, in which the ghosts were highlighted. Smiling, he said that he didn't think that after merging with the ghost, his visual abilities would improve significantly. He said it was time to make money. Sun Lily kicked the green monster. The monster fell out the window and she asked why they were following them. There were 3 other monsters nearby, and she said there were too many of them to get through. They started to run away. And the guy with blonde hair asked why not use teleportation, since it was better than being absorbed by a ghost. The guy with glasses said that he had an idea, and they could bring the ghost to the 2nd floor, where he would attack Ling Mo, and they would remain safe and sound. A guy with blonde hair asked if this was possible, and whether it would look like premeditated murder. Turning the corner, Sun Lily said that he also had a teleportation talisman and would not die. The guy with glasses said that if Ling Mo took the hit, they would consider it a contribution to the development of humanity. They began to climb the steps. The main character, who was standing above, asked them if they were running away again. Sun Lily frowned nervously. The guy with glasses told the main character that he must die. The guy with blonde hair told him to remember that he could always use the teleportation talisman. Frowning, Ling Mo asked what kind of jokes these were. Noticing the monsters running up the stairs, he realized that they wanted to set him up. Gritting his teeth, he said that now was the time to try out the skills. Sun Lily asked why he didn't run away and go towards the ghosts. The guy with blonde hair assumed that he was scared to death and didn't know what he was doing. The monsters jumped to attack. The main character's eye began to glow red. He activated the disciple's art, the illusion of bloody hell. Red energy bound the monsters. The monsters fell to the floor. Ling Mo picked up the chainsaw. Starting the chainsaw, he said that the effect was good and they couldn't even move. He struck with a rapidly spinning chainsaw. Wiping his face, the main character said that there were 25 seconds left, and that should be enough to deal with the others. Sun Lily said that his eye turned red, like a ghost in an ophthalmologist's office, and this is actually quite a rare skill. Cursing, she said that they were the ones who found him. The guy with glasses exclaimed that this mid-level ghost was very strong, because he dealt with them alone. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. The main character asked where he got them from. Smirking, he thanked the others for bringing the ghosts. Looking at the small sphere in his hand, he said how good the 5 ghost balls were. Frowning threateningly, Ling Mo said that if he knew that they wanted to harm him again, he would not forgive them. The 3 turned pale in fear, sweating nervously. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Grinning, the main character said that they believed him. Walking down the corridor, where the ghosts fearfully avoided him, he told the ghost that these murders were amazing. The ghost clicked his tongue and said that it was because he had strong abilities, and it would be difficult for other ghosts to cope with 5 at once. Ling Mo said that no matter the strength of the ghost, the main thing is his contractor, and most people would not have the courage to just look at the ghosts, let alone fight them. The ghost said that he was annoying. The corridor in front of them was strewn with human skeletons. Looking at the skeleton with the gold watch, he asked what it was. The main character thought it was a gold decoration. He joyfully exclaimed that he didn't need them now, so he would accept them as a gift. Looking at the door, he wondered how much money was left in the hospital. Coughing, he walked through the door. Rubbing his hands, Ling Mo thought that he had found a safe. Pulling the handle of the safe, he opened it. The safe turned out to be empty, and the main character disappointedly thought that someone must have stolen the money before him. The examiner was floating in the air above the hospital. He wondered if this guy had come to take a test or earn money. He thought that he had examined many people, but this was the first time he had encountered something like this. Ling Mo was holding a bag with a small amount of coins in his hand. The dialog box says, "Check completed, high-level ghost found." He looked into the operating room. In the operating room, there was a girl with long black hair shrouded in a purple aura. The main character said that her underbust girth is 56, chest girth is 26 F cup. Blushing, he exclaimed, "What an accurate analysis of the data, and she has the face of an angel and the figure of a devil." The ghost asked with a smile if he was thinking about the same thing he was thinking about. He said it was a jackpot. The system reported that loyalty had increased by 5% and was now 15%. Ling Mo thought in amazement that similar taste increased loyalty. The girl frowned sharply. She looked towards the door. The main character, hiding behind the door, asked in a whisper what was wrong with her and whether she was dangerous. The ghost asked if he had seen her zither. He said it was constantly playing a tune. Rubbing his chin, Ling Mo said that it doesn't matter and he needs to immerse her in an illusion. The ghost said that it was useless because she was stronger than him and they were finished. The main character looked into the operating room in amazement. He noticed that she was blind. He thought that the illusion of bloody hell was useless. Besides, it had a high level and would not give up easily. Smirking, he said that he would find a way to break through the defenses and conclude the contract. Ling Mo took the medical gown from the hanger. The ghost told him not to die, because if they provoke her, they will definitely lose their lives. Taking the IV in his hand, the main character told him to be brave, because this girl might turn out to be good. Opening the door, he entered the operating room. The girl angrily asked who dared to enter. She began to play the zither aggressively. The main character covered his ears from the loud sound. Falling to his knees, he asked her to wait and he was the doctor who came to perform the operation on her. The girl stopped playing and asked if it was true. Ling Mo rose to his feet and assured her that he was a doctor. The girl pursed her lips tightly. Smiling, she asked where all their doctors had gone, because she had waited too long. She asked if he could perform the operation right away. The main character agreed with a smile and told her to lie down on the couch. Taking the syringe in his hands, he said that he would inject her. He asked if she was ready. The girl lay down and said that she was ready. The main character, blushing, thought that she really had huge curves. Frowning, he thought that she didn't seem to realize she was dead. He wondered if this was too cruel of him. Closing his eyes and shaking his head, Ling Mo thought that he needed to finish the job. Otherwise he would die. He waved the syringe. He stuck the syringe needle into the girl's arm. The main character asked if she was in pain. The girl shook her head and said no with a smile. Picking up the syringe, Ling Mo said that it was good because it hit a vein and he would have to try again. He plunged the syringe into her arm again. He asked what was wrong with her veins. The main character said that her skin was too smooth. He said it didn't work out and he would try again. Frowning, he exclaimed displeasedly. He quickly plunged the needle of the syringe into her arm. The girl grabbed his hand. She asked with tears in her eyes whether he was doing this on purpose and whether it was possible to treat a patient this way. The dialogue box says, 40 points of destruction received. Discovered. The ghost's defense is 50%, with another 49% until the contract is concluded. Scratching the back of his head, the main character apologized with a smile and said that he needed to try again. The guy and girl were watching them through the door. The girl asked if he was performing surgery on a ghost. The guy said it looks like it is. He asked if he was really not afraid at all. Sweating nervously, the girl said that the teacher said that you should not show fear to a ghost. She said that if they came face to face with the ghost, not only would their chances of survival increase, but they would also have the opportunity to make a contract. Turning around, she asked if he really had achieved such skill. The guy, frowning, called her to go, because they need to follow his example and find a ghost with whom they can make a contract. The examiner was visible in the operating room window. He said that compared to other students, Ling Mo's behavior could be considered excellent. The girl let go of the main character's hand. She lay back down and told him to proceed with the operation. The main character asked what she wanted to do. He asked if she wanted to change her gender. The girl, with a slightly irritated frown, said that she had breast cancer, so she needed to have her breasts removed to ease the burden on her back. Ling Mo started the chainsaw and said that it looked beautiful and he was even sorry. He asked how much to remove. The girl answered, half. The main character asked, right or left. The girl irritably asked if he was sick and where he saw that the operation was performed only on one breast. She said that both need to be removed. The dialogue box says, congratulations on getting 40 destruction points. Defense dropped by 60%. The main character thought with a grin that this was interesting. With the chainsaw making noise next to her ear, he asked, above or below. He asked whether to cut off the front or the back. The veins on the girl's face were bulging with anger, and he said that he thought the front would not be very good. The dialogue box says 40 points of destruction received. Defense dropped by 70%. Lingmo, sitting on top of her, asked whether to make her scars smaller or larger. Raising his palm, he asked with a crazy smile, "Is it painful or not?" He said there was no painkiller, so she would be in a lot of pain. The dialogue box says, "Congratulations on getting 40 destruction points." Defense dropped to 80%. The girl clenched her teeth, and the main character asked if he could remove the breasts completely, since removing half of the breasts is quite difficult. He said that their hospital had recently performed liposuction surgery, and if she wanted, he could do that at a discount too. Opening her eyes and mouth, the girl shouted at him to shut up. She asked if he wanted to die. Leaping into the air, she began to play the zither aggressively, enveloped in violet energy. The dialogue box says, "Protection has fallen to 99%. You can conclude a contract." The main character said with a grin that they weren't done yet. The girl said it didn't matter and she would kill him. Lingmo's 2 fingers flashed blue light, and he said that she would not succeed. He told her to sign the contract. He said, "Madam Big-Breasted Ghost, you should make a contract with Lingmo. Respect and love him in health and in sickness, in wealth and poverty." He asked if she was ready to serve him forever, in good times and bad. The girl angrily asked what he was talking about. She continued to play the zither. A dialogue box reported on the contract process. Shrouded in blue light, the protagonist grinned. A dialogue box indicated that the contract had been completed. The girl asked in amazement what happened. She exclaimed that she did not agree. She involuntarily moved into the hand of the protagonist. Lingmo looked at his hand with a satisfied smile. He thought that, apparently, the fusion with the ghost would always be reflected differently, and in order to summon it, he would only need to touch the mark. The main character said with a smile that he already had 2 contracts, and the system gave him 2 more opportunities to sign a contract. The girl angrily called him a deceiver and demanded to let her go. Lingmo told her to stop because she was attached to him. He said that she did not need to worry about her large breasts because he would help her. The girl called him a scoundrel. Ghost Eye, looking her over, agreed that he was shameless and told her not to be so angry. The main character discovered her characteristics. Large-breasted ghost, high level. Ghost points, 200 points missing before update. Loyalty, 20%, skills not activated. Noticing the 20% fidelity, Lingmo thought that it seemed that rescuing the big-breasted ghost from this hospital had paid off. The dialogue boxes say 300 points. Novice Ghost, Mid-Level Ghost, High-Level Ghost. Spend 200 points to unlock 1 skill. Fierce Ghost, Mid-Level Fierce Ghost, High-Level Fierce Ghost. Spend 200 points to improve 1 skill. Novice Raging Ghost, Mid-Level Raging Ghost, High-Level Raging Ghost. Spend 200 points to unlock 2 new skills. Rookie Demonic Ghost, Mid-Level Demonic Ghost, High-Level Demonic Ghost. Spend 200 points to upgrade 2 skills. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist thought that, in other words, at the moment, the bloody eye of the ghost and the big-breasted ghost could only activate 1 skill. He decided to activate 1 skill of the big-breasted ghost. The dialogue box says, "Activation was successful, the mantra skill has been obtained." Mantra level 1. Confuse the enemy with various sounds, causing a dizzying effect. When the enemy's blood volume is less than 5%, he can be killed. Power consumption, 50, restart, 180 seconds. Note, the effect lasts 40 seconds if the enemy is a ghost or a person of the same level. If the enemy is higher level, 20 seconds. Lingmo exclaimed happily that this was an amazing group control skill. He said that although the illusion of bloody hell can immobilize the enemy, his mind will remain to himself. He said that the second skill, however, has a completely different effect, and it affects the mind, prevents you from thinking clearly, and the enemy becomes a living target. The main character thought that now he needs to find another ghost for the contract. Slamming his fist on his palm, he said that next they would look for a ghost that could deal high damage, that is, a ghost warrior. A voice from the speakers announced that there was only an hour left until midnight. He said room and board conditions are determined by the number of contracts held, and students with 2 or more contracts may be assigned to the ICU. The main character looked out the window, and a voice said that students with 1 contract go to the general ward, and people who did not have time to sign a contract are prohibited from going anywhere, and the wards are located on the 5th floor. Special note: 1. They can give their right of residence to another person. 2. Fierce ghosts roam the night, so students who have not yet signed contracts must be careful. The voice said that there was half an hour left before the opening of the chambers, and they needed to hurry. The main character walked down the corridor with a smile. Walking with his ghosts, he said that they were coming. Sun Lily, looking into the room, said that it was very clean, and even the beds were neatly made. The guy with glasses told them to look at the general ward, because it looked like there had been a bloody battle there. Sun Lily, frowning, said that, unfortunately, she managed to conclude a contract with only one ghost, so her path to the intensive ward was blocked. The guy with the glasses said it was better than nothing. He told her to look at the girl with long hair who didn't have time to sign the contract at all. The girl cried, and Sun Lily said that they were indeed much luckier. The main character asked to be allowed to pass. The guy with glasses shouted to him that they had entered into a contract with a ghost, but at least they had a full-fledged contract, so his ghost would not save him, and he would break it like a toothpick. Lingmo said with an arrogant grin that his legs were too short and he wouldn't catch up with him. The guy with glasses, frowning, said that if he had not accidentally stumbled upon that ghost, he would have been sleeping in the corridor now, and then he would definitely have died. Sun Lily folded her arms across her chest and said in disgust that the thought of living with such an idiot was killing her. The main character said that he would not live with them. A girl with long hair asked if he wanted to give up his right to be in the general ward. She said that she would pay him if he would transfer this right to her. Squinting his eyes, Lingmo said with a grin that he needed to go to the intensive care ward. Sun Lily exclaimed that this cannot be, because he has an inferior ghost, and to get into the intensive care ward, you need to make a contract with 2 or more ghosts. The guy with the glasses said he couldn't go there. Pushing them away, the main character said that he didn't care what they thought. He told them to let him pass. He touched the blue barrier and the system reported that the test was complete. The barrier in front of him dissolved, and the system reported a successful check. Sun Lily exclaimed, "How is this possible since he has a defective ghost?" The system reported receiving 150 destruction points. Sun Lily shouted that there couldn't be any mistakes in the school files, and she thought there was clearly something wrong. She said he cheated. Waving her arms, she shouted at him to leave, otherwise she would tell everyone. Noticing the hot food, Lingmo said that they did a good job. He said that there is duck, beef, tripe, everything he likes. Putting the food into his mouth, he exclaimed that it was very tasty. Turning to the others, he said that they should try it too. Raising his eyebrows, he pretended that he had just remembered that they were not allowed to enter the intensive care ward. Turning away, the main character said that he would enjoy everything alone. The guy with glasses and Sun Lily called out to him angrily. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. Appetizing dishes were laid out on the table. Sun Lily clenched her teeth in irritation. Pointing her finger at Lingmo, she said that she wanted to exchange with him and was willing to pay 10,000 yuan. The main character said that he doesn't want to. He asked if she suggested spitting it all out since he had already eaten quite a bit. Sun Lily said he could keep the food and give himself the room. She said she hoped he remembered that her father was a high-ranking security official, so he had better not offend her. The guy with glasses shouted that he was a shameless person who dared to contradict Sun Lily, and he probably wanted to die. Putting his chopsticks on the table, Lingmo said that he didn't really care. Rubbing his chin, he said that if she slapped Liu Zi, he would consider their offer. Liu Zi, the guy with glasses, exclaimed what he was talking about. Sun Lily told him that she would compensate him for everything. Liu Zi closed his eyes and thought that he needed to be patient for a while now, so that later he could receive a gift from the Sun family, and it would definitely be worth it. Sun Lily slapped Liu Zi in the face. The system reported receiving 20 destruction points. The main character said that there was something wrong with his hearing, and he didn't hear anything. Liu Zi shouted at him to stop pretending. Sun Lily raised her hand again. She slapped Liu Zi's face once more. The system reported receiving 30 destruction points. Sun Lily told the main character to leave because he had gotten his way. Lingmo refused with a smile. Sun Lily exclaimed irritably that he could not be trusted at all. The main character said that he said to slap him in the face and then he will think about it. He said that he thought about it and decided that he did not agree. Turning around, Sun Lily told him that tomorrow he would regret everything, and they left. Liu Zi rubbed his cheek and said that he dared to contradict the Sun family, and now he is definitely finished. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. Smirking, Lingmo said that Sun Lily is very evil, and he earned a lot of points from her today. It was 23:15 on the clock. The lights went out in the dimly lit corridor. The light bulbs burned out one after another. The girl with long hair asked Wu Kun if he would leave her here. She asked what she should do if a ghost attacked her at night. Lingmo glanced in their direction, and the girl asked if he would transfer his right to spend the night to her. Wu Kun told her not to worry because he had gotten a ghost warrior. He told her if she was attacked to just call him. The girl with tears in her eyes said that he confessed his love to her. She asked if that meant his vows of protection were lies. They hugged and she said that if he made a contract with the ghost, his fighting skills would be better than hers, and the survival rate outside was also high. She said if he was attacked by a ghost, she would ask Sun Lily and the others to come to her aid and she would do her best to do so. Wukun agreed and they kissed. The girl said that she loves him. The main character, frowning, said that they were idiots. Left with the dark corridor, Wukun smiled awkwardly and said goodbye. The main character was sleeping in a hospital bed. Sun Lily and the others sat in the blood-stained room. Liu Zi said that he thought that Ling Mo couldn't just end up in the intensive care unit. He asked how he could earn the right to live in such a place. He added that he constantly bullies her and does nothing but make her look like a complete fool. Sun Lily frowned and said that as soon as they were home, she would make every effort to ensure that Ling Mo was not taken anywhere. Looking at the bed, she covered her nose with her hand and exclaimed that this bed was covered in blood. She asked how she could sleep in it. Liu Zi took off his shirt and said that he would lay out his clothes. He put the shirt on the bed. Liu Zi said it's a little cleaner now. Sun Lily, folding her arms across her chest, said that he was quick-witted. Wukun, sitting on the floor, hugging his knees, said that we just need to wait for dawn, and then everyone will calm down. He heard a noise from the depths of the dark corridor. Sweating nervously, he furrowed his brows and asked who it was. A large dark silhouette appeared in front of him. A huge man with a mask tied to his face exclaimed, "Human meat." In front of him was a ferocious level chainsaw ghost. Wukun opened his mouth in shock. Stepping back, he thought it was the end. With your back pressed against the barrier, you need to do something. Raising his hand up, he summoned a ghost axe. The ghost fell to the ground. Turning around, he said that it was already midnight and people should sleep. The chainsaw ghost, swinging his chainsaw, shouted that he needed meat. Axe Phantom asked Wukun if he thought he could handle him. Wukun said that if they don't try, they will die. The ghost blocked a chainsaw strike with an axe. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the battle taking place in the corridor. A guy with blonde hair asked the girl if her boyfriend was there. He cowered in fear. Trembling, she hid under the blanket, repeating that she was fine. Sun Lily and her companions looked her way with hostility. The main character grinned in front of them. Folding his arms across his chest, he said that he would go and have a look, because perhaps this ghost would be a good candidate. The chainsaw ghost swung his leg. He stepped on the head of the axe ghost with force. He began to cut off his hand, and he screamed, gritting his teeth. Blood gushed out and the axe ghost's hand was cut off. The chainsaw ghost raised his severed hand. He started eating it. Throwing his hand down, he shouted that it was ghost meat and it was disgusting. Swinging the chainsaw, he shouted that it was tasteless. He cut off the ghost's head. The ghost's head fell next to Ling Mo's feet. Smiling, he exclaimed that he had torn apart the ghost with an axe in an instant. He said that it seems that the chainsaw ghost's power is quite powerful, and not only does it have high HP, but also excellent attack power. Rubbing his chin, the main character thought that he now had the illusion skills of the Bloody Eye Ghost and the Big-Breasted Ghost, and was only missing an attacker. Frowning, he thought it would be a good idea to make a contract with him, but there could be all sorts of ghosts lurking in the black fog, and he thinks now is not the time to act rashly. He decided to wait for dawn. Turning around, the ghost with the chainsaw repeated that he needed meat. He began to approach Wukun, who was frightened and pressed against the wall. The ghost said, "The smell of human flesh." Wukun fearfully called Qiang for help. He told her to ask them to save him. Qiang was still under the blanket. A guy with blonde hair shouted to her that he was calling her. She, apologizing, continued to hide under the blanket. The main character asked if this is love. Wukun tearfully asked for someone to help him. The ghost swung his chainsaw. Wukun looked sharply in his direction. Crouching, he dodged the blow of the chainsaw. Pushing off the ground, he jumped forward. The ghost swung his leg. He kicked him hard in the stomach. Blood gushed out from Wukun's mouth. He hit the wall hard. The ghost stepped forward. Wukun fell to the floor and the ghost said that he needed meat. He hit him in the shoulder with a chainsaw. His hand fell to the floor. The ghost lifted his hand from the floor. While eating it, the ghost said that human meat is very tasty. Reaching under his jacket, Wukun said that failing the exam is better than dying. He took out the teleportation talisman. Swinging his chainsaw, the ghost shouted that he needed more meat. He slammed the chainsaw onto the floor and Wukun was thrown aside. The main character asked if he couldn't break with his hand, why not use his mouth? Wukun opened his mouth in amazement. Falling to the floor, he grabbed the talisman with his teeth. The ghost behind him swung his chainsaw. Wukun tore the talisman with his teeth. The ghost swung the chainsaw, and Wukun thanked Ling Mo and disappeared. The voice announced that the Wukun member had dropped out. The ghost exclaimed angrily that his meat was missing. He demanded the return of his meat. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Peeking through the doorway, the protagonist teased him by sticking out his tongue. Running towards him, the ghost shouted that he would kill him. Ling Mo hid behind the barrier. The ghost hit the barrier with a chainsaw. Tired, he, breathing heavily, looked at the bored yawning protagonists. The main character smiled happily. Raising his hand, covered in orange liquid, he asked the ghost if he wanted to try it. The ghost smelled the scent through the barrier, salivating. He hit his face on the barrier. Ling Mo, sticking out his tongue, said that, unfortunately, nothing would work out for him. Furiously swinging the chainsaw, the ghost screamed loudly. The system reported receiving 60 destruction points. The main character asked him why he stopped and if he would continue. Breathing heavily, the ghost said that he couldn't do it. He started to leave, and Ling Mo asked where he went and what was the point of all this then. Touching the barrier with his hand, he unlocked it. He told the ghost that he was out. He asked if he still wanted to taste his meat. The ghost turned around and said that he wanted meat. Sun Lily asked in amazement what this Ling Mo was doing. Liu Zi grinned and said that he was finished. The ghost, laughing and drooling, ran towards the main character, shouting about meat. Ling Mo chuckled. He returned behind the barrier. The ghost hit the barrier, and the main character said that he entered again. The ghost ran away offended, and the system reported receiving 50 defense points. The main character shouted to him not to leave. Jumping over the barrier, he told him that he was out. The ghost ran towards him, screaming that he would kill him. Ling Mo returned behind the barrier. The ghost, breathing heavily, began to leave. The main character said that he went out again. The ghost ran back screaming. This went on for a long time. Ling Mo laughed while standing behind the barrier. The guy with blonde hair asked if he wasn't scared at all. Liu Zi said that he was sick. Smirking, he thought, let him continue to provoke the ghost with the chainsaw, because as soon as morning comes and the protective barrier falls, this ghost will immediately kill him. A guy with blonde hair shouted that Ling Mo was chasing a ghost with a chainsaw. Liu Zi exclaimed in amazement. The main character, while chasing a ghost, shouted to him not to run away and to go with him. He thought that the ghost's defense had dropped to 80% and could not be released. Having overtaken the ghost, he lifted the sleeve of his jacket and told him to look at his delicious human hand. The ghost looked at his hand, eyes bulging. Swinging a chainsaw, he shouted that he was tired of him, and now he would get even with him. Ling Mo's eye turned red and he activated the disciple's art, Bloody Hell Illusion. The ghost froze in bewilderment. The main character, patting his hand, told him to eat because his hand is very good, not fat, but not skinny either. Patting him on the face, he asked why he wasn't moving. The dialog box says, protection has fallen by 90%, another 9% for access to concluding a contract. Ling Mo thought that the effect of the Bloody Hell Illusion for high-rank ghosts was only 10 seconds. He mentally counted from 3 to 1. He thought time was up and the ghost slammed the chainsaw on the ground. The main character said that he doesn't seem to want to eat, so he can forget about it. Turning around, the ghost angrily said that he would kill him. The dialog box says, protection has fallen to 99%, you can conclude a contract. Ling Mo grinned and his fingers flashed blue light. He asked him if he would like to enter into a contract with Ling Mo and become his third ghost. Thanking him for his agreement, he announced the progress of the contract. The system reported the successful conclusion of the contract. The ghost, shrouded in blue light, exclaimed in amazement that he had not said anything. Turning into red energy, it moved into the protagonist's hand. Smiling, the main character thought that it was the third. The examiner watched him through the window. Frowning, he thought that, obviously, the ghost with the chainsaw was still a rebel. He wondered how he managed to conclude a contract, because even the Security Bureau cannot give the right to force a contract. The examiner thought he was an interesting guy. The voice from the speakers announced that the chainsaw ghost had been suppressed, and there was only one ghost of the same level left in the hospital. He told everyone to be careful. Sun Lily asked in shock how they could suppress him. Liu Zi exclaimed that this couldn't be true. He asked how Ling Mo was able to resist the chainsaw ghost since he received an inferior ghost. The guy with blonde hair exclaimed that he was very fierce. The main character returned to the room. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Looking at Sun Lily and her companions, he thought how good his classmates were. He could earn points without paying attention to them. The dialog box had the characteristics of a ghost with a chainsaw. Level, Raging Ghost Novice, Ghost Points, 560, 440 points missing before upgrade, Fidelity, 5%. Skills are not activated. Ling Mo looked at the dialog box while rubbing his chin. He thought that loyalty was low, but the chainsaw ghost was stupid, so it would be very easy to deceive him. He said that as soon as the exam was over, he would buy him some pork and his loyalty would immediately increase. Looking at the dialogue box, he said that ordinary ghosts can only activate one skill, but furious ranked ghosts can activate two. The main character said that he had accumulated a lot of points, so it was time to activate his skills. The dialogue boxes say, successful exchange completed, passive skill acquired, bloodthirstiness. When receiving damage, attack power increases by 2 points. The more damage to the ghost, the higher the attack power. Energy consumption, 0, recovery time, 0 seconds. Lingmo pressed the button to activate the second skill. The dialogue boxes say, a successful exchange has been completed, the skill acquired, chainsaw dance. The phantom swings a chainsaw, striking randomly at the surrounding area. Energy consumption, 100, recovery time, 200 seconds. Lingmo exclaimed that this is a passive skill that increases area attack power. He said that thanks to group control and the new ghost, he is now invincible and will be able to defeat people whose combat efficiency exceeds 90%. A person of the first limit deals with an ordinary ghost. A person of the second limit deals with a furious ghost. A ghost of the third limit deals with a demonic ghost. The main character said that the only drawback is the fact that some ghosts are equivalent to each other. He said that he can only fully control ordinary ghosts, and the furious one, like a ghost with a chainsaw, is still difficult to control. He said that if you only deal with illusions, most likely the chainsaw ghost will get out of control. Lingmo rubbed his chin and thought that high loyalty would cover all these shortcomings, but at the moment it is not that easy to obtain, and it seems that the ghost needs to be improved as quickly as possible. He yawned tiredly. Falling onto the bed, he said that sleep was more important. Morning came and the sun was rising above the horizon. The main character left the room, chewing a piece of bread. He looked at the hungry Sun Lily and her companions. Lingmo asked if they had breakfast. He said he still had some hot food left and they could finish it. Sun Lily turned away and said that he was unbearable. The system reported receiving 60 destruction points. Tiang appeared in the room and they looked at her. She asked in fear why they were looking at her like that. The main character, frowning, told her that blood was splattered all over the floor. He asked if she wanted to say something. Tiang shouted that she didn't have a ghost, so she couldn't help him. She told him to mind his own business, because he voluntarily gave her the right to spend the night. Lingmo shouted that she said that in case of danger, she would call people for help, but she did not move a finger. He said that if it weren't for Wu Kun, her body would already be lying outside. Qian clenched her teeth in irritation. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. Turning around, Lingmo said that she was simply terrible, and she should not have made any promises back then. He said that no one would help her at the next exam. The examiner asked for a moment of attention and announced a special rank mode, the Battle Royale mode. He said that there was currently 1 mid-rank ghost and 3 rookie ghosts left, and the fierce ghost was already on their trail. He said that they have to take the exam by 12 noon. Sun Lily said that the chainsaw ghost yesterday seemed very strong, which means he is not the only one. Liu Zi said that they made a contract with weak ghosts, and they are no match for a mid-rank ghost. The guy with blonde hair scaredly shouted to run. Sun Lily asked where they should run. She asked if he knew where the furious ghost was and what they would do if they accidentally stumbled upon it. Tiang shouted in fear to say what they would do. A ghost with a large tongue hung from the ceiling. Sun Lily asked irritably what that meant. She said that she is she, and they are them, and they have nothing in common with her. The main character looked in fear at the long tongue hanging from the ceiling. A furious rank invisible ghost loomed over Qiang. Lingmo looked at the others and thought that they didn't seem to see him. Frowning his brow nervously, he wondered if it was because of the bloody eye. He covered one of his eyes with his hand. The main character looked at the shadow on the ceiling and thought that it looked like he was attacking on the sly. He told the bloody eye that he had excellent vision. The ghost said with a grin that he was cool. Lingmo exclaimed that he also wanted this kind of self-esteem. Turning to the others, he said that the ghost might be here too. Pointing his finger, he shouted, "Right behind you." Liu Zi said that he was talking nonsense again. Sun Lily asked if he thought it was fun. Qiang frowned and said that this was nonsense. The ghost's hand sharply pierced her chest. Everyone turned in her direction. Looking at the hole in her stomach, Qiang asked for help. The invisible ghost wrapped its long tongue around her, and she fell to her knees. Her eyes rolled back. Everyone else's legs were shaking. Liu Zi exclaimed that it was a ghost. Sun Lily asked where he came from here. Looking around, a guy with blonde hair asked where he had gone. Qiang was torn into pieces. Her head, torso, and legs were separated from each other. Her dismembered body fell to the floor and a voice announced that she was out. The main character and the others looked towards Kang's corpse, covering his face with his hand. He thought that if Kang had not acted like a real selfish person last night, she could have been helped, but she was not worthy of sympathy. Turning to the others, he said there was a ghost here, but they didn't believe it. As he ran past them, Ling Mo thought that he had a bloody eye anyway, so it wouldn't be difficult to find out the ghost's location. Sun Lily frowned sharply, her eyes widening. The ghost lifted Kang's hand from the floor. Sun Lily rubbed her chin and said that it must be an invisible ghost. Liu Zi asked how Ling Mo discovered him. Sun Lily said to quickly run after him, and perhaps his bloody eye can see what normal vision cannot. She said it was best to be close to him. Liu Zi gritted his teeth in irritation and thought that he was the first to find that bloody eye ghost. But why did it go to Ling Mo? The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. The main character asked why he received glasses, because he did nothing. Turning around, he asked why they were running here. The ghost was crawling along the ceiling and walls after them, and Ling Mo thought that the invisible ghost was following them while the three were chasing him. He thought that this meant that the ghost was chasing him too. Frowning and gritting his teeth, he thought that this was problematic and he needed to come up with something. The ghost with the chainsaw said that he would kill this ghost. The main character asked why, and if he had any grudge against him. The ghost said that he took a lot of meat from him. He rushed towards the invisible ghost. Ling Mo thought that if he didn't increase his loyalty, sooner or later, this time bomb would definitely explode, and it seemed like he needed to help him deal with the invisible ghosts. Then he would treat him much better. He stopped abruptly. He turned towards the ghost. Sun Lily, breathing heavily, asked why he wasn't running and if he had found the ghost. Looking at them, the main character asked them if they would be tired of running until 12 o'clock. The guy with blonde hair asked what they should do, because running away was the best solution. He told him to take them with him because he could see ghosts and they would thank him properly. Turning around, Ling Mo said that he was too lazy to run away from him. Sun Lily said that this is certain death because the invisible ghost is a mid-rank fierce ghost, and even their teachers will have a hard time with him. Liu Zi suggested just hiding and waiting for him to deal with this ghost. The invisible ghost was rapidly approaching the main character. He jumped at him to attack, sticking out his long tongue. A bright light emanated from the examiner's pupil. There were video broadcasts of the exam on the screen. The man in the blue shirt leaned back in his chair and said that it was all over because the 7 students in the Tomb of the Living Dead had failed the exam, 4 were seriously injured, and 3 more had died. The elderly woman said the same thing happened to the 8 participants in the bloody subway station. Almost all were treated, and 1 was sent to a psychiatric hospital. The man said that if everything continues in the same spirit, they will not be able to recruit people who will become responsible for their future. Exhaling cigarette smoke, he asked Ammon how things were going with her. Ammon, a girl with long dark hair, said that there were 4 left. The man exclaimed joyfully. Ammon said that initially he even failed the certification, and now he is fighting a furious ghost. They looked at the screen that showed Ling Mo fighting the ghost, and the man said that he thought that a ghost of this rank would not be easy to deal with, and it was better to run away, because he would not last long. He said that even if he had a ghost with the illusion skill with him, it was not enough. He suggested we see what happens next. The old lady said that students rarely show such courage, and in fact, quite a few people choose a rank when taking the exam, but few manage to pass it successfully. Ammon, closing her eyes, said that she felt sorry for this guy. The invisible ghost rushed to attack. The main character activated the bloody eye and thought that he had caught it. The ghost disappeared in front of him and appeared behind him. Ling Mo turned around and exclaimed that he was fast. The ghost quickly rushed to the attack. His clawed hand was approaching his face. Sun Lily, covering her eyes with her hand, said that he was finished. Liu Zi closed his eyes and asked who asked him to fight the furious ghosts. The guy with blonde hair looked forward through his fingers. He exclaimed in amazement that Ling Mo had not died. They all looked in his direction. The main character raised 2 fingers, and a ghost with a zither appeared above him. The guy with blonde hair asked about him summoning another ghost. He asked if his ghost's upper limit wasn't 0.5. Liu Zi exclaimed that this means that he was able to increase the upper limit for the contract, and he has another ghost. He said his limit is now 1.5. Smirking nervously, he thought that luckily his limit was still less than him, since his limit was 2. The main character pressed his finger on the image of a chainsaw on his hand. He summoned a ghost with a chainsaw. He swung the chainsaw. The invisible ghost looked up in fear. Pointing his index finger, Ling Mo said, "Go ahead." The ghost suddenly approached the invisible ghost and swung the chainsaw. The invisible ghost screamed in fear. The ghost hit his shoulder with the chainsaw. Cutting it into pieces, he asked who allowed him to take his meat. The dialogue box says, "Master, please note that the invisible ghost's blood volume is 5%. The ghost girl was playing the zither in concentration. The main character, raising his index finger, shouted that it was time to kill him. The invisible ghost splashed his blood around." The dialogue box says, "Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty has increased by 20%. Current value, 25%. The green sphere fell to the floor. Smiling, Ling Mo thought that the Chainsaw Ghost is very simple, because all his joy lies only in meat, and then he will buy him some meat. He picked up a green ball from the pool of blood. He thought that ghost beads could be pawned on the black market, and they would fetch a lot of money. The main character gave the ghosts the command to return back. Liu Zi exclaimed that he had made a contract with a maniac ghost. He said that he had 2 full-fledged ghosts and 1 defective one, and he had already surpassed it. Sun Lily said that he managed to activate the skills in such a short time. With her eyes widening in amazement, she thought that Ling Mo had exceeded all her expectations, and if everything continued in the same spirit, he would take first place from her. Frowning, she thought that he should not make contracts with ghosts anymore, otherwise there would be serious problems. The man in the blue shirt exclaimed that he had made a contract with 3 ghosts in less than 24 hours, which was amazing progress. The older woman added that he activates skills very quickly. Scratching the back of his head, the man said with an awkward smile that his eyesight had failed him, and he thought he had gone crazy when he started talking about some invisible ghost. A gray-haired man with glasses rubbed his chin and said that among the students, with the exception of Principal Gao's daughter who killed 2 fierce ghosts, Ling Mo is one of a kind. Upon entering the room, he asked if there were any other students as good as Gao Shishi. He smiled and those present called him minister. The minister told Ammon to go to his school after the exam and contact Ling Mo. He said they will provide him with the best educational resources. Ammon obeyed. The main character stood on the roof of the hospital under the blue sky. He thought that every ghost in this world had an unforgettable story and skills that were waiting for him to learn about them and acquire them. Smirking, he thought that he hoped that soon he would gain an entire army of ghosts, and maybe finally rise to the top of this world. Ling Mo thought that it seemed like things weren't going that bad. The examiner looked at his watch. Standing in front of the participants, he announced the end of the exam and the counting of points. He said that Wu Kun and Xiao Qiang score 0 points. The examiner said that Zhao Yuing managed to conclude a contract with 1 ghost, but did not kill a single ghost, so he scores 60 points. Zhao Yuing breathed a sigh of relief. The examiner said that Liu Zi managed to conclude a contract with a ghost. Moreover, he was able to kill 1 ghost, so he scores 70 points. Liu Zi frowned in irritation. The examiner said that Sun Lily managed to conclude a contract with a ghost, killed 2 ghosts, and therefore scores 80 points. Sun Lily smiled smugly. The examiner moved to Ling Mo. He said that he made a contract with 2 normal ghosts and 1 furious one, killed 5 normal ghosts, and 1 furious one, and scored 90 points. Approaching him, he said that Ling Mo had become the leader in their trial and was receiving a green ghost bead as a reward. The protagonist thought that he had 5 ordinary ghost beads, 1 mid-rank furious ghost bead, and a high-rank ghost bead, which was enough to promote the ghost's blood eye to the furious level, and he would be able to activate his second skill. Zhao Yuing exclaimed that he put the green bead in the trash bag. Liu Zi clenched his teeth and said that he didn't value anything at all. The examiner, shrouded in yellow energy, raised 2 fingers and, congratulating them on successfully passing the exam, said that they were immediately sent back. A ring of yellow energy surrounded them. The main character looked away. Frowning, he looked away and squinted. White clouds floated across the blue sky above the school. The teacher, pursing her lips, mentally asked God to help her students so that they would return safe and sound. Blue particles appeared behind the desks. The teacher exclaimed joyfully that they were back. Then she opened her mouth in shock and turned pale. Someone was screaming about his leg and that he was going to die. Someone asked to call an ambulance because he couldn't see in one eye. The guy, bleeding, asked the teacher to help him. Running out into the corridor, the teacher called the doctor and shouted that her students had lost too much blood. Doctors bandaged the students' wounds and carried some out on stretchers. The teacher said that 20 people passed the test, and 10 of them were seriously injured. She noticed Ling Mo. She exclaimed that he had survived the ranked ghost realm. The main character looked at one point in space, eyes wide open and mouth open. The teacher asked if he was injured and why he was silent. She asked if he had suffered mental trauma. Holding him to her chest, she stroked his head and told him that everything was fine and it was over. Ling Mo's eyes bulged, blushing. A dialogue box appeared in front of him, and he said that his score was 90 points. The teacher, looking at the dialogue box, thought that he took first place in talent and points and broke all the school records without even getting injured. She wondered who it might be. Patting him on the back, she said that nothing less could be expected from her student, and she had always known that he was the most promising. Lingmo wondered if she had forgotten that she had mocked him before. The teacher asked what was in his bag. The main character said that these were his awards from the hospital. She asked if he received it from the dead. She thought that how an average student could pass the rank exam and also take the time to rummage through corpses was amazing. The teacher, rubbing her chin, wondered if he wasn't a new rising star in a world full of ghosts. The main character looked at her questioningly. Blue particles appeared next to him. His fat desk neighbor appeared next to him, lying tiredly on the desk. Lingmo wondered if he would now sleep for days after the realm of ghosts. Looking at the results dialogue that said he got 60 points, he said that he thought he was very capable. Pushing him with his finger, he told him to wake up because classes were over. He asked if he was going to sleep here forever. Showing 3 bills, the main character offered to treat him. The guy, rubbing his eyes, asked what he would treat him with. Lingmo exclaimed that he began to pant like a real gourmet. They walked along the evening street. Taking the phone in his hand, he saw that his father was calling him. He told the guy that he would answer Dad, but for now he could go inside. The father asked the main character how the exam went. Lingmo said that he had good news, and he passed the rank test, becoming the best. Lingan, his father, happily told his mother that he had become the best. And Xuan, the main character's mother, wiping sweat from her face, told him that he had done well, and now they could wipe the nose of everyone in the village. Holding a bloody sickle in his hand, Lingan told him not to worry about money, because they would sell all the wheat and send him some savings. Lingmo said that there was no need for this since he had earned some money. He told them to rest because they were no longer young. Lingan said that he and his mother are still in their prime. Laughing, he told him to eat. Smiling widely, he said that he had become quite an adult. Severed human heads were laid out around them. The guy, bleeding, told him that the police would not leave it like that. Lingan cut his throat with a swing of his sickle. He said with an annoyed face that he would get rid of all the idiots before that happened. And Xuan said this is the 7th wave this year and security has still not detected them. She asked if they thought things would change soon. Lingan said that he didn't think so, and it seemed that the security team had expanded the scope of the search, and if they were bothered, they would go even further. And Xuan asked what they would do and whether he was afraid of harming Lingmo. Lingan said with a crazy smile and laughed that they would go to the security headquarters and kill them all. There was a large portion of food on the table. The main character exclaimed that he had an incredible appetite. The guy with a wide smile said that he offered to treat him. Lingmo thought that these kebabs seemed to be for a large company and cost a lot. The gold found in the hospital was exchanged for 50,000 yuan. He asked if he had made a contract with one of the ghosts in the D-rank ghost realm. The guy said that first he saw a ghost in a trash can, decided to climb into it, and then spent the whole day starving. The main character, covering his nose, said that the fact that he smelled like a garbage dump was not surprising. The guy said that, unfortunately, from today their paths diverge, because he will go to a weak college, and a more successful path awaits him. He told him not to forget him. Lingmo closed his eyes and said that his theoretical knowledge was very weak. He thought that. Besides, he didn't think there was much difference between college and university. Looking at the TV, the guy told him to look at how beautiful the girl was there. The voice from the TV said that Gao Shishi, the daughter of the head of the security bureau, easily beheaded 2 furious level ghosts during today's exam. Lingmo said with an indifferent expression that, in any case, all the resources were provided by her father, so killing the furious ghost is not very surprising. The guy asked why he couldn't get the point, because she was beautiful. He exclaimed that he did not understand anything and everything needed to be explained to him. The main character said that this is a typical male dog's thinking, because they chased her for 3 years, but nothing happened. Hanging his head, the guy said that he had lost his appetite. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points. The guy said that he thought that Gao Shishi could get into the best university in their province, and judging by the exam results, he had a good chance of getting in with her. He told him not to forget to send photos. Lingmo grinned and told him not to worry, because he would also send Zai's photo to him. The guy asked who it was. The main character smiled awkwardly and said that this was a celebrity. Exhaling, he thought that he had completely forgotten that there was no Guan Zai in this world. A crescent moon hung in the sky and they said goodbye. After hailing a taxi, Lingmo asked the driver to take him to Balan. The taxi quickly drove down the road. The main character looked at his phone. Suddenly the car began to shake and he dropped the phone. He told the driver that Balin was on the other side. The driver grinned, and the main character exclaimed that this was some kind of damn car. Turning the wheel sharply, the driver said that they were almost there. The car turned sharply on the road. Opening the door, Ling Mo saw two people in front of him. The driver pushed him out of the car. Looking at the girl in front of him, the main character thought that she had a good figure. The girl with clown makeup on her face turned around and said, "Great." Clicking his tongue, Ling Mo said in disappointment that he was only beautiful from the back. The girl irritably asked what he said. The system reported receiving 20 destruction points. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist thought that her face looked familiar. The girl began to approach him with long steps. She kicked the car next to him. The girl said that according to her sources, he collected many ghost beads in the ghost realm. Smirking, she said that she advised him to give them to her and she would think about whether to keep him alive. The main character exclaimed in amazement that this happens not only in films. Smiling awkwardly, he said that he had kidney failure since childhood, so his organs would be of little use and he could give her nothing. The girl asked irritably what his organs had to do with it. She said she was talking about ghost beads. Ling Mo scratched his head and asked, "Ghost pig?" He asked if her meat was tasty. The girl said he was playing dumb and didn't seem to understand the situation he was in. She said that a new group had appeared in the area, and she was its leader. Pointing her thumb at herself, she said that the security forces almost caught her months ago, so she cut a bloody path through several streets at once and didn't even blink an eye. The main character said that she did not blink for a long time. He asked if her eyes were dry. The girl, shaking with anger, asked what he was saying and whether it mattered. Ling Mo said that he was just curious, because if he didn't close his eyes for so long, he would get a burn to his cornea. The system reported receiving 20 destruction points. The girl angrily asked what was wrong with him, and what had to do with his eyes. She shouted at him to give her all his ghost beads now. The system reported receiving 60 destruction points. A muscular guy with a big knife offered to just deal with him. The main character, cursing, escaped from her hands. He started to run away. The muscular man called out to the drunkard. The man in the dark suit summoned his ghost. Two ghosts appeared in front of them. The girl with a serious face ordered an attack. The two ghosts jumped to attack Ling Mo. They hit the ground, scattering fragments of asphalt. The main character jumped to the side and landed on the asphalt. He rose to his feet, and the ghosts turned in his direction. He thought that this was the first time he was fighting with the ghost masters, and he should not act rashly. Two ghosts rushed to attack him. The main character thought that the news reported that an organized crime organization had recently emerged, but he thought that the Security Bureau had everything figured out. He thought that, in any case, it would not be difficult to deal with them. He grinned and said that they didn't seem to be very strong. The muscular man annoyedly told him not to dare look down on them. He commanded the drunkard to attack. The drunkard began to drink from the barrel. He spat a stream of liquid at the protagonist. Ling Mo covered his nose and thought it was the smell of alcohol. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it was affecting his mind, and this was another kind of manipulation. The girl told him to get acquainted with their command control. The main character began to stagger. The girl ordered the ghosts to leave. A ghost shrouded in bandages and a purple ghost with blades on his hands appeared next to her. Ling Mo exclaimed that she had two top-ranked ghosts. Pointing her finger forward, the girl ordered the bandaged ghost to attack. The bandaged ghost slammed his hands onto the ground. Gritting his teeth, the main character closed one eye. He thought it was bad. The bandages were rapidly approaching him. The main character began to hit himself on the cheeks. Opponents unanimously exclaimed how strange he was. Bandages appeared under his feet. The girl, triumphantly clenching her fists, said that everything was under control. Bandages appeared from the ground, and the main character jumped to the side. The muscular man asked in amazement that the bandaged man had missed. He asked how this was possible. The girl asked how he realized where he was going to attack. The protagonist's eye glowed red and she exclaimed that it was a bloody eye. Smiling nervously, she said that there was more to come. They ordered to attack together. Four ghosts rushed to attack the main character at the same time. Touching the symbol on his hand with his finger, Ling Mo said, "Now." The ghost girl, appearing above them in the air, began to play the zither. The sound wave stopped the attacking ghosts. The girl and her companions covered their ears with their hands. The main character thought that he needed to take their lives as quickly as possible. Otherwise, as soon as the skill ended, it would be too late. He pressed the chainsaw symbol on his hand. The ghost with a chainsaw rushed to attack the ghosts. Ling Mo ordered the chainsaw ghost to kill them. A ghost with a chainsaw was approaching the opponents. The girl closed her eyes and grabbed her head, frowning. The main character thought that the first thing he needed to do was get rid of the leader. Pointing his finger, he told the ghost to sort it out there first. The ghost clicked his tongue in displeasure. Swinging his chainsaw, he jumped to attack the girl. He hit with a chainsaw, he hit the ground. The purple ghost grabbed the girl and jumped to the side. Lingmo asked in amazement, "Didn't it work?" He said that the dark light of the dream ghost is a rare passive skill that protects the owner. Taking the girl aside, the ghost lowered her to the ground. Frowning, she thought that the students had not only completed the main test, but had also unlocked all their skills and understood the skills of the other ghosts. She thought that these three were very strong. The protagonist frowned and thought that the Imperial Ghost Master was not so easy to deal with, and if he couldn't hit the girl, maybe he could with one of them. A ghost with a chainsaw stood in front of two men who had their hands on their heads. The ghost charged, swinging a chainsaw. The girl thought it was bad. She shouted no. The ghost cut off the leg of a muscular man. Clenching his fist, Lingmo said that this was not exactly what he expected, but that was also good. He told the ghost to continue. The ghost, drooling, looked at the severed leg. Squinting, the protagonist clenched his teeth. Sitting down on the ground, the ghost threw the chainsaw and began to eat the leg. The protagonist thought that of course it was very difficult for a rank 1 ghost master to control ghosts. Meanwhile, the effect of the mantra came to an end. The ghosts began to rise to their feet. The muscular man screamed loudly. The ghosts turned sharply in his direction. The man, holding his severed leg, screamed in pain. A ghost with a chainsaw was eating his leg with gusto nearby. The ghostly drunkard jumped at him, swinging his barrel. He hit him on the back with a barrel. The ghost with the chainsaw dropped his leg. Grabbing the drunken ghost's face, he asked how dare he bother him while he was eating meat. Slamming his head against the asphalt, he told him to die. The man in the white shirt swore. The muscular man screamed in fear. The girl said that they were careless and did not expect that he would have 3 ghosts. She ordered a retreat because their lives came first. A man in a white shirt ran up to the muscular man. Phantom bandages enveloped him and the man in the shirt told him to hold on. The girl told them to get into the car. The muscular man sat in the car, gritting his teeth. The car drove off, leaving the girl with her ghost. Standing with her foot on the ghost's hand, she said that she had him memorized and they weren't done yet. The main character with a smile told her to wear stockings to their next meeting. As she flew away, the girl swore. The system reported receiving 30 destruction points. Rubbing his chin, the main character asked where he saw her. Remembering the TV, he exclaimed that she looked like Gao Shishi. Taking a look at the phone, he said that Gao Shishi is the daughter of the head of the security bureau, and she has as many ghost beads as she wants. He asked why she should take his beads. He said that the more he looked at her, the more confusing everything looked. Lingmo asked Bloody Eye what he thought. Bloody Eye said their facial features were 80% similar. Giving a thumbs up, the main character exclaimed that this was very professional. Frowning, he asked what it meant that the daughter of the head of the security bureau wanted to rob him. He thought that this couldn't be true, because the news said that she was very strong. He wondered if this meant he couldn't defeat her. The main character, frowning, said that if he doesn't understand, then it doesn't matter. The ghost returned to his hand. He picked up an orange bead from the floor. Smiling, he thought that he still had a big advantage. Looking around, Lingmo asked what this place was. He shouted and asked, since they brought him here, would they like to bring him back? He asked how he could return home now. A short scream was heard from the abandoned building. A ghost nurse was stitching up a muscular man's leg. The girl told him to hold on because they were almost done. The man, apologizing for being unhelpful, said that he was a burden to them. The girl asked how he could say such a thing, because she was very grateful to them for following her. He asked how she could blame him for anything, since everything was to blame only for their bad luck, because he was too strong. The man in the white shirt said that if it weren't for her sister, who deprived her of a normal life, they would not have lost. The girl sighed and agreed. She washed her face with water from the basin. Frowning, she said that next time she would definitely take revenge on him. A dim neon sign glowed under the night sky. The main character opened the door. Taking off his shoes and swearing at the car, he exclaimed that he had to get there with something unknown. He collapsed tiredly on the bed. Yawning, he said that he really wanted to sleep. Someone told someone that he loves it when he walks down dark alleys. Someone said he couldn't respond in kind. The main character opened his eyes, reddened from fatigue. Getting up, he said irritably that it was night. He asked why it was so loud. Lingmo thought that on weekdays, the landlord never forbids his son to sing at the top of his lungs, and requests to do it more quietly are completely ignored. Smirking, he summoned the ghost and thought that now it was his turn. He whispered to the ghost girl what she needed to do. The boy, holding a microphone in his hands, sang. The man, clapping his hands, said he was amazing. The woman said he was the best singer in the area. Raising his fist joyfully, the boy said that he was the best. The woman looked to the side in fear. She wondered why it was getting cooler. She asked the man if there were any ghosts here. The man told her not to worry, because all the ghosts had long been exterminated by the security bureau. The boy, laughing, asked what they were talking about and if they were listening to him. The man, laughing, said that they were listening to him. He told him to continue. The boy continued singing into the microphone. Suddenly the light in the room went out. The woman clung to the man in fear. He asked if there was no electricity, then why was the TV working? The woman exclaimed, "A ghost girl." A ghost girl in red clothes was visible on the TV screen. The boy, hiding behind his mother, who was hiding behind the man, shouted to quickly turn off the TV. The man turned off the TV with the remote control. The man said it was just a picture on TV, and there were no ghosts. The woman scaredly told him to look behind him. The man turned around in fear. The ghost girl asked who dared to sing in the middle of the night, and who dared to wake her up. Screams of horror were heard from above, and the main character lay contentedly in bed. The system notified me that I had received 60 destruction points 3 times. Lingmo smiled with satisfaction. He told the ghost to come back. The man shouted angrily that he was only attracting ghosts with his singing. The boy, crying, said that he would no longer sing. The main character fell asleep peacefully. The main character walked along the corridor in the morning. He told the homeowner with a smile that they had been very busy yesterday. He asked if they were having a party. Noticing that the boy was holding his cheek with his hand, he asked him with a grin what was wrong with his face and whether he had been beaten. The man sighed, waved his hand and said that they had encountered a ghost yesterday. Lingmo asked if there were ghosts here. He said his son's singing must have brought the ghost of music upon them. Kicking the boy in the back, the man asked who asked him to sing. He asked the main character if he was good at this. He asked if he could help them deal with the ghost since he couldn't sleep at night. Scratching his head, Lingmo said that it was as easy as shelling pears. It was just a minor ghost of music. But he still owed 5 months of rent. Raising his palm, the man said that there was no need to return anything. The main character said with a smile that he would take a look. He sprinkled salt in their house. Then he took some water from the bowl into his mouth. Lingmo sprayed the homeowner's family with water from his mouth. He said they got rid of the ghost and the music and next time they'd better not sing in the middle of the night. The homeowner gave him a thumbs up and thanked him and said he was very cool. Walking out into the hallway, Lingmo noticed an alert on his phone. He looked at the screen of his phone. A fat classmate asked him where he was. He told him to come here because he had important business. The main character told him to wait a little because he was picking up food. He thought that he wanted him to play Glory of the Dead with him, a popular game that was very similar to the one he played in his previous life. He thought that in his previous life, he was very good at playing, and games like this were quite easy to play. Sitting down at the table, Lingmo told him to begin. There was a game search screen on the screen. The main character smiled that this game is very similar. Noticing the ghost's bloody eye, he thought that he would just get acquainted with his other skills. He said that the bloody eye of the ghost performed 5 kills. The player told him to stop pretending because he tested the golden gun and his results are not very good. Lingmo said that they will take a look. His friend said that the golden gun is very strong and he had to play with it before. The player said that they should not lose sight of him because they only need a victory. The main character said that they would still see a real master in action. Moving his fingers quickly, he said that in the second stage you need to help your comrades. The main character's character approached the bandaged ghost. Lingmo said, now. He activated the skill, but the ghost dodged. He thought that the ghosts had reacted quite quickly, but that would not help them. Enemy ghost activated, bandage skill. Lingmo wondered if he dared to fight back. He thought that, unfortunately, he had already predicted their future actions. He activated the ghost's bloody eye skill, bite. His blow killed the bandaged ghost. The game announced the shedding of first blood. The girl, sitting in a hammock, shouted that she was very annoyed by this bloody eye of a ghost, and she needed to take revenge on him. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points. Lingmo asked in amazement why he received. He assumed the opponent in the game was furious. He asked if this was possible. Grinning, the main character said that he had found a way to earn a fortune. He killed the bandaged ghost over and over again, receiving game notifications, special kill, domination, unstoppable kill. Several windows appeared in front of him about receiving 10 destruction points. The game alert said, one player has the courage of an army of 1,000. The bandaged ghost had 0 kills and 6 deaths. The main character received several more notifications about receiving 10 destruction points. The girl wondered in shock whether he was completely crazy because all he did was kill her. She exclaimed that he was here again and she needed to become a super ghost. The main character's team won, stretching and laughing. He said that even while playing he managed to score 100 points. He asked if the owner of the bandaged ghost was so susceptible to anger. He received a friend request from a player named Unemotional. Rubbing his chin, Ling Mo said that this is the owner of the bandaged ghost. He asked if she wanted to add him as a friend so they could argue. He rejected the friend request. The system reported receiving 10 points of destruction, and the main character laughed. He said that the second skill of the bloody eye of the ghost can not only be released from control, but also reflect the attack. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that in a real battle this ability would be very useful. Taking out the red beads from his pocket, Ling Mo said that he would use all the ghost beads to increase the level of the bloody eye. He brought the red beads to his eye and said, "Exultation." The dialog box says, "The loyalty of the bloody eye of the ghost has increased by 5%. Current value, 20%. Ghost level increased, current level, high level ghost. Ghost level increased, current level, fierce novice ghost." Looking at the dialog box, the main character said that he had promoted 2 levels in a row. He decided to activate his new skill, Retaliation. The dialog box says, "Spent 500 points to activate the second skill of the bloody ghost's eye, Strike Back. Reflects an enemy's attack in his own direction. Energy consumption, 50, recovery time, 100 seconds. After cursing, the main character said that the recovery time was very long. Looking in the mirror, he said that the reflection effect was so cool that the rest wasn't that important. He thought that one skill symbolizes an inferior ghost. But there are already 2 fierce ghosts, and the higher the level, the cooler the ghost becomes. He thought what if at the very last level he could transform. He heard a knock on the door. Ling Mo asked who could come to him at such a time. There was a bright blue sky above the building. Opening the door, the main character asked what was the matter. The bald old man said that he was from Beiyang University and would like to offer him a place at their university. Jai Feng, rank 6 Ghost Master. The main character thought that the head of the university personally came to him. He wondered if everything was okay, because he had never heard of this university. They shook hands. Ling Mo let him inside. Jai Feng turned around and asked him if everything was fine in his family. The main character said yes and asked why he was asking. Jai Feng said that he just wanted to remind him that Beiyang University is willing to provide him with free tuition and accommodation, and he can save his family a lot of money. Ling Mo looked at the piece of paper and said that free is cool. On a piece of paper it is written, "Beiyang University covers an area of 16,000, the largest in the province. We have all kinds of necessary specialties. Each teacher is at least rank 6. The main character thought that the tuition fee at Mikage is 100,000 yuan per year, plus room and board expenses, and the family will have a hard time. But here they offer everything for free, and it is very profitable. Jai Feng said that he would personally enroll him, and once he registered, he would immediately enter the elite group. He put the form on the table. He asked what he was waiting for and why not sign the application right now. The main character held a pen on the student's signature area, and Jai Feng asked what was the matter and why he was hesitating. Ling Mo asked how many graduates they have. Jai Feng said that they have a very deep foundation, and some papers are not that important. He said that they are fighting for the safety of people, and they should not pay attention to such trifles. The main character asked if their university was a diploma factory. Jai Feng asked if he was joking, because their university was the largest in the entire province, and the outstanding graduates of their university could scare him with just a glance. The main character asked him to name the number. Jai Feng chuckled nervously and said that there were so many of them that he couldn't remember them all. The sound of heels was heard. Ammon said that he couldn't remember because they don't exist. She said their university occupies the largest area, 14,000 of which is wasteland. Jai Feng turned away guiltily, rubbing his beard. He said that the rank of their teachers was no lower than 6th. Ammon said that this is because they only have one teacher, which is him. The main character asked in amazement that he was alone there. Ammon, taking off her glasses, asked to be allowed to introduce herself. She said that she was a teacher at Zufeng University, Ammon. After shaking her hand, Ling Mo said hello and said his name. Ammon said she came for him and their university is ranked 1st in the province and 10th in the country. She said that they were inviting him to join them. The protagonist looked at her golden leaf compared to the leaf the old man gave him, and Jai Feng said that it was all over. Snatching the piece of paper from his hand, he said that he understood that any normal person would choose Zufeng. He said that he was sorry to miss such a nugget, but nothing could be done, and if there was a desire, he would only be glad to cooperate. He said it was time for him to go. Ammon's phone rang. She said in amazement that it was the Minister of Education. The Minister of Education shouted at her to immediately cancel Ling Mo's application for admission. Ammon asked in amazement why and what was the matter. The minister said that the head of the Gao Public Security Bureau and Deputy Sun ordered all universities in the province to deny Ling Mo admission. The main character, hearing the name Sun, wondered if it was Sun Lily's father who did this. He wondered if he was blocked. Did that mean she was the winner? Ammon asked why. The minister said that this does not concern her. They no longer need Ling Mo, and they have enough people without him. He hung up. Ammon, turning to the main character, asked if he had done something. Ling Mo told her to forget about it. Frowning, Ammon said that he had been blacklisted by all the universities in their province, and they were burying a huge talent. She said that she would submit an application to the education department and achieve at least some relief. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she said that it might be a little difficult. Ling Mo asked if he couldn't study on his own. Ammon said no, because the university gives the right to join the community of Ghost Masters, and if he does not study anywhere, he will not have such a right. She added that without theoretical knowledge, he would not even be able to obtain a certificate, and no ghost team would want to cooperate with him. Raising her index finger, Ammon said with a smile that if he comes up with something, finds out how everything can be changed, then luck will be on his side. Frowning, the main character said that this was impossible. He asked why he should apologize since it was not his fault. Jai Feng patted his palms and said he liked it. He asked who said he couldn't go to university. He shouted that Beiyang would accept him. Ling Mo asked if Beiyang University gives the right to enter the ghost realm. Jai Feng, rubbing his beard, said that their university is recognized in the province, so anything is possible. The main character asked in amazement that they had just said that he couldn't go anywhere. Smirking, Jai Feng said that Beiyang University never plays by the rules, and he doesn't take their comments seriously. Ling Mo said with a smile that he would go to them. Jai Feng asked if he would sign up. The main character said yes. He asked if tuition was still free. Jai Feng said yes, and there will be no tuition or living fees. Ling Mo said that he didn't need more. Jai Feng said that all the dormitories are high-rise buildings of the same color, and the area is very large. He told him to sign. The main character signed the document. Jai Feng congratulated him on becoming a student at Beiyang University. The main character thought that he became a student at Beiyang University because he was only accepted there. Jai Feng asked if his classmates would like to join him, because if so, he would reward the ghost with a bead. Ling Mo said it was interesting. Calling his fat friend, he invited him to enter Beiyang with him. Ammon thought that the new star had just been buried by the security bureau. The ghost market was full of people and neon signs. The man in the yellow vest waved to the main character and said that he was selling a hungry ghost. Ling Mo asked what was special about it. The man answered, Skill 1, Feast, you can destroy ghosts whose level is lower. Skill 2, Curse of Hunger, creates marks on the ghost of the Ghost Master, causes the enemy to have a hunger effect that reproduces control. The main character with a disappointed face thought that, alas, his skills did not have any zest. And most importantly, the limit of contracts had been exhausted. He thought that he could get the contract opportunity just by spending points. The man asked if he was still studying. He said that he would sell it to him for 500,000. Ling Mo thought that the market price of this hungry ghost was not more than 100,000, and he just wanted to cash in on the student. Saying that this ghost was impressive, he asked if he would give a discount. The seller offered a price of 400,000. Patting the cage with his hand, the main character asked if he was familiar with the ghost. The ghost said yes incomprehensibly and asked how it could be otherwise. Ling Mo licked his lips ominously and asked if he could take it if he knew nothing about it. The seller and the ghost moved in fear. The system reported receiving 20 destruction points. Rubbing his chin, the main character said that with this money he could buy many decent ghosts, not this one. He asked if his skills would change if he ate and if he was exactly as described. The seller angrily told him to leave because he would not sell him anything. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. With his hands behind his head, Ling Mo said that he was a very impatient owner. Sun Mo, Sun Lily's brother, a second-year student at Sufeng University, asked Sun Lily why she was still unhappy after her father had dealt with the guy who wronged her. He said that he dared to offend a person from the security bureau, so he should be held accountable. Sun Lily said irritably that she just wanted to hit him personally. Noticing something, she looked to the side. Noticing the main character, she exclaimed that it was him. Sun Mo said that he will avenge her. The main character told the seller to look at his ghost beads because they were cracked. He asked if he thought the price of 400,000 was a little high. He offered 20 yuan. Clutching his heart, the seller asked, not even thousands. He said he would take him to his grave. Sunmo, after taking the bead from the protagonist's hands, told the seller to sell him the ghost bead at the original price because he wanted it. Turning to Lingmo, he told him not to come to the market without money anymore, as he would only dishonor the title of Ghost Master. Frowning, the main character thought that it was Sun Lily again, and she wanted to anger him. He figured they'd see who pissed who off. Sunmo said that he would pay by card because, unlike some, he did not want to defile the status of the Ghost Master. The seller told him that he would sell him the bead for 600,000. Lingmo asked who desecrated the status of the Ghost Master here, because he bought the ghost bead for 600,000, and it had cracks, and more than 40% of the ghost energy had definitely leaked out of it. He said that even 300,000 would be too expensive. Grinning, he said that the seller had still found someone to sell such a trinket to. Sunmo looked at the cracked bead, sweating nervously. Frowning, he said that he does what he wants. He asked what difference it made to him. He said that, unlike him, he could afford everything. Waving his hand, Lingmo shouted to the sellers to take out all their cracked ghost beads because the person here wants to buy everything back. One seller brought about 30 cracked beads, another offered to sell his beads for 8 million. Sunmo looked at the seller in confusion, and Sun Lily invited him to go. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points. The sellers asked if he was really leaving, because he had not bought anything. The main character, grinning, thought that leaving would not be so easy. Pointing his finger at them, he shouted, "Aren't these the children of the deputy head of the security bureau who received money from their dad?" He shouted that by selling them goods, they would earn trust, and they could not ruin the reputation of Sun's deputy. Sun Lily and Sunmo turned towards him angrily. One of the salespeople asked if the Sun family had too much money. He said that they must be planning to somehow transform the cracked beads. Someone exclaimed that this is the son of Sun's deputy, a talented second-year student at Zufeng University, and if they say that they will recycle cracked beads, then so be it. The other guy agreed because the Sun family's reputation was at stake. Holding up his card, Sunmo annoyedly told them to carry all 8 million beads. The seller thanked him with a smile and said that he was a very good person. Sunmo swiped his card across the terminal. He thought that these 8 million beads were nothing more than mere trash, and if their father found out about it, they would be in trouble. Sun Lily told him that it was all because of that scoundrel. The system reported receiving 200 destruction points. The main character clapped his hands with a smile. Sunmo said it was all because of him. He asked if he wanted to die. Sun Lily told him to teach him a lesson. Lingmo yawned and asked why don't they thank him, since he himself wanted to buy the cracked beads, and he just helped him. Pointing his finger at him, Sunmo shouted that he was challenging him. The guy asked about the challenge from the sophomore. He said they are on different levels. The other guy said he must be out for revenge and something made him angry. Lingmo exclaimed that a sophomore was challenging a high school graduate. He asked if he wanted to show off his abilities at his expense. Sunmo said that if he wins, he will give all the beads to him. He said it was 8 million beads. He asked if he agreed. The main character thought that, despite the fact that he was covered in cracks, they could be sold for at least 2 million. He thought why not. Sun Lily asked in amazement if he was afraid. Pointing his thumb at himself, Lingmo said with a confident smile that he accepted his challenge. Sunmo and the main character stood opposite each other in the ring. Someone from the audience shouted at the main character to punch this guy from Zufeng. Someone shouted that Sunmo is the favorite student of Jan Min, the teacher from their school, and defeating him is the dream of every student. The girl noticed the main character in the ring. She thought that maybe he could even win. Raising her fist in the air, she shouted at him to beat the Zufeng guy. Sunmo, after removing the bandage from his arm, said not to blame him if he hurt him. Smirking, he thought that he had already hurt him once and he wouldn't let it happen again. He thought there would be no shame in losing to a sophomore. The main character, pressing the chainsaw symbol on his hand, told him to stop talking. A ghost with a chainsaw appeared in the ring and rushed to attack. After dodging the chainsaw, Sunmo thought in amazement that it was a fierce ghost. Grinning, he said that his ghosts were stronger. He summoned 3 ghosts: Drowned Ghost, Fierce Level, Electrocuted Ghost, Fierce Level, Giant, Fierce Level. Frowning, Lingmo thought that Sunmo wasn't that bad. The guy with glasses said that the giant acts as a tank, the electrocuted ghost acts as a magician, and the drowned one controls the person. He said he's ready for both offense and defense, which is awesome. Another viewer said that Lingmo should give up because there is no point in trying. The girl, rubbing her chin, said that although the current ghost and the drowned have strong skills, it takes a long time to recharge them, and the student will win if he can repel the attack. The mustachioed man asked her if this was her boyfriend, because she was so protective of him. The girl, embarrassed, shouted no and asked what he was talking about. Puffing out her cheeks, she said that she didn't want the Zufeng person to win. Sun Mo activated the Drown Ghost skill, Relaxation. Water surrounded the main character. Holding his breath, he thought that this was a very strong control skill. Sun Mo said that the water supply time is 2 minutes, and he doesn't know if he can hold out. Raising his index finger, Ling Mo thought that in this case, he could only deal with everything in a couple of minutes. His ghost charged at Sun Mo, swinging his chainsaw. The giant immediately closed it with himself. He took a deep breath of air through his mouth. His skin was very slippery. The ghost hit the giant's chest with a chainsaw. Sun Mo asked with a grin if he was really that strong. He shouted that he wasn't finished yet. He activated the current ghost skill, Deadly Current. A stream of electricity rushed towards the main character. He dodged the attack by jumping to the side. The ghost with the chainsaw screamed and attacked the giant. Ling Mo looked in his direction. The ghost's health dropped to almost half. Passive skill activated, Bloodthirstiness. As the chainsaw ghost's blood volume decreases, each damage taken increases its attack power by 2. The giant's eyes bulged, his mouth wide open. The ghost cut his shoulder with a chainsaw and Sun Mo asked how this was possible. He thought he was very fast. Pointing his finger forward, he shouted that he would deal with him first. One of the main character's eyes flashed red. He dodged the ghost's lightning. Ling Mo jumped to the side. Lightning struck the ring, shattering the floor. The audience watched their battle with enthusiasm. While running away from the flow of electricity, the protagonist approached Sun Mo and the fighting ghosts. Sun Mo shouted to the current ghost to kill Ling Mo quickly. Even more streams of electricity rushed after the main character. He smiled widely. He quickly dodged the lightning that left craters in the floor. The girl and the people around her enthusiastically cheered for the main character. Zhen Shan, Deputy Minister of Education, Rank 6 Ghost Master, thought that this girl was very energetic. Looking at the ring, he wondered if this was not Ling Mo, who was blacklisted everywhere. He thought that he was fighting on equal terms with Sun Mo, which was pretty good, but Sun Mo was still a little higher than him in skill, and it was okay if Ling Mo couldn't win. Zhen Shan said that Sun Mo had already mastered his contract ghost skills, and Ling Mo still had a long way to go. The girl asked him with a grin if he was so sure that Ling Mo would lose. She said she didn't think so. She suggested making a bet and using the green bead as a bet. Zhen Shan said that he didn't want to make an argument with the child because he didn't want to look stupid in front of people. The girl said that he was just not sure because he himself understood that Ling Mo could handle it. Zhen Shan laughed and asked if she was so brave. He agreed to the bet and said if she wins, he will give her the green bead, and if she loses, she will have to pay him. He asked if she agreed. The girl agreed. She thought that the green bead would cost 100,000, and it was worth it. Smiling, Zhen Shan said that she is smart. He wondered why she looked so much like Gao Shishi. People shouted about how a high school student was coping with a sophomore. The main character ran towards Sun Mo, raising his fist. With a wave of his hand, Sun Mo activated the Drown Ghost skill, Sea Plants. Green algae appeared from the ground. The main character looked at the ghost, which was surrounded by algae. Frowning, he thought that if he got into them, most likely he would not be able to get out. Ling Mo hit Sun Mo in the neck, and he asked if he wanted to die, because when he hits the plants, he will be finished. The main character looked at him. One of his eyes was blood red. Sun Mo smiled nervously. The algae grabbed the main character. Enveloping him, the algae lifted him above the ground. Laughing nervously, Sun Mo asked if he was immobilized. He said that he thought he was strong, but it seems he was wrong. Ling Mo told him to better watch which of them couldn't move yet. Exclaiming in amazement, Sun Mo asked why he couldn't move. The main character looked at him calmly, standing in front of him. Gritting his teeth, Sun Mo exclaimed that the ghost's second skill technique was reflection, and he fell into an illusion. He said that he directed his red ghost eye at him, thereby distorting his consciousness, but he was caught in his network. With his face in his palm, Ling Mo said that he was too stupid. The crowd went wild with joy, and some recorded the event on video. Zhen Shan frowned and thought that the reflection of the ghost's bloody eye was very powerful, and one should look at the opponent at the moment when he was about to attack. He thought that he was self-taught without any training, and such talents appear once every 100 years. The girl held up 2 fingers and told him with a smile that the Zufeng guy had played. Sun Lily asked her who told her this, because nothing was over yet. The girl told her not to scream so much. Sun Lily told her to just wait. She shouted to Sun Mo to use their joint skills. Sun Mo thought that the joint techniques he had recently perfected were for the 100 university competition, and he didn't think he would use them in a battle with a high school student. Enveloped in purple energy, he said that this was the end. He took a deep breath of air through his mouth. The giant behind him increased in size several times. The liquid splashed across the ring, and the main character, in shock, asked what kind of biochemical attack the corpse was. Rubbing his chin, he wondered if something was wrong and where the drowned ghost had gone. A ghost's hand appeared from the ground and it opened its mouth wide. The ring under his feet turned into water, from which a ghost jumped out. Grabbing it, the ghost, laughing, said that he had caught it. He began to submerge him underwater. The main character tried to resist, leaning his hands on the water. Gritting his teeth, he thought that things were bad. The ghost, laughing and sticking out his tongue, said that he would not run away. He told him to die quickly. A bolt of electricity appeared above the ring and Sun Mo activated the current ghost's skill, Thunderstorm. Frowning, Ling Mo thought that the thunderstorm seemed to be caused by the Sun Mo ghosts working together. He thought that he first resorted to the giant ghost to create water into which the drowned ghost was immersed, thereby taking control of it. He thought that this way, if lightning struck him, it would be the end. Looking at the ghost, he thought this was a very good move. The main character thought that the reflection had absorbed too much energy, and now it was only enough for 2 skills. Turning around, he thought that by using the illusion of bloody hell, he could avoid the attack, but the thunderstorm would strike again, so the result would be 0. Summoning a ghost with a zither, he thought that in this case he would use a mantra. Sun Mo wondered where this energy came from. A ghost girl in red clothes appeared in the ring. The main character said with a concentrated smile, "Let's start." The ghost began to play the zither. Sun Mo turned pale and exclaimed in shock. Violet energy grabbed him tightly. He thought that he directed the attack at him instead of defending himself, and he was just crazy. The ghost with the chainsaw charged at him, and Sun Mo thought he couldn't move. He shouted to the giant to protect him. The giant appeared between them, spreading his arms to the sides. There was a big hole in his stomach. The ghost tore him apart with a chainsaw, and Sun Mo's mouth fell open in shock. He kicked the giant aside. Sweating nervously, Sun Mo looked first at the giant and then at the ghost. The ghost with the chainsaw said, laughing, "Human meat." Gritting his teeth, Sun Mo thought that this madman wanted to die together and had a great future ahead of him, so it would be a shame to lose to a high school student. He shouted to the electrocuted ghost to attack the ghost with the chainsaw. Lightning rushed towards the ghost, who swung his chainsaw. A stream of electricity hit him in the back. There was a large burn on his back. The ghost slammed the chainsaw into the floor, staggering. Sun Mo grinned and asked the main character if he wanted to deceive him. He said that he thought too much of himself because there was only one winner, and that was him. The protagonist thought that if bloodthirstiness was added to the bloody silk thread of the chainsaw ghost, then the attack power should be 10 times greater than before, and this is the time to fight back. Frowning, he shouted to the chainsaw ghost to activate his second skill, Bloodlust. A red aura enveloped the ghost and he growled angrily. He swung the chainsaw sharply. Sun Mo looked blankly at the ghost who was quickly turning the chainsaw. Eyes bulging, he ducked and dodged the chainsaw. Having fallen to the floor, he began to curse and crawl quickly. Gritting his teeth, he turned around in fear. The ghost swung the chainsaw and Sun Mo shouted to the electrocuted ghost to save him. Electricity flashed in the air. A current ghost appeared between Sun Mo and the ghost. Sun Mo managed to dodge, and the chainsaw cut the ghost. The chainsaw blade came close to his face and he screamed in fear. His ear fell into the ring. Covering the wound with his hand, Sun Mo angrily swore at Ling Mo. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. Sun Mo thought that the giant ghost and the electrocuted one could no longer fight, and if the drowned ghost did not return to defense, then it would follow the fate of the electrocuted ghost. He shouted to the drowned ghost to come back. The main character, stretching his neck, exhaled and said that he had finally left him alone. Jen Shan said with a smile that there is no limit to courage. He said that he is good and Sun Mo is decently inferior. The girl, raising her fist, shouted that it was his turn to fight back. Ling Mo and his ghost stood opposite Sun Mo, with only the drowned ghost remaining next to him. Flexing his fists, the main character said that now it was his turn. Sun Mo asked fearfully what he was going to do. Ling Mo activated the big-breasted ghost skill, Mantra. The sound wave hit the opponents. Sun Mo, his eyes wide, shouted that he couldn't lose so easily. He shouted loudly, "Fight back." Mantra. When the opponent's blood volume is less than 5%, he can be decapitated. The sound wave decapitated the 2 ghosts. Sun Mo shouted no in horror. Crouching down, he said that he had worked hard to raise these ghosts, put in a lot of effort, and they just disappeared. Blood gushed from his mouth. The system reported receiving 200 destruction points. Sun Mo fell to the floor, and the main character thought that once the contract ghost disappears, all the damage goes to the owner, and Sun Mo is forced to reap the consequences of his actions. The voice declared Ling Mo the winner. The spectators rejoiced. Approaching Sun Lily, he told her to give her the ghost bead. After giving him the beads, Sun Lily irritably told him to wait, and they would see how long he could last with that grin. Turning around, Ling Mo thought that it was not his fault, and he just wanted to buy beads. But in the end he didn't spend a penny, but received a lot of beads. He thought he couldn't wait to go back. Zhen Shan looked at Sun Mo lying in the ring. Adjusting his glasses, he thought that the genius studying at Zufeng couldn't even defeat a high school student, which was a shame. He wondered what Gao Longsheng and Sun Deli were thinking. They had ruined such talent. The girl, winking, extended her hand to him and said that it was time to give the reward. Zhen Shan said that she won and the green bead belongs to her. The girl grinned and said that she earned 100,000 just like that. She walked past Sun Lily, who was talking to 3 guys. Sun Lily told them to kill him but not leave any trace. The girl, frowning, thought that things were bad and they wanted revenge. She thought that now that Ling Mo was exhausted and damaged due to the contract ghost, he was no match for them. Pursing her lips, she thought that she couldn't stay away. Ling Mo told his ghosts that they had done a good job today and he would reward them. He told the chainsaw ghost that he bought him meat. He told the big-breasted ghost that he bought her some nice lingerie. The ghost girl said irritably that this was terrible. Bloody Eye asked what he bought him. Ling Mo pointed to the package and said that there was something for him too, and he bought some of the best eye drops, a natural balm, for him. Bloody Eye asked if he was mocking with his balm. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. The main character asked with a grin if he really didn't like it. The Bloody Eye narrowed in irritation. The dialogue box says, Bloody Ghost Eye loyalty has dropped by 5%. Current value, 15%. Raising his hands, Ling Mo said that he was joking. He told him to look in the package, because there was no natural balm there, and he only bought eye drops. Bloody Eye frowned and folded his hands. The dialogue box says, Bloody Ghost Eye's loyalty has increased. Current value, 20%. They turned a corner into a dark street. Bloody Eye said he was being followed. The main character asked if his eye was so cool that he could look in all directions. Bloody Eye said that he was already 200 years old and very sensitive to danger. He asked what he should do, because his energy was depleted by the bloodthirstiness of a ghost with a chainsaw, and it would not be easy. Something purple was quickly approaching them, and the eye screamed at him to be careful. Ling Mo dodged the corrosive ghost slime. The mucus corroded the asphalt like acid. Someone praised him for his good reaction, and the main character frowned. The guy with the cigarette said it wasn't surprising that the Sun family ordered his murder. The guy in dark glasses suggested that he just take revenge for Sun Mo. Bloody Eye exclaimed that it was a vampire ghost. The main character said that it was time to leave here. The foot in the slippers hit the ground. The muscular man, adjusting his pants, said that they had nowhere to go. Ling Mo thought that they surrounded him on both sides. Turning around, he asked the ghosts if they could fight. Bloody Eye said that he was just a fierce level ghost with 2 skills, but if he became a fierce ghost, he would not let them go so easily. Lowering his head, he suggested surrendering immediately. The ghost girl agreed with him. The chainsaw ghost said he had 10% more blood and could fight. The main character thought that they were surrounded, and even an enemy ghost was flying overhead. Frowning, he thought that it seemed like the only thing left to do was fight. The guy with the cigarette asked if he was Ling Mo who provoked the Zufeng guy. Ling Mo asked if they wanted to rob him. He thought that all he could do was stall for time, and if the opportunity arose, he would immediately run away. The guy, throwing away the cigarette, said that they didn't need money. The main character said that if they want more, then there are too many of them. The guy opened his mouth in shock. The muscular guy stuck out his tongue in disgust. Vomit came to the mouth of the guy in dark glasses. The system reported receiving 30 destruction points. The guy, frowning, said not to talk nonsense, because they need his life. He said that he had offended someone he shouldn't have, so now he would give up his life. He ordered the corroding ghost to attack. Gritting his teeth, Ling Mo said that he should not be allowed too close. Several grenades fell from above. The grenades exploded into smoke as they hit the ground. Coughing, the guy with dark hair asked what happened. Standing in the cloud of smoke, they tried to find Ling Mo and understand what had happened, but they could not see anything. The main character put an improvised mask made of a bra on his face and discovered a rope. As he climbed up the rope, he wondered who it was. He thought that it didn't matter, now the most important thing was to be saved. Emerging from the cloud of smoke, he took a deep breath. Looking up, he opened his eyes in amazement. The girl, sitting on the ghost's hand, extended her hand to him and said that he was thinking too much. She told him to get up. The main character grabbed her hand. The guy with dark hair said they were in the sky. He ordered to go after them. The guy, sitting on a ghost that looked like a bat, flew after them. Grinning, he said that compared to the speed of his vampire, they were like turtles. Frowning, Lingmo thought that he was too fast and would not be able to escape. He wondered if he should summon the ghost. The girl smiled and told him to just watch. She took out the pepper spray and pressed the button. The pungent liquid reached the guy and his ghost. They bulged their eyes and opened their mouths from the burning pain. Losing their balance, they fell from the sky and hit the asphalt. The main character and the girl flew across the sky on a ghost. The girl, laughing, said that they were able to break away from them. Lingmo scratched his head and asked why she saved him. The girl said she just wanted justice. She asked what he was thinking about. Sticking her tongue out, she asked if he thought she liked him. The main character, smiling awkwardly, said that he was simply mistaken. The girl exhaled forcefully. Lingmo asked if she lived here. She said it was just one of her fortresses. She took the shoes off her feet. The girl said that she has many more similar places. The main character said that the fact that she has a spray can with her and the fact that she is a master at escaping is not surprising. He added that she is now his savior, but he doesn't even know her name. The girl said with a smile that her name was Ran, and as in peace of mind, Ran is in the word of course. The main character says that she has the same last name as his mother. He thought that this surname is very rare in this country, and except for his mother, Ran is the second person with such a surname. Ran, sadly lowering her head, said that she had her mother's surname, and she was seriously ill, and was in the hospital all the time. Lingmo thought that Ran and his sister did not have such a big age difference, and she was about 16 years old. He thought that children should not have to worry about such problems at such a young age, and he was very sorry. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he asked if she began to rob people in order to cover the cost of treatment. He added that this was why she didn't like the people from Zufeng and the Public Security Bureau, and Ran jumped up and said that this was not the main reason. Gritting her teeth, she said that she hated Gao Longsheng. The main character exclaimed that Gao Longsheng is the head of the Security Bureau. He asked if she had any grudge against him, and Ran, looking down, said that Gao Longsheng deliberately got close to her mother in order to find out the details that interested him. She said that he swore his love to her mother, said that he would move mountains for her, but simply abandoned her when he achieved his goal. She said that not only did he send people to hurt her mother, but he also gave her ghost to his daughter. Turning away, and Ran said that the Gao Shishi ghost doll originally belonged to her. Rubbing his chin, the main character thought that it was now clear why he and Gao Shishi were so similar, and it turns out they were half-sisters. He said that Gao Longsheng wears a mask all the time, and it turns out that he took the ghost from his own daughter. He said it was like ripping out a bone. Lingmo added that Gao Shishi is no better, and she probably knows everything and takes advantage of her position with pleasure. And Ran said with tears on her face that they not only hurt her, but also took away her mother. The main character swore. He said that because of Gao Longsheng, he won't be able to go anywhere now, and it can be said that he and her are the same to some extent. With a wave of his hand, he told her not to worry, because he would help her take revenge and they would destroy the Gao family. And Ran looked at him in amazement. Laughing, she asked what he was talking about because there were too many of them, and they were not their rivals. Wiping tears from her eyes, she added that he had just offended the Zufeng guy and was asking for trouble. The main character, smiling broadly, said that he understands everything, and everything is not so bad. He said that he would soon enter Beiyang University, and when he gained strength, he would take revenge on everyone. Hitting him on the back, and Ran exclaimed that one of her fortresses was located near Beiyang University. She said that it was a very spacious and magnificent ancient tomb, and she would show it to him later. The main character asked about the tomb. He imagined a gloomy tomb from which a giant ghost jumps out, and Ran asked if he planned to take revenge with such courage. Lingmo asked what she was talking about. He said that he was simply amazed at the majesty of her fortress. And Ran said that her gang specializes in recruiting people who have been maimed in one way or another by the security forces, and ancient tombs, abandoned morgues, warehouses, and the like are their fortresses. The main character gave a thumbs up and said it sounded great. He thought that, in any case, he did not think that her life could be called good. He thought Ran was quite hard. Lingmo said that she saved his life and did not do it in vain, and he would give her half of the ghost beads. And Ran, refusing, said that she did not want sympathy for her, because she was only interested in the stolen beads. The main character told her to rob him, and Ran said that she didn't want to do this anymore. The package fell from the hands of the protagonist onto the floor. They looked down. Along with the beads, there was a pink bra in the bag. Blushing, and Ran called him a pervert. The main character asked her to listen, because she understood everything wrong, and he is not like that. pointing to the ghost girl. He said that he bought it for her to increase her loyalty, and Ran raised an eyebrow and said that she would believe him, although it was strange. Ling Mo said that if it weren't for her, he would already be lying dead in the alley, and even if he wasn't killed, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp, and not only the beads, but also all the money would be taken away, so she deserved half. And Ran agreed, but said that she would not just take them, and if he fell into the hands of a Zufeng guy or a member of the security bureau again in the future, he could safely contact her and her group. They knocked fists and agreed. It was pouring rain outside, and Ran called out to the main character from behind. Raising her index finger, she winked and said that he was very lazy now, and he would not be able to return. She asked, why don't they have some fun then? Ling Mo widened his eyes at her questioningly. They sat on the sofa, and Ran suggested playing Glory to the Dead. The main character asked if she played it too, and Ran said irritably that she keeps losing. Ling Mo said that it was easy to change and he would help her, and Ran asked him what his nickname was so she could add him as a friend. The main character thought that her nickname looked familiar, and it seemed to him that he had already seen it somewhere. And Ran exclaimed angrily that the golden pistol was him. Ling Mo thought things were bad, and Ran grabbed him by the collar and asked why he was constantly holding her back. Falling on the sofa, the main character apologized and said that he was wrong. Sitting on top of him, and Ran told him to taste her fist. She started hitting his chest with her fists. The main character said that he would help her get to the gold. He asked to give him a little rest, and Ran sat down on the sofa with a satisfied face. White clouds floated across the clear blue sky. Security Bureau office. Gao Longsheng, slamming his hand on the table, asked how it was that out of the 20 agents sent, none returned. Sun Deli, deputy head of the Security Bureau, father of Sun Mo and Sun Lily, adjusted his glasses and nervously said that the whereabouts of all 20 agents had been identified. He said that they were all at Ming Mountain and they all disappeared on the same day. Gao Longsheng furiously threw the ashtray on the table and asked if it would be possible to find their exact location, since Ming Mountain is too big. He asked how he could become a deputy in the first place. An ashtray broke into pieces on the wall next to Sun Deli's head. He apologized worriedly. He said that the opponents acted very decisively, and all the locators installed on the agents were out of order. They did not even have time to send a distress signal. Leaning his hands on the table, Gao Longsheng asked what this meant. Frowning grimly, he said that this meant that their employees were not qualified enough. He asked how the Ghost Masters could have killed all the 6th rank employees. Slapping his hand on the map, he said, they definitely need to be found. The girl entered the office and told Sun Deli that he was called to the phone. Sun Deli annoyedly told her to leave. He asked if she couldn't see that they were discussing important matters here. The girl said it was a call from his family and his son was hospitalized and his 2 contract ghosts were killed. She said what the high school student, Ling Mo, did. Gao Longsheng and Sun Deli both looked in amazement at the mention of this name. Sun Deli said that if the ghost under the contract dies, the bearer will have a hard time, and Sun Mo was a genius who managed to make a contract with 3 ghosts at once, and now he is the usual owner of 1 ghost. Gao Longsheng told him to go home and deal with his son. Sun Deli hung his head and said it was over. Gao Longsheng looked at the photo frame with a photo of him and Gao Shishi. He smiled and said that his daughter was great and had the best result in the entire province. And Ran told the main character that she should go back and give the medicine, and they would play another time. Ling Mo wished her a safe journey, and Ran flew into the air while sitting on the ghost, with the wind blowing her hair. The main character, who remained on the ground, looked after her, smiling. He thought that today was probably the happiest day since he found himself in this world. Beiyang University Admission Day. The fat guy, sitting on the bus, waved his hand at the main character and, laughing, said that he did not expect that they could study together. He said with sparkling eyes that Beiyang University is known as the largest in the province, and he is looking forward to them arriving there. He said he was so worried that he couldn't even sleep. Looking to the side, Ling Mo thought that if he knew what this place was all about, he would definitely run to his mother. The bus pulled away from the stop, and the main character thought that everything has its time. The further the bus drove, the less the road looked like a road. The guy, frightenedly pointing his finger out the window, said that this was a very terrifying place. He asked why there were no buildings here, only graves. The main character coughed and said that perhaps this was the tomb that Beiyang built to train students. He said that timid and fearful students have no place here, and only brave and determined students can study at Beiyang University. With 2 thumbs up, the guy said that Beiyang University is a great university. The bus stopped and the driver announced the final stop, Beiyang University. The main character and his friend got off the bus and it drove off. They stood alone among the tombstones. The wind pressed a round object to the guy's face. Looking at the object, he screamed in fear. He asked where the university was and where they ended up. The guy scaredly asked him to say something. Lingmo looked to the side and said that the university was in that direction. Looking around, the guy asked where the entrance was. The main character said that everything was fine, and if they followed the directions on the map, they would definitely get to the hostel. The guy, scared and confused, said that there wasn't even a normal road here. They walked among the tombstones. The guy's suitcase hit the wooden coffin. The coffin fell to the ground with a crash, and the guy exclaimed in fear. The lid of the coffin opened, and inside was a green ghoul, a furious ghost. Lingmo thought that the green ghoul was higher in rank than all his ghosts. Frowning, he thought that, in addition to this, they were surrounded by more than a dozen ghosts. Monsters that looked like dead bodies surrounded them. The guy scaredly asked the main character what they should do. Lingmo told him to stop panicking and just summon the contract ghost. He summoned a big-breasted ghost and a chainsaw ghost. Patting his hand, the guy summoned the garbage can ghost. A garbage can ghost, a rookie ghost, appeared in front of him. The main character warned that the green ghoul is advancing. The green ghoul suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Kill," opening the lid of the ghost trash can. The guy called the main character and said that they would escape from here. While he was reaching into the trash can, a hand appeared from the ground. The hand grabbed the guy, and he screamed in fear that he had been grabbed. The hand was dragging him underground, and he told the ghost to get him. The ghost said in confusion that he couldn't. The protagonist thought that the garbage can ghost's defensive power was fine, but its attack power was 0. He said they were alike and he had found the perfect ghost for him. He told the chainsaw ghost to help him. Grabbing the guy by the head, the ghost lifted him off the ground. Looking at it intently and drooling, he said, "Meat." The guy screamed in fear. Lingmo sternly told him that this should not be eaten. The ghost lowered his head guiltily. 2 ghosts grabbed the guy by the legs. A ghost with a chainsaw cut off their heads. The ghosts' heads fell to the ground along with 2 beads. The green ghoul shouted that they dared to kill his brother. Lingmo thought it was bad. Rushing to attack, the green ghoul shouted that he would kill him. He extended a hand with sharp claws towards him. The main character activated the mantra at the last moment. The ghost girl began to play the zither. The green ghoul stopped and screamed. Lingmo shouted to the chainsaw ghost to kill him. The ghost turned around sharply. He punched the green ghoul harshly, sending him crashing to the ground. The chainsaw blade sparkled against the ghoul's body. The main character, gritting his teeth, thought that this was bad, and the ghost with a chainsaw activated the bloodthirstiness skill, so the attack power would not be high. He thought that the passive skill could still help, but for now he would rely on the protection of the garbage can ghost. The guy, looking out of the trash can, called to him. The trash can lid slammed shut. The guy, hugging his knees, asked what they should do, because the green ghoul is much stronger than their ghosts. The main character winced, noticing that there was garbage here, and said that he needed to come up with something. Looking out of the trash can, he thought that his opportunity to make contracts had ended and he needed to score about 2,000 points, but he didn't have any. He thought if he had them, he could try to force a contract with the green ghoul. Eyes wide, he thought this was bad and the green ghoul was about to break free. The green ghoul grabbed the chainsaw blade with his hand. He stopped the spinning chainsaw chain and looked straight at the ghost. The effect of the mantra ends after 20 seconds. The ghost began to sweat nervously. A crowd of ghosts ran past towards the garbage can ghost. Their mouths wide open, they wrapped their hands around the trash can. The ghost's hand broke through the wall of the trash can, and the main character told the guy that it looked like his ghost couldn't handle it. The guy, holding his head, asked what kind of university this was. He said he wanted to go home. Lingmo frowned and thought that the garbage can ghost is a rookie ghost of the lowest rank, so he has a very hard time. And it seems there is only one way. One of the ghosts looked inside the trash can. Suddenly half of his head was cut off. The main character thought who was here. A silhouette in a red cloak flashed in the air. The heads of the ghosts surrounding the trash can were immediately cut off. The green ghoul turned around sharply. He rushed to attack the enemy. The girl with black hair ordered the headless ghost to attack. A headless ghost appeared behind the green ghoul and swung its weapon. A beam of energy hit the ground and an explosion occurred. In a dissipating cloud of dust, a headless ghost stood next to a green ghoul lying on the ground. The vampire ghost, a mid-level fierce ghost, hovered in the air with his arms folded across his chest. The headless ghost was a high-level fierce ghost. The girl addressed 2 students in the trash can. Smiling, Mu Wonking, a third-year student at Beiyang University, welcomed them to Beiyang University. Lingmo said his name in response and happily said that she had arrived just in time. Mu Wonking said his name and asked if the chainsaw ghost and the big-breasted ghost belonged to him. The main character said yes with a smile. Pressing the symbols on his hand, he summoned them back. Mu Wonking, placing her hand on his shoulder, said that it was amazing because he had held off the green ghoul and so many ghosts for so long, and he was the strongest freshman she had ever seen. Ling Mo scratched his head and said that she praised him too much. The guy looked out of the trash can and asked him what the situation was. The main character told him to go out because the danger was over. The guy exclaimed joyfully that there was also a girl here. He said his name is Wang Kai and she can call him Plump. The main character told him to move away and touch her with his dirty clothes. Smiling, Mu Wonking said that it was okay because they were scared just now. Wang Kai said that this is impossible because he is a grown guy and nothing scares him. He told her if she didn't believe him to ask Ling Mo. The main character asked with a grin who was crying and saying that he wanted to go home. He said that he calmed down only after she arrived. Covering his mouth with his hand, Wang Kai asked him what he was talking about. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points. Mu Wonking laughed and suggested going into the building. She said that they still needed to make the bed, and it was not good to be late. She summoned the headless ghost and the vampire ghost back into her hand. The red and white energy returned to her hand. The green ghoul stood up. Turning around, he began to run away in fear. Ling Mo asked why she let him go. With a wink, Mu Wonking said that places like this are inhabited by all kinds of ghosts. She asked if this wasn't the best place for testing, and if she killed them, who should they train on next? Ling Mo frowned nervously. He thought that all the sites were very safe. The ghosts were kept in isolation. The students were not in danger, and the training site was a training ground that could contain many different ghosts. He thought it was a truly unique university. Mu Wonking told them not to worry, because the local ghosts were not very strong, and they could defeat them. The main character and Wang Kai thought that after taking just a couple of steps, they came across a green ghoul who almost killed them, and these are called not very strong ghosts. Ling Mo asked what about this pile of ghost beads. Mu Wonking gestured with a smile that they could take them for themselves. They thanked her joyfully. Wang Kai asked the main character how much such a ghost bead costs. Ling Mo said that the beginner's beads can be sold for about 10,000 yuan. He thought that there were 160,000 yuan worth of them here. He said it was a paradise with beads. Mu Wonking told them to go because they would be there soon. They walked among green trees. Mu Wonking said that the university has strict rules, and it is not advisable to go to internet cafes and other places. Turning around, she said that although Beiyang is on the outskirts, they can walk through the deserted area on the southern side, then cross the mountain and take a ferry to Lingling City, and they can go to the city center. Zufeng University is nearby. Shrugging her shoulders, she said that their university was also good, and every night you could watch the twinkling lights from the ghosts, just like the stars in the sky. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes and thought that now he understood why she was not afraid of anything. In front of them was an archway shrouded in cobwebs, and Mu Wonking said that they had arrived. The main character said with a grin that he had come to Beiyang. The guy with the backpack said that he thought that Beiyang was some kind of monastic temple, and did not expect to meet such a beauty. He said he was glad he was late. Another guy asked why the older girl was taking them, and why some kind of curator was taking them. Because it was unfair. Raising his fist in the air, he shouted that he also needed such a girl. A man in a white shirt and tie hit him on the back of the head and asked what these complaints were. He angrily asked how he could compare himself to others, since these were excellent students. Pointing his finger at the main character, he said that he passed the A rank test with 90 points, and he at D rank could barely score 60 points. He told him not to complain. The people around looked at Ling Mo in admiration. Crows flew into the air around the dorm. Mu Wonking gave the main character the keys and said that their room was number 433. She told them not to forget that there would be military training tomorrow. Ling Mo thanked her with a smile. Raising her index finger, Mu Wonking said to be sure to close the doors before going to bed, because there may be ghosts wandering around and invading dreams. Wang Kai exclaimed that he would like her to become his girlfriend. The main character told him that she was not a match for him, and he needed to try harder. Wang Kai said irritably that he didn't ask him. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points. They walked among the doors in search of room number 433. They found a door with a sign 433. Some noise was heard from behind the door, and Wang Kai asked the main character what these sounds were and if they were ghosts. Opening the door, Ling Mo told him to stop being scared, because there are ghosts everywhere. He opened his eyes in amazement. The guy was sitting on the floor in the room and sharpening his blade. He looked at them with a cold gaze. Wang Kai, hiding behind the main character, said that he was even scarier than a ghost. Ling Mo turned on the light and said that he was sharpening the blade without even turning on the light and scared them. Twirling the blade in his hand, the guy said that he didn't need light to sharpen the blade. The main character replied that this was logical. He asked Wang Kai why he was standing. Wang Kai entered the room doubtfully. Ling Mo began making his bed while Wang Kai rummaged through his things. The main character, saying his name, told the guy that they would now be neighbors. The guy, continuing to sharpen the blade, said that his name was Akyu. Ling Mo thought he was strange and either had social anxiety or some kind of mental illness. Bloody Eye told him that he had an unusual blade and he was scared. The main character told Akyu that his blade was very unique. He asked what he was doing to them. Akyu looked down calmly. Running his hand over the blade, he said that he used it to shave. Ling Mo asked Bloody Eye if it was a powerful razor. The ghost hesitantly said yes. He said it looked like it belonged to the Qin dynasty when people's heads were cut off and buried. He said that he thought it was a razor that could cut off heads and that it was a weapon for keeping ghosts at bay. The main character said, "It means this guy is very strong." He called out to Akyu. Akyu looked at him. Ling Mo asked what kind of ghost he was, and if they could communicate, and why he entered Beiyang. He said that he thought his blade was very sharp. Akyu said that he entered into a contract with a shadow ghost and entered Beiyang because the tuition fee is half as low, and he only kills evil ghosts. The main character thought that contract ghosts are divided by rarity, and corpses and hungry ghosts are easy to deal with. Rubbing his chin, he thought that the Blood Eye Ghost and the Shadow Ghost were both S-rank, and winning the battle depended only on ability and dexterity. Smiling, he thought that Akyu seemed to be very difficult to get along with, but he didn't feel uncomfortable around him, and he didn't talk much before due to loneliness, but now he has become a more sincere person. Jumping off the bed, Ling Mo asked where he met the Shadow Ghost. Akyu said that his ancestors were masters of head shaving, and every person should go to the Shadow Mountain and get their Shadow Ghost. He said that if a person manages to enter into a contract, he receives a special razor that is passed down through generations. The main character asked why he came to Beiyang. Akyu said the director said he would reduce the pay. He fell silent. Ling Mo thought that this was not surprising, because now everyone likes beautiful hairstyles, and working with a razor doesn't make much money. Akyu asked him why he came here. The main character looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He said that the director said that the training would be free for him, so he agreed. Akyu said if he plans to shave his head, just tell him, because he charges 5 yuan for each haircut. Ling Mo agreed with a smile. A crescent moon hung in the cloudy night sky. Wang Kai said that the dormitory was missing one person. He asked where he was. The main character, yawning, said maybe a ghost killed him along the way. Wang Kai said not to scare him like that. They decided to go to bed, because tomorrow they had military training. A creaking sound was heard in the corridor. The door to the room slowly opened. The main character was sleeping in bed when he heard a noise. He told Wang Kai to stop and not interfere, because tomorrow is military training. Opening his eyes, he thought that he would have already started shaking, because it takes him about 10 minutes. Looking down, he thought something was wrong. Seeing something, he frowned and opened his eyes wide. Wang Kai was shrouded in red threads that were choking him. Ling Mo cursed and jumped off the bed. He saw a blade flash in front of his face. The blade cut the red threads. The main character, turning on the light, thanked Akyu. Akyu said it was nothing. Breathing heavily, Wang Kai said that they had no reaction because he was almost strangled. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Ling Mo apologized and said that he thought he was having fun. Wang Kai exclaimed that he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he realized that he could not breathe. Looking at his palms, he said that when he looked down, he realized that he could not control his hands. He asked what happened. Looking at the red thread, the main character said that it was a ghost puppet. Akyu asked if he thought so too. He said that there should only be night ghosts in the corridor and no puppets. Rubbing his neck, Ling Mo said that things are not that simple, and he thinks that someone deliberately attacked them. Wang Kai asked who, because they had just arrived and did not provoke anyone. Looking at the open door, the main character said that they would go out and find out. He and Akyu went out into the corridor, and Wang Kai asked them not to leave or leave him alone. He said fearfully that he would wait for them here. Several people were laughing on the roof. The girl, laughing, told Luan Chang that she thought the new students were already dead. The girl, laughing, said that if they were not dead, then they were definitely scared to death, and last year's poor guy even drowned in the river. Luan Chang inhaled smoke from a cigarette. He said that the villains from room 433 dared Goddess Mu Wonking to take them away, thereby signing their own death warrant. He said that they dared to touch his woman, and now they must pay. Luan Chang, third-year student at Beiyang University. Puppet Ghost, a mid-level ferocious ghost. They turned to the side in amazement. Throwing his cigarette on the floor, Luan Chang exclaimed that they dared to break his threads. He asked if they were tired of living. He called to go and teach them a lesson. The main character said that there is no need to look for them, because they are already here. He asked if they thought it was a little mean to attack in the middle of the night. He said they've had enough of their games. The guy exclaimed that they themselves were not very positive. The girl said that they just decided to give them a test. She asked what was wrong with that. Another guy told them, if they are being bullied, to humbly accept it and suffer. Luan Chang was silent for a moment. Frowning, he said it was time to kill them. A guy with black hair and a ponytail summoned a one-armed ghost, and his hand was engulfed in flames. Another guy summoned a hungry ghost. Ling Mo asked mockingly, is that all? He asked if undergrads really have such bad ghosts. The crowd unhappily asked if they dared to oppose them, and what the first years who had not even activated their skills could do. The guy pointed his finger and shouted that they would never see the sun again. The main character picked his ear and asked if they promised rain. The guys clenched their teeth angrily. The system reported receiving 80 destruction points. Akyu looked at the main character and thought that he was not bad. Luan Chang angrily ordered them to be killed. The hungry ghost and the guy with the fiery hand rushed to attack. Akyu told the main character to take on one, and he would deal with the other. Ling Mo agreed. He noticed that Akyu immediately disappeared from the place. The blade of a blade flashed in the night. The hungry ghost's head flew into the air, severed from its body. The main character exclaimed that it was very fast, and this blade is very sharp. The girl asked what happened, because she didn't see anything. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth. Another girl said that he didn't even summon the ghost and used his blade, but still managed to kill the hungry ghost. The guy, swinging his giant hand, jumped on the main character and said that he would show him a real master. Ling Mo noticed that this was the skill of the one-armed ghost, the giant. He activated the illusion of a bloody hell. The guy froze in amazement. He slumped to the floor, foaming at the mouth. The girls, fearfully falling to their knees and clinging to each other, said that he didn't even move. All he needed was a glance, and he had terrifying power. Luan Chang, trembling, thought that he should not show his fear in front of them, otherwise he would lose his authority. Pointing his finger at the main character, he asked if they understood what they were doing and if they knew the consequences. The main character indifferently asked Akyu if he knew what would happen next. Akyu said no. Stretching his hands, Ling Mo smiled widely and said that they would continue. The girls grabbed Luan Chang by the leg and asked him to protect them. Luan Chang, with a pale face, placed his hands on their shoulders and told them not to worry, because he would protect them. Behind him, the ghost emitted red threads. Red threads enveloped the girls, lifting them into the air. Luan Chang activated the ghost puppet skill, Living Control, with a crazy smile. The girl, trembling in fear, asked not to hurt her. They attacked, and the other girl said that they didn't control their bodies and they didn't want to do it. The main character thought that he was using the girls as cannon fodder for his own escape. Pressing the symbol on his hand, he told him not to even think about running away. Dark clouds floated across the night sky. Ling Mo dodged the kick. The other girl swung her leg and he dodged by jumping. Standing back to back with Akyu, he said that he was being blocked. He told him to go for it because he was faster. Akyu agreed. The main character, touching his hand, summoned a ghost with a chainsaw. The girls asked not to kill them and save them. The girl screamed in fear. The ghost cut the threads by swinging his chainsaw. The girls, falling to the floor, said that they were alive. The system reported receiving 500 destruction points. Ling Mo thought that they would die, but when they turned out to be alive, he even got points for them. He said his name is Ling Mo and he doesn't take advantage of people. Frowning, he said that he was simply unbearable. Drawing back, Luan Chang fearfully asked if he wanted to kill him and what he should do. He thought that if he went down the stairs, they would definitely catch up with him. Jumping onto the railing at the edge of the roof, he told the ghost puppet to help him. He wrapped him in red threads. Luan Chang jumped off the roof. The ghost held the threads tightly with both hands. The main character shouted not to let him escape. Swinging his blade, Akyu cut the red threads. Luan Chang fell to the ground. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. He called for help and shouted that he was being killed. Noticing that he had died, Akyu asked if they would let him go. The main character said that he doesn't think that if they kill him now, it will look like self-defense. Looking at the ghost, he said that he ran away, leaving his ghost under contract. Swinging a chainsaw, the ghost cut off his head. Luan Chang screamed, clutching his head with his hands. Ling Mo told Akyu that the beads of the hungry and one-armed ghost would belong to him, and he would take the ghost puppet for himself. He asked if he agreed. Akyu agreed. Having fed his hand to a ghost with a chainsaw, the main character said that this was enough for him. The dialogue box says, Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty has increased by 20%. Current value, 40%. Ling Mo thought that he not only added loyalty, but also earned a lot of points. The dialogue box says, "You have scored 2,000 destruction points. Do you want to exchange for the possibility of concluding a contract?" The main character happily thought that he could sign another contract. The dialogue box says, "Exchange successful. 1 contract opportunity received. Contract limit 3.5. Aku called him to go." The main character agreed and called off the ghost with the chainsaw. He wondered who he would sign a contract with next time. They came to room number 433. Aku opened the door and opened his eyes in amazement. The main character asked what happened. Pointing his finger at the trash can ghost, Aku said that it looks like he bought a trash can that was too big. Lingmo said that he didn't buy it, and it is Wang Kai's ghost. Noticing that he had fallen asleep, he decided not to wake him up, because they had to get up early tomorrow. Aku asked in amazement that a contract could also be concluded with a garbage can. Morning has come. The time on the phone screen was 7 a.m. The main character turned off the alarm clock. Sipping, he noticed something. Aku sat with a yellow bead in his hand, and the main character thought that he was working all the time. He thought that draining the ghostly energy from the bead was a cultivation method that the ghost master used to enhance the perception of spiritual power and strengthen the ghost, but he didn't need such a thing because he could just spend the accumulated points. Smirking, he thought that the only thing he should do was let the people and the ghost break through the defenses. Lingmo thought that Aku was very strong yesterday, although he did not even resort to the help of a ghost. He thought how powerful the shadow ghost was. He thought if the shadow ghost was powerful, perhaps he could make a contract with it. After knocking on the trash can, he told Wang Kai that it was time for them to go to military training. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Many people stood in an even formation. Wang Kai, waving his cap at himself, asked the main character if he had taken the water. Smiling slyly, Lingmo said, "Of course." The guy approached him and asked him to share, because he was about to die of thirst, and they were even ready to pay. Lingmo stuck out his tongue and scratched the back of his head and said that he took the water but had already drunk it. The guys gritted their teeth in displeasure, and the system reported receiving 40 points of destruction. A guy with long hair, straightening his hair, asked if they had any water. The guy, frowning, asked if he had water. The guy with long hair said no, but his girlfriend is about to bring water. One of the guys whispered to the other that Beiyang University was more like a monastery, and there weren't many girls here. He said that he was talking about a girl even though he just got admitted, and it looks like he's lying. Looking at the main character, the guy with long hair thought why he wasn't jealous. Laughing, he said that no one compares to his girlfriend. Lingmo chuckled as he opened one eye. The guy irritably asked why he was laughing. A girl with her hair in a ponytail ran up to him and asked if he was thirsty. She said she brought water. The guy said it was very nice. The others glared at him with envious glances. The girl brought the bottle to his mouth, and the guy, looking at the main character, said that he was very thirsty, but now he has everything he needs. One of the guys exclaimed that this is Mu Wangking, the first beauty of Beiyang. Mu Wangking walked among them, and one of the guys said that she was very beautiful, and he had already thought of names for their children. The other guy said that now that he saw her, he could die in peace. Someone else asked who she was bringing drinks to and if she was dating anyone. He exclaimed that he was very envious. Mu Wangking called out to Lingmo, waving her hand at him. Pointing his finger at himself in confusion, the main character asked, "Me." Mu Wangking handed him a bottle of water. Lingmo scratched his head and asked why. Mu Wangking whispered in his ear that this was gratitude for ridding Beiyang of bad people. The main character said that she was talking about yesterday. Mu Wangking winked and put a finger to her lips, telling him to be quiet. The guys, gritting their teeth and pulling their hair, thought that their goddess had served water to some freshmen. Multiple dialogue boxes reported receiving destruction points. Lingmo asked where such a murderous aura came from. Looking at the dialogue box in shock, he thought that he had worked so hard to accumulate points, and now they were pouring in like a river. The guy, gritting his teeth, asked why she gave the water to him. The other guy, blushing, exclaimed that another beauty was coming there, and Ran was walking nearby, and they asked if she also came to give water. The guy asked who she was going to. He said he hoped she was going to the wrong guy. The other guy said that he had already taken Mu Wangking from them, so he definitely wouldn't get it. And Ran, putting her hand on the main character's shoulder, asked if he was thirsty because she had water. The main character asked when he managed to arrive. The guys exclaimed with tears in their eyes that he didn't even need to strain, and the beauties themselves came to him. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points 100 times. The guy, looking at him, thought that he wanted to bring a girl to make everyone jealous, but did not expect that 2 girls would come to him at once. Mu Wonking, looking at Enran, asked the main character who it was. Lingmo offered to introduce them, but Enran turned away and said that there was no need for that. Frowning, she said that she wanted to give him something to drink, but it looked like he already had water, so there was no need. The main character thought why Enran was angry and what he did. Mu Wonking smiled awkwardly and asked why he didn't explain everything to her since she seemed upset. Lingmo picked up the bottle he threw to her. He shouted to Enran to wait. He quickly drank the contents of the bottle. Wiping his mouth, the protagonist thanked her and said that her drink was very tasty and refreshing. Enran pouted offendedly without turning around. Lingmo asked blankly what was the matter. Turning to Mu Wonking, he asked what he did wrong. Mu Wonking told him to follow her. Placing her hand on her forehead, she thought that he looked smart, but did not understand anything at all about such things. Enran thought that more girls were starting to appear around Lingmo. She wondered if this meant that mom was telling the truth and all men were liars. She thought he was different. The main character grabbed her hand. He said he needed to tell her something. Enran, shyly withdrawing her hand, asked what he needed. Lingmo asked if she made this refreshing drink herself. Enran, trying to take the drink from him, said that he had another girl who would drink it, so he better go to her. The main character said that it was very tasty and he wanted to drink it all. He began to drink the contents of the bottle in large sips. Exhaling, he asked if she had any more. He said he felt like it was cooler than a refrigerator. Enran annoyedly told him to leave her alone. She said that she collected this drink drop by drop in an ancient tomb, so she no longer has it. The main character said that now he understands where this energy comes from. After thanking her, he said that he was very grateful. Enran turned away with puffed out cheeks and said that she had poisoned him and he would soon die. Lingmo said that it was nothing and he would drink more. Enran asked if he hadn't already been drinking. The main character said that he spent half a day at the training ground, so they are not spoiled with drinks. Enran said that she originally wanted to invite him to her tomb fortress, but he is very busy, so she changed her mind. Lingmo said that it sounded very interesting and he would love to go. He thought that the points he had earned could now be exchanged for an additional contract, and now there were 2 of them, and he was still wondering where to find the ghost. But the ancient tomb turned up just in time. Enran, snatching the bottle from him, said if he wanted to go, they would meet at 10 in the evening on the east side of the university. The main character agreed and said goodbye. Smiling, he said that now she is not angry. The guys were disapprovingly saying that they were better than him, and he didn't feel the atmosphere at all, and also had no muscles at all. Lingmo said that he is being mocked by such weak people, and in any case, only he has all the privileges. The system sent numerous notifications about the receipt of destruction points. The main character thought that he was doing nothing, and the glasses were pouring towards him. Chuckling, he thought that Enran would need to come here a few more times. Evening, 22. The purple ghost grabbed the main character from behind. Enran asked if he was scared. She said that she walked through the ghostly bay when she was 10 years old. Lingmo asked if she was dead. She said that she had another ghost then, so all sorts of souls did not dare to approach her. She said they had arrived. The main character thought that her ghost was taken away by Gao Longsheng and given to Gao Shishi. He wondered what she had to go through. They found themselves in front of a passage shrouded in dry roots. The main character and Enran pushed back the roots. Enran said with a smile that they only had a short distance to go. They climbed down a steep cliff. They then jumped inside the stone tomb. Lingmo thought that this was a good place to stay for the night and it suited Enran. The one-legged guy, leaning on a crutch, said that she had come. The main character, looking away, thought, isn't this the strong man who lost his leg last time? He thought that he had destroyed his drunkard ghost and now he is an ordinary person. The man, laughing, said that his skills were not good enough, so he was left without a leg. Lingmo raised his thumb and said that he was a real man. Someone from the tent asked him if he remembered him. Wu Kun came out of the tent and the main character asked if he had joined them too. Wu Kun, smiling bitterly, said that since he left the ghost realm, he fell into despair, wanted to jump off the bridge and commit suicide, but the head not only saved him, but also invited him to join them. He asked, after all, where else a man like him could go. Looking at Enran, Lingmo thought that she had accepted Wu Kun, which proved that she was kind, and such good people were quite rare. Enran asked if she didn't have a decent strength. She said that no one from the security bureau would ever find this place. Pointing to the stone head of the dragon, she said that there was also a dragon here that allowed groundwater to flow through itself, so there was nothing to worry about. She said with a smile that it was this water that she gave him. The main character, rubbing his chin, said that this was a good room. He asked why not open the door to the tomb, thereby increasing the space. And Ran asked if he thought she didn't want this. She said that she had already tried everything and she couldn't open it. Ling Mo asked if there was another entrance. He thought that his bloody eye could not see anything at all. Wu Kun said that other places do have secret passages, but not here. The muscular man said that everyone who tried to get in there died, and there were a lot of bones in the passage. The main character said with a smile that it seemed like something great was hiding behind the doors to the tomb. He summoned a ghost with a chainsaw. The ghost hit the stone dragon with a chainsaw. Ling Mo exclaimed that he couldn't do it. He thought that the power of the chainsaw ghost's attack was amazing, but there wasn't even a scratch left on the stone. The guy, folding his arms across his chest, asked if he thought he was completely stupid. He said that they had tried this a long time ago, and it would not be possible to open it this way. He said there must be something to press or something to say, but he doesn't understand. The main character said that this is some kind of magic. He returned the chainsaw ghost to his hand. Frowning, he thought that he sensed that there was some awakening magic here. He touched the stone dragon with his hand. The huge stone gate in front of them began to open. The room began to shake and they asked what was happening and if the tomb was collapsing. And Ran shouted to look at Ling Mo. The door in front of them slowly opened. They entered a huge dark room. They exclaimed that it was very spacious here. And Ran asked how he was able to open the door. Ling Mo looked at his palm and said he doesn't know. The guy assumed that the tomb had something to do with him. But either way, it's amazing. The main character thought about the connection. He thought that his consciousness was closely connected with the tomb, and he had a constant feeling of deja vu, as if he had already been here. He decided that he would go inside and understand everything. The head of the stone statue turned sharply. The main character froze in place, and Rand shouted at him to be careful. The stone statue knelt down. All the statues dropped to one knee around the main character. Ling Mo asked what happened. He thought that if these guards were guarding the tomb, they must have attacked him. He wondered why they didn't do it. Walking among the stone statues, he wondered how he was connected to this place. Bloody Eye thought that this guy had unusual blood flowing in him. The guy exclaimed that they made way for him. The muscular man offered to try it too. The stone statue sharply pointed its spear at the guy. Pursing his lips, he said that it seemed like only Ling Mo was being let through, and Ran worriedly shouted to the protagonist to be careful. Images were drawn above Ling Mo's feet. The first stone steps depict a warrior wielding a long sword, with which he kills enemies on the battlefield. The rest of the army follows him. He was a general who led tens of thousands of soldiers and beheaded tens of thousands more of his enemies. Their corpses lay right under his feet. This man was so evil that in front of everyone, he cut off a man's head, and the others could only scream in fear, "Sword Demon." The gray-haired man, leaning against a tree and using his sword as a support, watched the palace that he had guarded for many years. The main character thought that the ghost of a swordsman should be in this coffin. A voice came from the coffin. Who? Ling Mo exclaimed that this tomb was at least 300 to 400 years old. He asked how they got here in the first place. Bloody Eye told him not to be afraid, because it was just a remnant of the owner's soul. The main character said that he is Ling Mo. A blue ghost with long hair asked if he had sealed the demon kingdom. Ling Mo said that it has long been extinct. The ghost asked in shock, "Is it extinct?" The main character said that it became extinct 50 years ago. The Demon Kingdom is an ancient monarchical state located in the southwest, with a total area of only 10,000 square kilometers and a population of 20,000 people. 50 years ago, the Zhou state invaded the Demon Kingdom palace and exterminated everyone. The ghost asked why. Because he had protected it for many years. A bright light illuminated the tomb as the ghost cursed the Zhou state. A stream of blue energy pushed and ran and the others back. Blue energy swirled around the coffin. Xi'an Provincial Security Bureau. Gao Longsheng, looking at the blue vortex, said that the swordsman ghost tomb must have been opened. He said that they had been looking for it for many years, but could not even think that it would end up in their province. They ordered someone to be sent there immediately and kill everyone they saw on their way. Ling Gan shouted that this was his song, because no one else could get into the swordsman's tomb, neither he nor she. And Xuan asked if this meant their son was safe. Ling Gan said that he could no longer live here and it was time to protect his son. He grabbed the sickle in his hand. He said with a crazy smile that he was excited just by the thought of being able to destroy the people from the security bureau. He said to take care of his daughter. The guy asked what his level was and where such powerful energy came from. The muscular man said that he wouldn't even mind dying for such a grandiose scene, and Ran opened one eye slightly and wondered if Ling Mo was okay. The ghost angrily asked how his country could be destroyed, also by some small country of Zhou. Bloody Eye told the main character to try to make a contract with him because he is very strong. Lingmo asked if he was really a ghost and if he would explode with that much energy. Bloody Eye said that it was just a ghost that had been accumulating energy for a long time. He asked if he saw the blade in the coffin. He said that the remaining soul is in this blade. The main character said that he does not feel his soul. Bloody Eye said that it was just a remnant of a soul, not even a whole ghost, but just a spark. He told him if he wants to make a contract, try to drip blood on the blade, and if he recognizes it, then he will follow you, and if not, then there are no other options left. He told him to hurry up, because the remnant of the soul was about to dissipate. Lingmo agreed and, biting his finger, thought that the sword ghost was very strong, and if he could make a contract with him, his strength would increase several times. His blood dripped onto the blade. Dark energy rose above the coffin. Blue energy hit the main character in the torso. His eyes rolled back and he opened his mouth. Lingmo fell into the coffin and Iran called out to him. She exclaimed that this was bad. He summoned the ghost of nightmares. Sitting on the ghost, they flew forward. The stone statues turned their heads in their direction and gripped their spears tightly. The spear flew near the ghost's face. The ghost dodged with quick movements in the air. They were able to fly past the guards and reach the steps. Ran, going down to the floor, called out to the main character. He lay in a coffin next to the skeleton, his eyes and mouth wide open. Ran asked how he was feeling. Pulling his hand, she said that he needed to get out of here. She pulled him out of the coffin, placing him on her back. Many people next to the black cars looked at the clouds swirling in the sky. The guy exclaimed that this was bad, and the people from the security bureau must have found out about everything. He said they needed to leave. The muscular man shouted to Ran that the security bureau was here and they needed to leave. Ran, putting Lingmo in the hands of the ghost, said that she was on her way. She thought that they should leave as soon as possible, and if the security bureau surrounded them, it would be impossible to escape. Sitting on the shoulder of the ghost holding the main character, she flew among the statues, down on one knee. Ran, looking around, thought that the guards were not attacking Lingmo. They flew past motionless statues. The muscular man hurried her, and Ran said that they were leaving the place. They ran out of the tomb. The man in dark glasses said to search everything carefully, because the ghost's energy is somewhere here. He ordered not to let anyone go. The guy asked Ran what happened to Lingmo, and whether the ghost had sucked out his soul. Ran said she doesn't know and needs to find someone and ask. The muscular man exclaimed that this is bad. The security bureau has reached here too. He asked what they would do since they were already nearby. Wu Kun said that if they ran in all directions, they might be able to break through. The guy asked where they should run because there was nowhere to hide. He said that even if they escaped, they would soon be caught up because the security bureau was not so easily deceived. Gritting his teeth, he said that they would ambush them, although their target was not even them, but Lingmo. He said that if they gave up Lingmo, they could be saved. Ran said no, because Lingmo is her friend, and if he doesn't go, then neither will she. She said that they were going to Beiyang University because they were their student, and they should help. Wu Kun said that the head saved him just like Lingmo, and he should repay them. Getting to his feet, he said that he was going to steal a security bureau police car, and they would have time to pick up Lingmo and escape. The guy asked if he could do it alone. The muscular man said he would go too. Tears appeared in Ran's eyes. The guy said they would help her. The muscular man said he would be fine. Ran began to cry and thank them. The guy waved to the man in the dark suit and told them to catch up with him. The men gave chase and Wu Kun said he was there too. He told them to try and catch him. The man shouted irritably to grab them and stop them from escaping. Running among the tombstones, they shouted that they were running away. A ghost holding Lingmo and Ran flew over the tombstones. Ran looked at the people with flashlights on the ground. She asked her comrades to remain safe and sound. They continued to fly among the trees. Sun Deli was sitting in a black car, smirking. He asked if she thought she could escape by using a distraction and relying on the nightmare demon. Touching the symbol on his hand, he said that this was a very low trick. He summoned a white soul ghost, a mid-level ferocious ghost. 3 ghosts flew in pursuit of Ran. The ghost wolves charged, and Ran exclaimed that this was bad. One of the ghost wolves hit the ghost in the back. Another wolf appeared under Lingmo, its mouth wide open. Ran thought that this was bad and their target was Lingmo. She told the nightmare ghost to protect Lingmo. The ghost pressed them both to himself, covering the main character with her. The wolf bit her and Ran cried out in pain. Sun Deli laughed and said that if she were not the illegitimate daughter of the head of Gao, he would have killed her long ago. Rubbing his chin, he thought that they would see how long her nightmare ghost would last, because if he could defeat it, he would definitely be promoted and get a raise. The ghost swung his blade, defending himself from the ghostly wolves. 3 ghostly wolves surrounded them. and Ran told the Nightmare Ghost to leave here and go to Beiyang Academy. The ghost quickly flew past the ghost wolves. Sun Deli asked if she wanted to run away. He told her to dream about it, because his ghosts of a white soul could not be easily escaped. The phantom wolves were tearing pieces from the Nightmare Ghost. In front of them was Beiyang University, and Ran said wearily that they had finally arrived. A ghost flew into the university grounds. Then he fell to the ground. The headless ghost hit the ghost wolves with a huge hammer. The ghost wolves retreated. Mu Wonking frowned and said that no one dares to attack students in Beiyang, and Ran asked to help them because they were being chased. Mu Wonking asked in amazement about the chase. She wondered why Lingmo and the water girl had such wounds. Police cars appeared nearby. Mu Wonking and her ghost walked forward to the gate. She asked who they were and how they dared to attack their territory. The policeman told her to calm down and they were from the security bureau. He shouted that they needed to catch the criminals, and if she interfered, they would perceive her as an accomplice. Mu Wonking sternly said that they were their students, not criminals. The police got into fighting stances and she said they were pretty brave. The man irritably asked if she wanted to die. 5 policemen summoned their ghosts. Soon, a crowd of ghost policemen appeared in front of Mu Wonking. Gritting her teeth, she thought that if they attacked all at once, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold out. The director quickly appeared in front of her. Jai Feng's hand was shrouded in yellow energy. With a wave of his hand, he threw away the police and their cars with a wave of yellow energy. Mu Wonking exclaimed happily. Jai Feng folded his hands behind his back. He told her to take them to the infirmary and leave the rest to him. Students came out of their rooms, asking what happened and where the security bureau people were coming from. The girl pointed her finger and said that Mu Wonking was carrying Ling Mo. She asked if they wanted to catch him, and if the director, a rank 6 ghost master, wanted to stop them all alone. Hakyu looked at Ling Mo in amazement. Noticing the blue aura surrounding him, he said that he had quite strong sword energy. Sun Deli, standing opposite the director, asked what he wanted. Jai Feng strictly said that they were not allowed to enter here. Sun Deli asked angrily that the director of some garbage establishment had decided to defy the security bureau. Jai Feng asked, so what? He said that outsiders could not go any further and would have to fight him. Sun Deli said it was funny and he heard that he was rank 6. He asked if he could stand against them. He ordered to summon all his ghosts and attack. His subordinates obeyed and summoned their ghosts. Jai Feng, lifting up the sleeve on his bandaged arm, asked if they wanted to try. He removed the bandages from his arm. His hands were covered in many symbols and yellow energy. Sun Deli's eyes widened in shock. In front of him appeared the inferior Hell Lord, the Death Knell Ghost, the Monk Ghost, the Bloody Ghost, the Judge Ghost, the Maid Ghost, the Bow Ghost, and the Shield Ghost. The guy exclaimed that the director had summoned 8 ghosts, and each of them was of a rank higher than the Furious One. Another guy exclaimed that the Ghost Judge is rumored to be a very rare ghost, and he even has an S rank made. Men in suits stood opposite the director with their ghosts. Sun Deli exclaimed that this means that he is the master of the 8 ghosts, Duin Kaiyankun. The director said that it was true, and he was Duin Kaiyankun. He asked if they still wanted to fight him. Sun Deli, sweating nervously, said that they must arrest the criminals and he should not interfere with them. He said that if he interfered, he would also become a criminal. Duin Kaiyankun, frowning, said that he didn't care because these were his students and he wouldn't allow them to be touched. He told him if he attacks, don't blame him for the consequences. Sun Deli ordered the ghosts to attack. An army of ghosts was approaching the university grounds. Duin Kaiyankun turned to the Ghost Judge. The Ghost Judge moved his brush. Red writing appeared in the air. Red writing surrounded the ghosts. Duin Kaiyankun ordered the Ghost Maid to attack. The Ghost Maid swung her scythe. The opponent's ghosts were cut in half. On the ground in front of them was a mountain of ghost corpses. The guy exclaimed that he was not human. They started to run away. Duin Kaiyankun folded his arms and called them a herd of idiots. Sun Deli exclaimed in fear. He ordered a retreat and they began to run away. Duin Kaiyankun, rubbing his beard, said, "This is what it is, the security bureau." Police cars left the university grounds. People in the dorm exclaimed that only 2 ghosts had killed so many people. The guy raised his hands and said that their director was the best. The other guy said that no one would dare stand against him anymore. Police cars drove through the trees. Sun Deli called the CEO. Gao Longsheng leaned back and asked what the situation was. Sun Deli said they were only able to catch one and they were unable to catch the main participant. Gao Longsheng frowned furiously and asked what this meant. Sun Deli said they were thwarted by Duin Kaiyankun, the current director of Beiyang Academy. Gao Longsheng was silent for a while. He chuckled and said that Duin Kaiyankun couldn't stay away. He said that when he invaded the kingdom, he single-handedly destroyed everyone. Sun Deli asked in amazement if he wanted to say that he gave up his position as commander to infiltrate Zion. He said the purpose of opening the academy was to gather as many students as possible with whom he could explore everything. And he was old, but very fierce, a real commander-in-chief. Gao Longsheng said that he only had two options as to why he decided to leave it. First, he wanted to gain position. And second, he had his eye on bigger fish. He told him not to forget that the chief master of the Demon Kingdom had still not been found. Sun Deli asked if this meant they needed to keep a quiet eye on everything. Gao Longsheng told him not to do anything. He said he sent students undercover to figure it out. Sun Deli said his kids can get involved, too. He thought that if they succeeded, they could even seize power in the future. Gao Longsheng said yes and let Gao Shishi go too. Sun Deli agreed. Gao Longsheng hung up. He said that he would definitely find the Demon Realm Master. Ling Gan, standing at the station, sneezed and said that someone remembered him. In the hospital room, and Ran and the main character were lying on beds. Duan Kaiyan-kun asked what the situation was. Mu Wonking said worriedly that Ling Mo seems to be dying. She asked to help him. Duan Kaiyan-kun said that excessive accumulation of yin energy causes damage to the veins near the heart. Taking a needle in his hand, he said that you need to draw out the energy and then rest. He stuck a needle into the main character's forehead and dark energy came out. Mu Wonking asked what happened to him and why the people from the security bureau came for him. Duan Kaiyan-kun told her not to ask too many questions. Mu Wonking adjusted the blanket on the main character, and Duan Kaiyan-kun turned around in amazement. He thought in shock that it was the ghost of a swordsman, because it looked very similar, and the age was also appropriate. He thought there could be no mistake. Duan Kaiyan-kun extended his hand to the main character. He grabbed him by the neck, and Mu Wonking asked in shock what he was doing. Sweating nervously, Duan Kaiyan-kun removed his hand from his neck. Smiling awkwardly, he said that he wanted to see if his neck was injured, but everything was fine. Frowning, he looked at the sleeping face of the protagonist. Closing his eyes, he exhaled. People were working in a field in the afternoon sun near the village. The village was enveloped in flames, and the corpses of people lay on the field. Several people entered the building, which was engulfed in flames, with many bodies lying in it. On a hill stood a woman in blue clothes with two children. The boy held her hand, and in her arms was a baby. The woman's blue eyes were sad. The main character suddenly opened his eyes. Placing his hand on his head, he clenched his teeth and asked why the dream was so realistic. Wang Kai happily asked if he was awake. He said he slept for 7 days. Falling on him, he said that he had been waiting for him to awaken all this time. Ling Mo exclaimed that he would crush him. Wang Kai said that he slept through all of his military training. He told him to see what he became after that. The main character, grinning, said that he had darkened again, and now no one would see him walking in the middle of the night. He said that if he opened his mouth and smiled, passers-by would faint when they saw a mouth with teeth without a body. Wang Kai exclaimed that he hated him. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points. He said with a grin that he was not indifferent to him, and he was worried. Turning around, they saw a bandaged man on the next bed. Lying on the cot was Luan Cheng, covered in bandages from head to toe. The main character said that he was simply not in the right mood, and in a few days he would feel better. He said that, unlike him, at least everything was fine with his body. Luan Cheng irritably shouted at him not to brag. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. Ling Mo said with a grin that both of his legs were broken. Wang Kai, rubbing his chin, said that he could see 2 legs, but didn't know if there was anything else there. Luan Cheng, turning pale, asked where he was looking. The main character said that it seems that Anran brought him back, and it seems that she was injured. He asked where she had gone. Wang Kai said that she was also injured. Mu Wonking said that she almost lost her life saving him. Ling Mo jumped out of bed and asked where she was. Mu Wonking said that Anran is in the intensive care unit, and there is nothing to worry about. The main character said that he needed to see her. Mu Wonking told him to take his time, and Ling Mo fell to the floor. Luan Cheng laughed and asked if he also couldn't walk. The main character turned around and said that he just hadn't gotten up for a long time. Hitting him on the leg with his fingers, he said that if he had anything to worry about, he had better think about it. Twitching on the bed, Luan Cheng exclaimed that it was very painful. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. Ling Mo gave him the middle finger and told him to try to catch up with him. Looking at Anran through the glass, he asked what her condition was. Mu Wonking said that she was attacked by a white soul ghost and poisoned her. Frowning, she said that she had been given an antidote, but the result was not very good yet, and perhaps it was the ghost of poisons. The main character said that she suffered because of him, so he needs to help her. He asked Mu Wonking to tell him who from the security bureau did this. Mu Wonking said it was Sun Deli. Ling Mo said that he would find it. Duan Kaiyan-kun asked where he was going. Ling Mo said with a serious face that he would find Sun Deli and take the antidote from him. Duan Kaiyan-kun told him to follow him. The main character said that he doesn't have that much time. He thought that if he lost time and ran would die. Mu Wonking said that he didn't know, but that night, about 20 people from the security bureau followed them, but the director got rid of them. Ling Mo asked in amazement that he saved him. Mu Wonking said that she thought he should go after him. The main character agreed. Duan Kaiyan-kun and Ling Mo ended up on the roof. Duan Kaiyan-kun said that not only did the security bureau not see him, but also did not know his identity. But he believes that this will happen soon if they send someone here. Turning around, he asked if he knew why the security bureaus were targeting him. The main character thought that he really did not understand this, and they would not have been able to find the tomb so easily. Duan Kaiyan-kun asked if he still wanted to go there after hearing about this. He asked, even if the other employees didn't do anything, did he think he could hold his own against the 3 Sun Deli ghosts? Ling Mo asked him in confusion what he should do. Duan Kaiyan-kun, pointing his finger at the horizon, said that they have a green ghoul's lair, which contains 7 or 8 fierce ghosts, as well as a furious level green ghoul, and if he can get rid of them, he will have enough strength to fight the master of 3 ghosts. He said that then he can beat Sun Deli. The main character asked what about and ran. Duan Kaiyan-kun told him not to worry, because she would not die as long as he was here, and the people from the security bureau would not attack. Bowing, Ling Mo thanked him. Duan Kaiyan-kun smiled and said that he was his student, which means that he is a very dear person to him. Noticing the word student, the protagonist wondered if that meant he accepted it. Duan Kaiyan-kun said that a student is a student and a student is a student. He asked if he wanted to become his student. Ling Mo wondered why he was doing so many things for him. After all, he first saved him, then fought the security bureau, and now he is also treating and ran. He thought that this was a great opportunity for him, but why should he take him on as an apprentice? Duan Kaiyan-kun opened one eye and asked with a smile if he thought he didn't deserve to be his mentor. Down on one knee, the main character said that he saved him, so he couldn't refuse. Lowering his head, he called him mentor and asked him to take care of him. Duan Kaiyan-kun told him to get up and thought he was smart. Ling Mo thought that if he accepted him as his mentor, he would definitely protect him in case of danger, and if he had plans for him, that would be great. Duan Kaiyan-kun said as for the security bureau, he doesn't think he wants to check whether he will be arrested. He told him to come to his office at 11 p.m. The main character happily thought that perhaps he would show him something. He agreed. Duan Kaiyan-kun turned around and said that he seemed to be from a poor family. He asked if it was really that bad. Ling Mo said that he has parents and a younger sister. His parents are farmers, and his sister is sick. Duan Kaiyan-kun rubbed his beard and said he understood. The main character and Wang Kai found themselves in front of the university building. Wang Kai sighed and said that he was not bored even without him. Ling Mo asked if he meant to say that he should have remained a vegetable. Wang Kai chuckled and said that this was not what he was talking about, because he went to the infirmary every day to see him and Mu Wonking. They entered the classroom. The guys surrounded the few girls in the class, showering them with compliments and gifts. The guys surrounded the girl with the big nose and asked if she had a boyfriend, what her favorite dish was, and if she wanted to watch a movie in the evening. Ling Mo asked in shock what they were doing. Wang Kai, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that only Mu Wonking and that girl were with him, so it goes without saying that he wouldn't find that girl attractive, but they didn't have a girlfriend, so they rushed to anyone. The main character opened his mouth when he saw something. He thought that Akio was sitting alone, as he should. He pushed back his chair. He sat down at his desk, ignoring those around him. Ling Mo thought that he had made a contract with the ghost swordsman that evening. Touching the symbols on his hand, he thought that he still couldn't summon it or control it. He thought that he hoped the teacher would help him. The bell rang. Duan Kaiyan-kun entered the classroom and announced the start of class. Coughing, he asked for silence in the classroom. Pointing to the door, he said that new exchange students had arrived. Gao Shishi walked into the classroom with a red backpack on her back. The guy with loving eyes burst into happy exclamations. Ling Mo frowned and wondered if this was the work of the security bureau. Duan Kaiyan-kun thought that he was embarrassed because he had recruited complete fools. Gao Shishi introduced herself with a smile and asked to take care of her. Sun Lily said her name dryly. Sun Mo greeted everyone and said his name. Gao Shishi looked at Ling Mo. She thought it was him, and her father asked her to find out about this guy's hometown and family. The teacher told Gao Shishi to choose a place. The guys, looking at her, hoped that she would sit somewhere nearby, and that they would die immediately if she spoke to them. Gao Shishi sat down at the desk next to the main character. The main character folded his arms across his chest in hostility. Gao Shishi greeted him with a smile. One of the guys angrily asked why he was worse than him, and why all the beauties were constantly hanging around him. Someone else said that this is the end, and Ling Mo must have some kind of charm, and we should ask him for advice. The system reported receiving 20 destruction points several times. The main character thought that Ran suffered because of her as a child, and now the security bureau almost killed her. He wondered how she could sit here so calmly. Mentally cursing, he rose from his seat. Straightening up, he sternly told Gao Shishi to leave. Gao Shishi wondered in amazement if Ling Mo wanted her to sit with him. But don't normal guys dream about her? The main character irritably asked if she heard him. He again told her to leave. Gao Shishi agreed and stood up. She asked him why he wanted to switch places. Turning around, Ling Mo said that it was none of her business. Pushing back his chair, he sat down at the desk. The guy asked if he had heard correctly and if he had really just been rude to Gao Shishi. He said he was strange. The other guy said he thought he had his reasons. Assuming that they were dating, he asked if Gao Shishi had done something and Ling Mo still couldn't forgive her. The guy said it was possible that Ling Mo just took advantage of her, and Gao Shishi began to pursue him to achieve reciprocity. Someone exclaimed that Ling Mo was his idol. Duan Kaiyankun coughed, knocked on the board and announced the beginning of the lesson. The main character approached a bookshelf in the library. Finding the book on the shelf, he found what he was looking for. He took the blue book in his hand. Flipping through the pages, Ling Mo found the palace from his dream. Turning the pages further, he said that the ancient tomb was there. Chu Tiangxuan is a legendary warrior of the demon kingdom of the 12th generation. With his unpredictable sword skill, he repelled the Zhu kingdom's attack and was hailed as a hero. However, after his death, the demon kingdom was unable to resist the Zhu kingdom. All the lands were eroded, and now it does not exist. Less than 10,000 square kilometers remain. 50 years ago, the Zhu kingdom captured the demon state, burned the imperial palace, and massacred all the inhabitants. The last emperor also died. The prince of the demon kingdom went on the run, but was soon discovered and executed by Gao Longsheng, the head of the security bureau. Ling Mo said that he was the only one who was able to open the tomb, and the remnants of the swordsman's soul considered him the overlord. He asked who he was. He thought that his hometown was at the junction of Xian and Yan provinces. The demon kingdom was nearby. He wondered if he was a descendant of the king. The main character thought that this cannot be true, because everyone was killed. But then it is not surprising that the security bureau is trying to track him down. Slamming the book shut, he thought it meant his father was in danger. He took the phone out of his pocket. Ling Mo thought, if he is a descendant of the demon realm overlord, then his father is even closer to everything, and the security bureau could go after his father. He called his father, but he didn't pick up. Sweating nervously and bulging his eyes, he thought that they could not get hurt. His father answered the phone, and the main character asked why it took him so long to answer. Ling Gan said that he was on the train and there was a bad connection. He said that he had collected some nuts and wanted to give them to him. Ling Mo told him not to come because there was an investigation in Xian province and he was worried that he might be in danger. Ling Gan said that they had nothing to check since they had been simple farmers for many years. The main character asked if he was sure that his ancestors were not upper class. Ling Gan frowned and asked what he found. Smiling radiantly, he said that he was the first student from the entire Ling family, and it was up to him whether their family could enter the nobility. He told him to wait for his call. Looking at the screen of his phone, the main character thought that he could not lie. He wondered if it was possible that it was a coincidence or some kind of mistake. Gao Shishi asked him if he was interested in history. Ling Mo asked with hostility what business she had. Gao Shishi asked with a smile why he treated her like that, since they had never even met each other. The main character, frowning, thought that she had taken the future from her own sister. She was only doing pretending, and there was nothing good about her. Turning around, he said that he does what he wants. He told her not to come near him. Gao Shishi, blushing with displeasure, asked what she had done to him. Ling Mo said that she herself knows very well. Blocking his way, Gao Shishi told him to explain normally. Pushing her away, the main character said that he does not talk to dogs. Gao Shishi looked after him, standing still. Several people watched what was happening, peeking out from behind the bookshelf. The guy asked how Ling Mo could do this to a goddess. The guy in the hat said that Ling Mo is too cruel, and the goddess is like trash to him. The guy with glasses asked if it was possible that she herself liked this attitude, and if he became colder towards her, she would come running to him. The guy asked him if he thought it would work on him too. The guy with glasses said that he wished he had charm like Ling Mo. The system reported receiving 10 destruction points many times. The main character wondered if it was because of his relationship with Gao Shishi. A crescent moon glowed in the night sky. Lingmo walked down the dark corridor. He knocked on the door and was told to come in. Opening the door, he noticed that the room was dark. Something sparkled in the darkness. The silhouette of a man rushed at him with a blade. The main character thought that it was a trap and he would not have time to dodge. The blade pierced his chest. He closed his eyes and thought he was done for. He wondered if he would really die so soon. Lingmo opened one eye. He discovered that he had the hands of a skeleton, and in his hands he held a sword shrouded in blue energy. Duan Kainkun looked at the sword in his hands in amazement. He blocked a sword strike with his knife. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he was strong. Lingmo swung his sword and the blue energy knocked Duan Kainkun away. He hit his back against the wall, leaving cracks in it. He slowly rose to his feet. The main character asked him what he was doing. Duan Kainkun asked if he really needed a sword ghost that he couldn't even control. He said he wanted to help and get him out of it. Looking at his hand, Lingmo asked why he couldn't sense the sword ghost at all. Turning on the light, Duan Kainkun guessed that this happened when he went to the ancient tomb. He said that it was the grave of a swordsman's ghost. With his blade he killed many people, staining his hands with blood, but he had a lot of food left, and that is why he could not rest in peace. Coughing, he said that when they got rid of the residual Kai energy in him, he would be free. He said that was why he didn't die when the other energy entered his body. Duan Kainkun said that the reason he couldn't control it was just a soul remnant. He said that it is quite a complex ghost, and of course there are people who have been able to make a contract with the residual soul ghost, but only a small part of people are able to control it. Scratching his head, Lingmo said that he had just almost killed him. Duan Kainkun said that the residual soul was too strong, and he tried to kill him to force out this soul. Coughing, he said that he thought he should try to summon him, but if he was weak, it would only be a waste of the contract. Lingmo asked if he was strong. Duan Kainkun said that he is very strong, and he is fine in appearance, but his rib is broken. Hiding his bloody hand behind his back, he said that it was nothing and he would get better in a couple of days. The main character helped him sit on the sofa and asked him how to use it. Duan Kainkun said that it will not be easy with him, and everything depends only on him. He said that the shortest time to master it is 7 minutes 8 years, or it can last for decades. He told him to consider his ghost as his enemy. Lingmo gritted his teeth and said that he couldn't wait. He said that Ran only had a month left. Duan Kainkun said that there is another way. The main character asked him to tell him. Duan Kainkun said that he can try to go to the source of death on his own, and he thinks that there he will completely master it. He said he should try it. Lingmo clenched his fists enthusiastically and said he understood. Turning around, he said that he would go and jump. Duan Kainkun told him to wait because he still had not recovered. Sweating nervously, he said that jumping from the building was too risky because he could fall to his death. The main character asked what he should do. Duan Kainkun, getting up from the sofa, said that their relationship would be strengthened if he killed some ghost. He said that if he fell into a trap with ghosts, he was on the verge of life and death, it would only be good. Lingmo exclaimed that this meant that his mentor was sending him to kill ghosts. He said with a grin that he stabbed him and the ghost never showed up. He asked what would happen if he never came when he was almost dead. Looking away, Duan Kainkun said that he would not be able to answer this question, which would mean that this was his fate. Lingmo waved his hand, thanked him and said that he would go deal with the ghosts. He slammed the door behind him. Duan Kainkun fell to his knees and blood gushed out from his mouth. Squeezing his shirt with his hand, he said that this sword ghost was too strong. Taking off his shirt, he said that he was almost dead. His back was covered with scars. The main character ran out of the university grounds. Sun Lily, peeking around the corner, asked where he went so late. Sun Mo clenched his fist and said that he must be up to something. He said that if they found out what it was, they would be held in high esteem. Gao Shishi asked how the campus investigation was progressing. Sun Mo said that he met some idiot who has been lying in the hospital for 7 days with a broken leg. He said that he saw with his own eyes how Lingmo was brought that night, and they say he almost died. Gao Shishi said that she thought that in the tomb he had summoned the ghost of a swordsman. They ran after him. The full moon was shining in the sky. The main character ran among the tombstones. Sun Mo asked where he was running since there was nothing there. Sun Lily exclaimed that there are a lot of ghosts here. She asked why he came here. Lingmo said that these 3 are still following him, but he does not have time for them, because there are more important things to do. Noticing the green ghoul, he exclaimed joyfully. He waved his hand and greeted the ghosts. Putting his hands to the side, he blocked their path. The green ghoul asked who he was. He thought how dare he chase after a furious level ghost since he looked like a rather ordinary ghost master. He thought he must have an ace up his sleeve. Pointing his finger at him, Ling Mo said that he knew him, and he was the green ghoul who attacked him on the first day. Baring his teeth, the green ghoul angrily exclaimed that he had killed 19 of his comrades. Shrugging his shoulders, the main character said to kill him if he wants revenge. The green ghoul scaredly told him not to approach. Looking around, he asked if he had not come alone, and if it was a trap. Ling Mo grabbed his wrist, smiling. He put his hand to his neck and said that everything was fine and he just wanted him to kill him. He told him to do it quickly. The green ghoul opened his eyes in shock. Jumping back, he said that he was in pain. The main character asked displeasedly what happened to him. He asked why he was inactive now, because last time he wanted to absorb him. Turning around, the green ghoul told him to find another way to die and not interfere with him. Ling Mo said that other methods would not work, and he wanted the ghost to kill him. He told him not to leave and asked if he really wasn't attracted to him at all, and why everything was like that. Grabbing him by the hand, he asked him to help him and kill him. The main character said that he would give him all the ghost beads. He said if that wasn't enough, he could give him money. The green ghoul said that it is not that he does not want to kill him. He is not responsible for the invasion from the northern side, and if he is in his territory, he will kill him in a matter of seconds. Ling Mo asked if he was afraid of killing while in a foreign area. He said those were stupid excuses. The green ghoul said irritably that tens of thousands of hectares of wasteland, and the ghosts have set rules that you can't just kill. Withdrawing his hand, he said that if he killed him, he would offend the local person in charge and would no longer be able to come here. Putting his hand to his forehead, the main character asked why they needed so much trouble with the rules. He thought that he had met many ghosts on his way, but no one took the initiative or opposed him, which meant that everyone adhered to the rules. The green ghoul looked at him with a grin. He exclaimed that they were leaving now. The ghosts quickly ran away. He thought that, fortunately, he was not very smart, and he finally took advantage of the moment. Ling Mo caught up with him and said that he had an idea. He told him to take him to his territory and kill him there. The green ghoul exclaimed that he had things to do and did not have time for empty talk. He asked him to leave him alone. The main character said no. The green ghoul fell to his knees, clasping his hands in supplication. He said that he was in a hurry and the matter was urgent. He begged him to leave him alone. He bowed his head to him. Sun Mo asked in amazement what was going on. He asked if he had become so strong that a green rank ghoul fell in front of him. Sun Lily exclaimed in shock that he was threatening the green ghoul while being at rank 1. Looking at each other, they asked in amazement what was happening here. Gao Shishi, placing her hand on Sun Lily's shoulder, told them to continue observing while she thought of something. Ling Mo knelt down and said, since he said that this place has its own head, take him to him. Rising to his feet, the green ghoul sighed, agreed and said that it so happened that he was going to celebrate the victory over one ghost, and he could go with him. Sun Lily and the others watched as the main character left with the ghosts. One of the ghosts surrounding the main character exclaimed that he was alive and very fragrant. Someone else said he was starving to death. Ling Mo said with a smile that if the ghosts attacked, the sword ghost would definitely make his move. The ghost, drooling, exclaimed that he had not eaten human flesh for a very long time. Raising his hand, the main character told him to kill him, and then he would get the meat. Recoiling, the ghost asked if he thought he was a complete fool, and that he could deceive him. He said that he would immediately go into exile. Frowning, the main character said that they were a herd of fools. The system notified me several times that I had received 10 destruction points. In front of them were Chinese buildings with red lanterns. Ling Mo asked if the red-robed ghost girl was going to celebrate her 80th birthday. The green ghoul said that she is getting married today. He said they should celebrate. The main character said that this meant that the human leg on his shoulder would act as a wedding gift. He said that his offering was too shabby because the leg would rot and lose its shape. He asked how he could treat it so inappropriately. The green ghoul said that it was his fault, and originally he was going to present that fat guy from his team. But that girl stopped him, and that's why he only has this leg. Smirking, Ling Mo told him to give it as a gift. He asked if this would not be the best of gifts, because being alive is better than 100 dead. The green ghoul said it was a good idea. The main character thanked him. Sun Lily asked what was happening to Ling Mo, why the fierce ghosts respected him, but the rest did not dare to lay a finger on him. Sun Mo said that at the ghost market that day, he must have pulled the wool over their eyes, and his abilities are much more powerful. Gao Shishi said that she now understands why her father sent them to inquire about him. His background and personality are unique. She said that they should find out everything tonight. Sun Mo asked if this wasn't certain death. Sun Lily said that she would not go, because any of these ghosts would kill them in a matter of seconds. Gao Shishi told them not to worry, because her father had prepared everything. holding 3 glowing orbs in her hand. She said that if they ate it, they would mask their energy and the ghosts would not be able to recognize them. Sun Lily and Sun Mo looked at each other with frowns. They agreed. They put the balls into their mouths, and Sun Mo was enveloped in a blue aura. The ghost at the table called the ghosts lined up. He said that the corrosion ghost from the west gives a pair of eyeballs of a living person. The bloody ghost from the south gives 1 heart. The swamp ghost from the north gives a piece of human flesh. He said that the green ghoul from the west gives a living person. One of the ghosts exclaimed that he was giving a living person. Another ghost said that this was a good gift, and the green ghoul would not fall under the hot hand of the red-robed ghost girl in the future. The ghost said to take him away, and another ghost took him away. He pushed him into the door. Ling Mo turned around and the doors slammed shut. He wondered whether they were people or ghosts. Kicking the boxes irritably, he said that he had come to be eaten. He asked why this had not happened yet. Bloody Eye told him to be quiet because it seemed like a ghost girl in a red robe was coming this way. He told him to go to the attic because there was no one there. Ling Mo said that he didn't want to wait and needed to find her. He opened the window. 2 girls saw him climb out through the window. The main character began to climb the steps. The girl asked if he was also invited to the wedding event. Another girl said she didn't know, and she had never seen a living person as a friend of the mistress. Ling Mo walked to the door and, looking around, thought it was here. He looked through the gap between the doors. A ghost girl in a red robe sat on a chair with a red cloth covering her face. The main character knocked on the door. Red energy appeared from the ghost girl's hands. She said it was a very strong scent. Thinking that it was the groom, she asked if he had already come and if he would finally take part in the celebration. The main character laughed, scratching the back of his head. He lifted the red cloth from her face, and the girl embarrassedly asked why he was in such a hurry, since the wedding reception was not over yet. Slapping his chest, Ling Mo said that he had found it. He told her to hurry up and kill him. The ghost girl noticed in amazement that he was mortal. She angrily asked if he knew that only her groom could remove the bride's veil. The protagonist, with sparkling eyes, asked if she was evil enough to kill him immediately. He tells her to start quickly. Sighing, the ghost girl told him to forget about it, because he had already taken off the veil and now must bear responsibility. Ling Mo turned pale and asked, "What?" The ghost girl pressed her chest against him. Hugging him, she said that only the groom can remove the veil, and now it will be him. The main character, blushing and recoiling, exclaimed that he was a man. Licking her finger, the ghost girl said that it didn't matter. Ling Mo started to run away and thought that she was crazy and he needed to find another ghost. The ghost girl put her hand forward, with red energy emanating from it. The door closed in front of the main character. Falling to the floor and pressing his back against the doors, he told her not to come near. Gritting his teeth, he thought that if she killed him, it would be good, but her movements are quite strange, and he does not understand what they mean. Sweating nervously, he thought that this couldn't be true. The ghost girl towered over them with a smile. She began to run after him around the round table, laughing and saying that he would not be able to escape. Ling Mo whispered to Bloody Eye to help him. Bloody Eye, smiling awkwardly, said that he couldn't do it because his level was too low, and she was only half a step away from going to a completely different level. The main character told him to at least tell him what to do. Bloody Eye said he wanted to die, but now she doesn't want to kill him, which is very ironic. Ling Mo thought that even if he summoned the chainsaw ghost and the big-breasted ghost, they were no match for her. Bloody Eye told him to have fun, because having children with a ghost wouldn't work anyway. The main character asked what he was talking about. The ghost girl shouted angrily, "Enough." Pushing off from the ground, she disappeared. She jumped on the main character and he thought it was bad. The ghost girl jumped on top of him and pinned him to the ground. She said that it had been a long time since she had fun with anyone, and he couldn't escape her. She pulled the jacket off his shoulders, and the main character embarrassedly exclaimed that this was indecent. He thought, why is it so difficult to die? Because it should be very easy. The man approached the door, and the maids, congratulating him, said that the lady was already tired of waiting. Opening the door, the man froze in amazement. He saw how the ghost girl pinned the main character to the ground, grabbing his wrists. Pushing the ghost girl away, Ling Mo exclaimed that the lucky one had arrived. Pointing his finger at himself, he told him to kill him because his fiancée slept with him and he probably hated him. Placing a butcher knife in his hand, she told him to kill him quickly. The man asked in confusion what was going on. Ling Mo told him not to hesitate and kill him quickly. Pointing his finger at the knife, he said that he had just sneaked into their house, pulled off his bride's veil and used it. Frowning, the man asked about him pulling off the veil. The main character, clapping his hands, said that he had missed the most important thing. He was behind it. Suddenly the man laughed. He placed his hands on the shoulders of a perplexed Ling Mo. Taking off his hat, he thanked him and congratulated him on being the groom now. Blend. He put the hat on the main character's head and said that he no longer needed to marry her. When leaving, he said that he would go and get drunk. The main character wondered if the butcher's ghost was forced to marry her, and when he removed her veil, he became a scapegoat. He asked why everything turned out this way, because he just wanted to die. The ghost girl told him with a smile that they were going to have their wedding night. Lingmo, exclaiming that this was the end, asked what he should do. He ran through the open door. The ghost girl's hair rose in the air, and she asked if he had decided to run away. Her dark hair enveloped the protagonist. The door was closing in front of him, and he called for help. The door slammed shut. Gao Shishi and her companions entered the building where the ghosts were celebrating a wedding. Sunmo asked that the ghosts would eat Lingmo if they sensed his presence. Gao Shishi said that the green ghoul was with him. She offered to find out everything. They looked at the ghosts sitting at the table. Sunmo and the others sat down at the table with them. The ghost asked Sunmo if it seemed to him, or if he had not seen him before. Sunmo smiled awkwardly and said that he came from out of town for a couple of days. The ghost said that in that case he was not surprised. He told him to eat. After putting the food on his plate, he said that the blood sausage was very tasty. Sunmo covered his mouth with his hand in disgust. Everyone around him paid attention to his reaction. Gao Shishi pinched his leg under the table. She quietly told him not to let herself be discovered. While eating the food, Sunmo said that he was a ghost and it was delicious. Sun Lily and Gao Shishi began to eat the ghost food half-heartedly. Sun Lily thought that if Lingmo had not gone to that hole, she would not have to suffer so much. The butcher, going down the steps, joyfully shouted that he did not need to get married. The ghost without lips asked why and if he wasn't chosen. The ghost woman said that in these tens of thousands of hectares, he was the only one who liked the red-robed ghost girl. The butcher said that a live guy, 17-18 years old, had just fallen into her trap. Laughing, he slapped his chest and said that he had taken the initiative to remove the ghost girl's veil, and now he would have to marry her. The snake-headed ghost congratulated him on getting out of the sea of misery. They offered to drink for it. Gao Shishi and the others realized that it was Lingmo and wondered if he had gone crazy. Sun Lily wondered if Lingmo had come here in the middle of the night to marry the ghost. The ghost said that he was a very unusual guy because he managed to please the ghost girl herself. Gao Shishi asked him why he was so happy that he did not need to get married. The ghost remembered that they were not local. He said that the red-robed ghost girl from the Qin dynasty, her fiancé got drunk and died on the wedding day. Her relatives were angry when they learned about this news, after which they began to mock her in every possible way. In the end, she was depressed and humiliated that she decided to hang herself in her wedding dress and became the most powerful ghost. However, from the time of her life she still had the idea of getting married. A ghost girl in a red robe forced one of the ghosts to marry her. On the second day, the groom died for unknown reasons. The ghost said that it ended up being that there were almost no cute ghosts left, and so she started taking anyone. Sunmo, without finishing his sentence, asked about that living person upstairs. The ghost said with a grin that he thought he was finished. He said that he was quite attractive and would be the next groom. Sunmo mentally asked Lingmo to take the initiative and deal with the ghost girl. Smiling nervously, he thought that he didn't want to be next. Sun Lily told Gao Shishi that Lingmo was most likely already dead. She asked if it was time for them to return to normal life. Gao Shishi said no because they needed to see his corpse. On the second day, the main character lay tiredly in bed. His cheeks were sunken. The ghost girl, lying next to him, asked about him waking up. Pushing her away, Lingmo asked what happened. The ghost girl told him not to scream with a smile. The main character, while getting dressed, asked what she did to him. He asked if maybe she would just kill him. The ghost girl asked if he also wanted to become a ghost and live with her forever. Lingmo said with tears on his face, no way. He said he had to go. He looked in amazement in the mirror. The main character asked if she sucked him off. The ghost girl said with a smile that she was just trying a little. Lingmo told her to let him pass. Hugging him, the ghost girl told him not to worry, because she would prepare food for him very soon. She said that now he belongs to her, and from now on no one will dare to touch him. Lingmo asked if no one dares to touch him, does that mean that no one dares to kill him either? The ghost girl asked why he wanted to die so much. She asked how she would guard him if he died without turning into a ghost. The main character told her to let him go because he needed to die. The ghost girl let him go. Turning around, she said that no one would dare touch him in the Northwest except the trash. Lingmo asked about the idiots of the Northwest. The ghost girl, sitting on a chair, said that this was her sworn enemy. She told him not to go to this scoundrel. Silence reigned in the room for a moment. Running out the door, the main character thanked her for the information. The maid asked where he went. The ghost girl told her not to worry because he would come back. She touched her stomach with her hand. Lingmo thought that he was too weak. Opening the door, he thought that first he would return to the dorm to refresh himself, and then he would go to that ghost. Akyu jumped at him, swinging his blade. The main character said that it was him. Akyu stopped and thought in amazement that it was Lingmo. His blade stopped a millimeter from the protagonist's throat. Akyu asked why it was imbued with ghost energy. He said he thought it was a ghost. Wang Kai asked where he was yesterday. He said he was very exhausted. The main character, wearily holding onto the blood, said that he needed to sleep a little. Climbing onto his bed, he said that he would not go to today's classes and would ask the old man to rest. Akyu said that he had better not do this to ghosts, because if a ghost absorbed his yin energy, he would die. The bell rang in the classroom. Someone asked why Lingmo was missing. Someone else said that he is a model for their generation and everyone should behave like him. Mu Wangqing looked through the door and asked if Lingmo was there. She said she had business with him. Wang Kai said that he only returned today, so he is sleeping off. Mu Wangqing said to tell him that Ran has woken up. Gan Shishi suddenly raised her head and thought that Lingmo had not died. Sun Lily asked if they didn't say that those who marry a ghost girl will die. Sun Mo asked in amazement that Lingmo was able to survive. They said that it seemed that their mission was still unfinished and they needed to continue surveillance. The main character asked to give him a pack of pills. The bespectacled pharmacist, giving him some medicine for his kidneys, said that he needed to be able to control his ardor. After popping the pills into his mouth, Lingmo said that he needed to look good when meeting Ran. Sun Mo asked if the kidney medicine was some kind of miracle cure for a stormy night. He said he would buy several packs. The main character came to the door and was told to come and that she was in the intensive care ward. Sitting next to Ran's bed, Lingmo asked if she was still in pain. Scratching the back of his head, he smiled awkwardly and said that it couldn't be otherwise. Ran said with a wink that she was already used to the pain. Frowning, the main character said that she suffered because of him, so he will take revenge and get the antidote. Ran said that she doesn't blame him since she was the one who suggested going to the grave. She said he opened the tomb before security caught up with them. She asked what was there. Lingmo said that he didn't find any clues. Ran said with a smile that he was very useless and she would have figured it out long ago. The main character said that she needs to rest more because she was seriously injured. Ran asked if she could ask him for something. Lingmo told her to speak up and he would do his best. Ran said her mother is seriously ill and bedridden. She asked if he could visit her instead. She said she had saved up the hospital bills and the money was under the sofa in the cave. Lingmo patted his chest and told her that he would pay for it himself, because her mother was his mother and she had nothing to worry about. Ran, embarrassed, said that there was no need. She said that her mother is in Zihua Hospital in the western part of the city and her name is Yan. The main character, putting his hand on her palm, said that he would take care of everything. Sun Lily, Sun Mo and Gao Shishi were looking into the room through the doorway. Gao Shishi wondered why this girl looked so much like her. The ghost suddenly appeared from her chest. She thought that the ghost puppet was starting to run amok. Looking at Ran's face, she wondered who she was. Clouds floated over the hospital building. There was a knock on the door of the ward, and the woman asked the visitor to enter. The main character, holding a bag of apples in his hand, said hello, and said that he was Ran's friend and had come to visit her. The woman exclaimed in shock. She suddenly fell to the floor. She bowed to him, and Lingmo wondered what was going on in amazement. He asked her to get up. The woman asked his name. The main character said that he is Ran's friend and his name is Lingmo. Tears came from the woman's eyes, and she exclaimed something about the surname Ling. Lingmo asked if she knew him. The woman said yes with a smile. Then, shaking her head in fear, she said that she didn't know him and they had never met before. The main character thought in amazement that, judging by her face, she was deceiving him. And something was wrong here. The woman said that she heard about him from Ran, and she said a lot about him. Lingmo offered to help her lie down because she shouldn't kneel. The woman agreed. She asked if anyone was following him. The main character said no and asked why she was so worried. Yan said that she had a bad relationship with the security service, and if they thought that she was working together with him, he would have a hard time. She told him to take care of himself. Lingmo said that he understood her. He said that Ran saved him, but was seriously injured, so she couldn't come yet, but he would take care of her, so she didn't have to worry. Yan smiled slightly and agreed. The main character thought that the daughter was seriously injured, but the mother did not even seem to pay attention to this, and this is very strange. Yan asked if his parents were okay. Lingmo, after peeling the apple, said that their health is good and they are engaged in farming. He added that his mother has the same last name as her. and Yan asked in amazement what her name was. The main character said that her name is Shuan, and Yan exclaimed in shock. Ling Mo asked if she knew his mother's family, and Yan shook her head and said that she didn't know them. She just thought that there weren't many people with that surname. Turning away, she said it was time for him to go. The main character said that he will come next time. Turning around, he thought that she definitely knew something, but was not saying. But he could not put pressure on a sick person, so he would have to wait. Gao Shishi looked at the phone while Sun Lily and Sun Mo asked questions to the girl at the register. She reported by phone that Ling Mo was in Zihua Hospital and had come to visit a woman named Yan. Gao Longsheng jumped up and exclaimed that Ling Mo had finally done something. He said that he wanted to catch it with his own hands. He replied that he would come in 10 minutes. Gao Shishi looked at Ling Mo, who pressed the elevator button and wondered where he was going. The main character asked his father on the phone if he didn't ask him not to come to Binhai because it's not safe here. Asking if he was already on the train, he said that he would meet him soon. Gao Shishi thought that she needed to report his location as quickly as possible, and her father was about to arrive, so she would wait. Gao Longsheng, throwing open the door of the chamber, shouted and asked if she had seen Ling Mo, and if he was a representative of the demon clan. And Yan shouted and asked what he was talking about and whether he had gone completely crazy. She said that everyone who sees him is sure that he is the real demon. Gao Longsheng grabbed her by the collar. He asked why he was crying at the sight of him if he was not from the demon clan. He shouted at her to answer if they were connected, and Yan spat in his face. Smirking, she said that Ling Mo said that he beat her daughter to a pulp. She asked if he would still ask why she was crying. She asked how he could do this to his own daughter. She said he was worse than an animal. Gao Longsheng, throwing her to the floor, shouted that such a human being should not have become his daughter. He asked if he was a descendant of the demon clan. And Yan tried to get up, shaking. Gao Longsheng pressed her to the floor with his foot. Smirking, he asked if she was trying to hide the truth, and why then she betrayed the prince. He said that she could not even imagine what kind of torment the prince suffered before his death, because until the last he did not believe that it was she who betrayed him. And Yan shouted at him to get out of here. Lifting her head by the hair, Gao Longsheng asked if this was her way of showing respect to the prince's descendant. He said that he would beat her until she told the truth. And Yan asked if he didn't see that the princess set herself and her son on fire, and what kind of questions these were. Gao Longsheng shouted that she would meet the same fate. Gao Shishi called out to her father. Gao Longsheng's face changed dramatically. Gao Shishi shouted that she said that they had a daughter, and besides, he almost killed her. She asked if it was true. Gao Longsheng shouted at her not to listen to the crazy woman, and she had long since gone crazy. Gao Shishi told him not to lie to her. After all, she was here from the first words they said, and what's more, it seems that she has already seen her, and she is only 2 to 3 years younger than her. Gao Longsheng asked her to listen to him, because perhaps it was an accident. Gao Shishi said that if he were innocent, he would definitely provide at least some evidence, but he hesitated. She asked when he says he loves her mother if that is also a lie, and Yan laughed and said that he is worse than the family, and there are many things she doesn't know about her father. She said that even in her worst nightmare she could not dream of such a thing. Gao Longsheng angrily shouted at her to shut up. Running out, Gao Shishi shouted with tears in her eyes that she didn't want to see him and she hated him. And Yan laughed and told him that this was the end. The main character saw his father at the station. He called out to him, waving his hand. Ling Gan said, laughing, that he had grown up. Ling Mo asked what he took. Wiping his face, Ling Gan said that he took the fragrant and tasty nuts. Taking the basket from his rut, the main character modestly said that he should not have done this. Ling Gan asked if this was too much. Smiling, he said that he wanted to take even more. Ling Mo suggested going to lunch. He asked why he came alone. Ling Gan said that he just wanted to see each other. Looking at the girls around him, he said that the city is very good and the people here are good. The main character asked how his mother and sister were doing. Ling Gan said that mom is doing great, but my sister is sick and can't breathe when she walks. Ling Mo asked why not take her to the doctor next time, since she needs to be seen by a doctor. Ling Gan said that there is no need for this, and they will handle it themselves. They sat down at a table and the waiter asked what they would order. A one-armed guy in rags, holding a bowl in his hand, asked to give him some food. The waiter waved him off and told him to leave because he had no food for him. Ling Mo exclaimed that it was Wu Kun. Wu Kun exclaimed that it was Ling Mo. After some time, Wu Kun was eating greedily at their table, and the main character told him to take his time. Ling Gan asked him that he even has poor friends. Ling Mo told him not to say that. He said that night he helped distract security to save him and then ran. Turning to Wu Kun, he said that he never thanked him. He asked how he ended up in this situation and what happened to the others. Wu Kun wiped his mouth with his only hand. Pointing to Ling Gan, Ling Mo said that this was his father. Wu Kun said that he and the driver escaped, but did not dare to go to the university for fear of being discovered, so they had to become a beggar to find some food. He remembered security officers grabbing the muscular man. He said that the strongman ran too slowly, walking on only one leg, so they quickly caught up with him. Wu Kun said that he heard that they interrogated him about how he got into the tomb, and he's a tough guy because he suffered a lot of pain. But he didn't say anything. He said that now he is not strong enough, so he cannot help him, and 9 out of 10 people die from such punishments. Ling Gan said that they went to rob the tomb. He asked if it was really impossible to save the strong man who had been caught. He told Ling Mo, if he doesn't have money, just say, don't rob the tombs. The main character said that it's not about the money. He said he could go home and he and Wu Kun would come back. Frowning, Ling Gan said that he would do so. Ling Mo left and told him to call him when he returned. Ling Gan waved his hand and told him not to worry. He thought that the strong man had saved his son and he could not leave him. He put his hand under his vest. In his hand was a small wooden object. In the evening, Ling Gan walked with long strides towards the security building. The man told him to stop because this was security territory and no outsiders were allowed. He shouted and asked if he could hear. He told him to get out of here. Ling Gan adjusted his hat and grinned. Opening the lid of the wooden object, he released streams of blue energy. The object absorbed something from the bodies of the guards. This something was hidden under the lid of the object. Ling Gan walked past the 2 guards who had fallen to the ground. They fell face down on the ground behind him. Ling Gan walked up the steps to the double doors. He pulled the door handle. He entered the building and the employees looked at him. The girl, frowning, asked who he was looking for and how the guards let the farmer through. Looking at the object in his hand, she asked what he was going to do. His hand moved. The girl shouted to everyone to defend themselves. The employees touched the symbols on their hands. Ling Gan said it was too slow. He opened the lid of the item, and the energy, leaving the bodies of the employees, was absorbed by the item. The employees fell to the floor at once. Ling Gan walked calmly among the mountain of corpses. Interrogation room. The policeman demanded that the strong man answer how exactly they opened the tomb, and whether Ling Mo did it. The strong man said that, as he had already said, he himself opened the tomb. But they did not believe him. The policeman shouted that he was still lying. He pressed the red button. An electric current struck the strongman's body. Ling Gan kicked the door open. He calmly adjusted his straw hat. The policeman asked who he was and what it meant. Ling Gan, taking out a sickle, said with a smile that he was Dad. A policeman asked another policeman if it was his father. He exclaimed that he was seeing him for the first time. The swing of the sickle left a blue trail in the air. The police did not have time to do anything before a cut appeared on their necks. Splashing blood, their heads were separated from their bodies. The steel shackles holding the strongman fell to the floor. He wondered if it was some kind of king. Ling Gan said that he came to save him. The strongman, thanking him, asked for his name and said that in the future he would definitely thank him. Ling Gan said that there was no need for that and told him to do something else. Handing him a piece of paper, he said if security caught him again, just show this card. They left the interrogation room. The strongman thought that he had destroyed the entire security service in order to help him, and he should also render him a service. The main character, entering his room, said that he had returned. Wang Kai, sitting at the computer, swore. He told him that during the day they slaughtered the entire security service, and it is a demon. There are no eyewitnesses, everyone died, and there is not a scratch on him. The main character looked at the laptop screen and Wang Kai said that he was rumored to be using some kind of soul-sucking technique. The news anchor said that according to the cameras, the culprit is a farmer. She asked to contact them if they had any leads. Rubbing his chin, Ling Mo thought that he looked a lot like his father. He wondered how his father could have ended up in security. Deep Night, Sun Lily, Sun Mo and Gao Shishi ran behind the main character. Ling Mo thought that the news said that when the security department was attacked, the head and deputy director were not there by chance, which means that Sun Deli is still alive, and he must find the antidote for Enran. He came to the downed lair. A little boy peeked out from behind a gravestone. The main character said that in the northwest there is such a deserted place, which means that the damned ghost must be somewhere here. The ghost boy asked if he was looking for their leader. Ling Mo, picking him up by the collar, demanded that he tell him where he was. The ghost said he was in a joint burial tomb. He waved his arms and legs in the air helplessly, kicking him like a soccer ball. The protagonist told him to show the way. The ghost rolled across the stone floor. The cursed ghost, the head of the joint burial tomb, and the hungry ghost, the second ghost of the joint burial tomb, were devouring the corpse. The ghost boy shouted to them that they were looking for them. The damned ghost asked why someone was looking for him. The ghost boy shouted that it was a living person. The cursed ghost smiled and ordered the second ghost to quickly kill him. The hungry ghost, straightening up, said that they had not eaten live human flesh for a long time, only dried meat. The ghost boy said that this man is the fiancé of the red-robed ghost girl. The damned ghost said that not a single living person would return from his domain, and this means that the ghost girl herself sent him to them. He said he thinks she doesn't take him seriously, so there's nothing to worry about. He ordered to go and kill the man, and if the red-robed ghost girl dared to put them in an awkward position, they needed to show her who was in charge. The hungry ghost obeyed and disappeared. He quickly appeared in front of the main character. Lingmo asked why he came with a disappointed expression. The hungry ghost said that these were too strong words. The air swirled around him. He swished his tail. His tail hit the main character with force in the stomach. He fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. There was blood coming out of his mouth, and Lingmo thought that this was not enough to exorcise the swordsman ghost, and he needed to be mortally wounded. Showing his middle finger, he asked what this slowness was all about. With a wave of his hand, the hungry ghost told him to prepare for death. He was rapidly approaching him. Punching him in the stomach, he pinned him against the wall. Blood gushed from the main character's mouth. Gao Shishi, Sun Lily and Sun Mo watched their battle. They thought in shock, why was Lingmo fighting the hungry ghost? Why wasn't he summoning his ghosts? Gao Shishi thought that he was crazy, and why did his father ask them to deal with such a psycho? The protagonist's heart was shrouded in electricity. Electricity enveloped Lingmo outside as well. He grabbed the ghost's hand with his bone hand. The hungry ghost exclaimed in amazement. Shrouded in blue energy, the main character said, "Kill." The hilt of a sword appeared in his hand, which he grasped tightly. He dealt the ghost many quick blows with his sword, leaving behind a blue trail. Sun Mo exclaimed that he killed the furious ghost with just one blow. Sun Lily said that it seemed like this guy had been hiding his true strength for a long time. She asked Sun Mo what if he discovered and killed them. Sun Mo, visibly nervous, told her not to worry. Gao Shishi gritted her teeth and said that he was very strong, and it was no wonder he targeted the security force with such abilities. She exclaimed that something was wrong and Lingmo's powers were leaving him. Muscles began to cover the protagonist's bony arms, and he thought that the swordsman's ghostly body was disappearing. Sweating nervously, he thought that if he couldn't talk to him, he would have to wait until next time. Grasping his wrist, he thought that now he definitely needed to act. Blue energy emanated from his palm. Gritting his teeth, Lingmo thought that he felt something. A sword shrouded in blue energy appeared in his hands. He thought happily he succeeded. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly in his hand. He swung his sword and a wave of blue energy rushed forward. The main character thought that even though he only managed to capture the blade, it was still more than enough, and perhaps he would be able to become a ghost lord. The dialogue box says, Swordsman Ghost, Level, Fierce, Mid-Level Ghost, Ghost Points, 1000, until next promotion, 1000 points, Loyalty, 100%. Skills are not activated and cost 200 points. Lingmo thought that the rest of the soul could not be controlled, but this one's loyalty was 100%. Rubbing his chin, he thought that fortunately he had more than enough points, so he could activate 2 skills at once. He pressed the button to activate the first skill, successfully exchanged for the first skill of the Ghost Swordsman, the Soul-Killing Blade. When used, the sharp blade deals physical damage to the enemy, ignoring spell resistance. Energy consumption, 0, recharge time, 120 seconds. Successfully exchanged for the second skill of the Ghost Swordsman, the blade that destroys evil. With a swing of the blade, successive magical blows are applied to the enemy, ignoring spell resistance. Energy consumption, 0, recharge time, 120 seconds. Lingmo exclaimed happily that this was one physical damage skill, and one magic damage skill that didn't even waste energy. Bloody Eye asked if it was a great idea, since it was his idea to make a contract with the ghost of the residual soul. The ghost with the chainsaw asked that the ghost of the swordsman was stronger than him, and said that he wanted to fight himself. Suddenly, the main character frowned as he noticed Yin's strong energy. The ghost approached him, leaning on a cane. The damned ghost told him to prepare to die because he had killed a hungry ghost. The ghost girl looked into the mirror. The maid behind her said that the cursed ghost attacked the master. Turning around, the ghost girl asked what he was doing in the northwest wasteland, and hadn't he been warned that she was on bad terms with the cursed ghost. The maid said that she thought that he decided to take revenge for her, and even killed the hungry ghost. The ghost girl asked about him daring to enter his territory for her sake. She smiled and said it was very nice. She shouted that the damned ghost should not harm a person. She ordered all the officials in the tomb to be gathered to begin the offensive. The maid blew the whistle. A group of hundreds of ghosts emerged from the ground. The ghost girl said that today the damned ghost must die. Gao Shishi said that there are so many ghosts along with the cursed ghost, and she thinks that Ling Mo will be destroyed instantly. Sun Mo asked if Ling Mo would die this time. Sun Lily said that he would finally be killed and they would no longer need to be here. The damned ghost bared his sharp teeth. The main character wondered if he would be able to summon the swordsman's ghost again now that he had felt it. He thought there was no risk. Smiling awkwardly, he said it was a big mistake. The damned ghost asked if it was a mistake that he killed his ghost, and if he thought he was a fool. Surrounded by ghosts, he said he couldn't escape today. The ghosts rushed to attack, and Ling Mo wondered if this was the end. Blood gushed from the ghost's neck. The butcher appeared next to the protagonist, and Ling Mo exclaimed that he was very fierce. Turning around, the butcher said to call him brother ex-groom. Scratching his head, the main character asked why he was here. Pointing towards the crowd of ghosts, the butcher said that his wife decided to save him. The ghost girl shouted at the damned ghost to try and touch her family and she would kill him. The damned ghost shouted that the only one who would die here would be her. Two crowds of ghosts rushed to attack each other. The ghost threw the enemy into the air with one blow. Another ghost sprayed liquid from his mouth onto his opponent. Ling Mo said that you can look at this for a long time. The ghost girl ran up to him and asked if he was okay. She asked if he wanted to get rid of the cursed ghost and surprise her. She said it would be better to discuss such things with her in the future. Clinging to him, she said that she didn't want anything to happen to him. The main character said that she was right. The cursed ghost knocked back the ghosts around him. Cursing, he said that they had killed the hungry ghost and they were finished. The ghost girl told the main character to leave and leave it to her. Red energy with flowers appeared in her hands. The flowers quickly flew forward. The flowers began to hit the ghosts. The ghosts began to melt away as if they were wax. The main character thought that the range of her attack was amazing. The damage dealt was quite high, and he thought it would be suitable in any situation. Holding the doll in his hand, the damned ghost said that it was finished. Looking at the ghost girl, he said that she would very soon experience unbearable torment. He stuck the needle into the doll. At the same moment, blood gushed from the ghost girl's chest. Ling Mo, having caught it, thought that the cursed ghost technique connects the doll with the opponent's body, and if he does anything to the doll, the opponent will feel it to the fullest. He asked how he was feeling. The ghost girl stood up and said that she was fine and that it was nothing. She rose into the air, surrounded by red energy. He folded his palms in front of him with a concentrated look. Shrouded in green energy, the cursed ghost screamed. His skin began to melt and he asked if she had decided to harm him. He said she couldn't do it. They began exchanging blows in the air. Ling Mo said that he couldn't sit idly by while the two fought. He summoned his ghosts, including the swordsman's ghost. Swinging his blade, he cut off the ghost's head. Using his soul-killing blade, he cut the ghost in half with a wave of blue energy. He looked at the ghost with flames coming from its mouth. A huge ball of flame was directed at him. Hiding behind the green ghoul, the main character told him to help him a little. The fireball hit the green ghoul. He shouted in annoyance that although he was dense, he would not be able to stop such a technique. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Ling Mo scratched his head and said that he was sorry. The ghost girl looked down intensely. The damned ghost, holding the games between his fingers, said since he was so dear to her, he would kill him first. The ghost girl shouted to the main character to be careful. Ling Mo looked up sharply. A large red flower covered his head. The main character, exhaling, said that he almost died. The ghost girl, exhaling, said that she was glad that everything worked out. A magic circle appeared in the hand of the cursed ghost. The magic circle shot 3 needles into the ghost girl's stomach. Ling Mo gritted his teeth and cursed. He ordered the big-breasted ghost to activate the mantra skill. The hungry ghost thought he was dizzy. Exclaiming in pain, the ghost girl pulled the needles out of her stomach. The ghost threw the main character into the air with a chainsaw. Swinging his sword, Ling Mo told the cursed ghost to die. He used a blade that kills souls. The damned ghost asked that he could not even think that his armor would be so dense. The main character, saying that this is true, activated the blade that destroys evil. The cursed ghost laughed and said that it was useless and his attacks would not harm him. The sword pierced his body and the ghost asked how this was possible. The system reported receiving 200 destruction points. The damned green ghost fell to the ground like a ray. The main character apologized and said that this blade causes magical damage, so he doesn't care about its armor. The ghost girl told the ghosts that the cursed ghost was dead and if they wanted to live, they must follow her. She angrily said that if they sided with her, she would spare them. The ghosts said they were giving up. Bowing, they said that they were glad to welcome the ghost girl in the red robe, and now she was their mistress. The ghost girl thought that after hundreds of years of fighting the cursed ghost, she had finally succeeded in destroying it thanks to her husband. Looking around, she asked where he was. Picking up the bead, Ling Mo exclaimed that this was the first time he had seen a furious rank ghost bead, and it could be sold for almost 2 million in the market. He exclaimed that he would make a lot of money. The ghost girl, hugging him from behind, said that a festive banquet would be held tonight in honor of the victory over the damned ghost, and they had to be there. Ling Mo said that he won't go because he has classes tomorrow. The ghost girl asked how he could not come to the banquet since he helped her get rid of the cursed ghost, and he is the greatest hero. The main character told her not to worry, because he killed the damned ghost for his own purposes, not for her. The ghost girl squinted her eyes and said with a smile that she knew the truth. Ling Mo, leaving, said that they would see each other again. The ghost girl waved her hand and told him to come another time and she would wait for him. Putting her finger to her lips, she said that he was very purposeful. There was silence among the stones. Sun Mo asked if he had made a mistake, and Ling Mo had indeed just killed the cursed rank ghost. Gao Shishi thought that the strength of this sword ghost is very similar to her puppet doll. Ling Mo has joined forces with the red-robed ghost girl, and she is far from him. Opening her father's contact on her phone, she thought that if he continued to contact ghosts, it was likely that he would someday take the path of evil. She said that she needed to report everything immediately. Gao Shishi wondered whether she should continue communicating with him, because he deceived her and her mother, and, moreover, he has a daughter on the side. She thought that the matter of Ling Mo was urgent. Sun Lily asked what was the matter. Gao Shishi said that she would call now. Gao Longsheng shouted that according to the report, Ling Mo had joined forces with the ghosts of Beiyang University, forming a powerful army of ghosts. Slamming his fist on the screen, he said that Ling Mo already had 4 ghosts, and he was becoming much more dangerous. Sun Deli held his head in his hands and said that they needed to catch Ling Mo and test his strength. He asked why spend so much effort on surveillance. Gao Longsheng said that he was protected not only by Duan Qiankun, but also by other senior people, and unless there was enough evidence that he was the heir of the demon clan, they would not be able to appeal to the army. Sun Deli said they need to do something. He asked if they would really sit idly by. Gao Longsheng said no, and his goal is to get rid of the real evil that is behind Ling Mo. Furrowing his brows furiously, he said that in past years there have been many skill tests among students, and this year the difficulty of passing the test should be increased. He said that Ling Mo must be on the verge of death, and he believes that the person behind him will definitely come to the rescue. Sun Deli exclaimed that this was a good idea. He asked what place would be best for this. Gao Longsheng frowned deeply. Tapping his hand on the map, he said, the city of Kanglin. Duan Qiankun, holding a cigarette in his hand, said that although his ghosts are very capable, they are still no match for him. He put the cigarette upside down to his mouth and burned his lip. Exclaiming in pain, he dropped the cigarette. At night, the main character meditated on his bed. The sphere above his hands was shrouded in purple energy. Having reached the 2nd rank, Ling Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Smiling, he thought that thanks to the ghost bead, he had advanced further, and it would be more difficult to control the contract ghosts. He couldn't let the chainsaw ghost get out of control. As he lay down in bed, he thought that the accuracy of the attack had increased, and one of the most important advantages was the ability to increase the level of the contract ghost. The main character thought that the Bloody Eye Ghost and the Chainsaw Ghost could be promoted to demonic rank and activate the 3rd skill. Closing his eyes, he thought that there was an even bigger breasted ghost. A girl in the class exclaimed in amazement that this year the test would be held in Kanglin. The guy asked if the security service was out of their minds, because very strong ghosts live there, and even the highest ghost masters can't always cope. Duan Qiankun raised his hands and told them to be quiet. Rubbing his beard, he said that they could refuse to participate. In addition, they only had to recruit 5 participants from Beiyang University. He told them to register if they wanted to participate. Ling Mo rubbed his chin and thought. He and Akyu did not have a protective ghost, but Wang Kai did, and they just needed to activate the skill. Duan Qiankun coughed and said that the person in charge in the ghost realm would be Sun Deli, a member of the security team. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this meant that he could find an antidote for Enran. Nudged Akyu with his elbow. He asked if he would mind teaming up and working together. Ling Mo thought that he and Akyu did not have a protective ghost, unlike the Wang Kai trash can, who would be able to help them, and he would be able to protect them if necessary. He asked Wang Kai if he wanted to go. Wang Kai, without looking up from his phone, said that he would rather play in the dormitory. The main character said that it was time to change. He asked if he hadn't activated his ghost skills. He said the trash can ghost's defenses had been beefed up. Wang Kai said no because he didn't want to ruin anything. Ling Mo thought that it seemed like action needed to be taken. He took the phone out of his pocket. He said that if he went with him, he would add money to his game. Wang Kai said that he wanted to watch the secret story of 7 men and a weak girl. The main character said that he can when he helps. Wang Kai said that he will go, but he must fulfill his promise. Nudged him with his elbow. He asked why don't they take the girl with them. Ling Mo asked why they needed a girl. Wang Kai, agreeing, said that they don't have many girls. Ling Mo said that the 3 of them would go. Duan Kainkun raised his finger and said that all students are given insurance, and if they die, the family will be compensated. Wang Kai exclaimed that he could have said something more encouraging. The main character was peeling an apple with a knife. He told Anran that he might not be able to visit her for the next few days as he would soon be going to the ghost realm to undergo testing. Anran took a bite of the apple from his hand. She asked what was in this kingdom of ghosts and whether it was dangerous there. Ling Mo said with a smile that it was like a haunted house, just a little trip. Anran exclaimed that he was deceiving her. The main character thought that he doesn't know how to lie, and Anran is too perceptive. Taking a bite of the apple, he said that when he entered the ghost realm, he would definitely deal with Sun Deli so that he would give him an antidote. He removed the apple from his mouth and handed it to Anran. She said she wouldn't eat it because there was drool. Ling Mo continued to eat the apple, and Anran asked if it bothered him that there was her drool in it. The main character said that it's not scary, because he doesn't like her anyway. Anran said that there was poison in her body. Ling Mo choked and began to cough violently. He asked why she didn't say this earlier. Anran left. She asked who made him eat so much. Gao Shishi said thoughtfully that this was her half-sister. In the dormitory room, Wang Kai told the main character that in 2 days he would enter the ghost realm. He suggested looking at recent photographs of the model. Ling Mo hit him with a book and asked what he was thinking about. He said that they would only look at a detailed map of the kingdom, and every street was listed in detail. Wang Kai asked why, if the security service would send them the card anyway. The main character said that only the largest concentration of ghosts will be marked on the security map. He said that this map has the location of the bank. Wang Kai exclaimed joyfully and Akyu told him not to shout. Ling Mo said that there was a high probability that there would still be money in the bank. Wang Kai said that he would go to the store and buy 3 pairs of black stockings. The main character asked why he needed them. Wang Kai asked if robbers don't wear masks when they rob banks. The day of entering the Kingdom of Ghosts, Wang Kai said that he did not expect that Beiyang would only have 3 teams, one of which was Zufeng students. The main character told him not to pay attention and they would follow the plan. Sun Deli announced to the students that the ghost realm was opening and they would be given 5 days to test and security would rate them based on the number of ghosts they killed. He said that the participants who finish in the top 30 will receive the best rewards, and the higher their scores, the better their reward. He said that he should note that the test in the ghost realm was different from the one they took in high school, and they would not be given a teleportation talisman here. The student fearfully asked what they would do if they encountered a high-ranking ghost. Ling Mo thought that it was not that the security wanted to make fun of them, and the main problem was that the teleportation talisman did not work in the area. He thought that the space here was too vast, so teleportation was impossible, and he had to rely only on himself. Sun Deli said it's not too late to leave. The guy, modestly raising his hand, said in a trembling voice that he was leaving. The guy in the red t-shirt grabbed him by the collar and said he didn't even try. He said that he knew himself that they had a shortage in the team and they would not be able to take part. The guy, pushing him away, said that he was going to participate without the teleportation talisman, and life was more important to him. The students said they were leaving, one by one. The students left with their heads down. Sun Deli smiled and said that only heroes remained. He told them to go ahead and they would meet at the entrance. Looking at the main character, he thought that everything was going according to plan. Huge double gates opened in front of the students. They began to walk on the ground strewn with bones. The gate closed behind them and the test began. In front of them were many buildings that looked abandoned. Akyu asked if they would go to the bank. The main character said that he thinks there are more ghosts in the city than in the suburbs. He said that they were on the eastern outskirts of the city and there would be a village in front of them. He offered to see what was there. Akyu agreed and asked Wang Kai what he thought. Wang Kai asked if there was any point in asking. Pointing upward, he said that he just wanted somewhere to spend the night. Looking at the dark clouds above them, they realized that it would soon rain. 2 groups of people walked among the buildings. Wang Kai said to hurry up because someone was overtaking them. There were 4 people walking in front of them. Ling Mo said with a smile that they would clear the way for them. 4 people entered the building and went upstairs. The main character, peeking around the corner, said that he thinks that there are no ghosts here and they can come. Pointing to the building, he said that they would stop here. Wang Kai said that this is some kind of ruined building and he is afraid that if it rains, they will get wet. He asked why they chose the most destroyed house, because they chose a large house. Akyu, putting his hand on his shoulder, answered, because it is better than everyone else. Lingmo said with a smile that Akyu understood him exactly. Wang Kai asked what is good about it. Akyu said that the courtyard is located at the entrance of the village, and even if they encounter a wave of ghosts, there is already an escape route, so they will definitely not be trapped. Wang Kai sat down on the seat that Akyu had just been wiping. The main character suggested eating a little to regain strength, and then they would explore the village, in case there were dangerous ghosts wandering around here. Wang Kai said that you can't last long on cookies, especially for someone like him. Lingmo said that this is really not enough, but if they save, it will be enough for them until the end of the test. The guy greeted them and said that he was Ho Xiang from Lingfeng University. Smiling, he said that they had stolen some meat. He asked if they wanted to try it. The main character and Akyu thought that a normal person would never share, and he is definitely a ghost. Wang Kai scratched his head and said hello and said that they were from Beiyang. After serving him the meat, Ho Xiang said that he hoped they would become friends. The main character stopped Wang Kai and told him to wait. He asked Ho Xiang with a smile how he got the meat. Akyu said that as far as he remembers, similar food and phones were confiscated from them at the entrance to the kingdom. Ho Xiang, slapping his chest, said that he sewed an inner pocket into the shirt and put the meat there. Lingmo asked why he was telling them about this, because it was not profitable. Ho Xiang said that he just decided to be polite, because if the ghost entered the village, he hoped that they would inform them before leaving. He added that they could join forces and everyone would benefit. The main character, taking the meat, said that he would report if they saw ghosts. Ho Xiang waved his hand as he left and said that he and the group had already found a house, so he would go. Wang Kai offered to share the meat because he was about to die of hunger. Lingmo asked Akyu what he thought was wrong with this meat. Akyu stabbed the blade into the meat and Wang Kai asked what they were doing and whether the meat was poisoned. The main character told him to be quiet and asked whether normal people would give such precious meat for no reason. Akyu said that the meat is not poisoned, but he feels that something is wrong because the aroma of the meat is too strong. Bloody Eye said it was forest ghost meat. Wang Kai, drooling, asked what forest ghost meat was. Akyu said that the forest ghost meat is a kind of hallucination-inducing device, and once they eat the meat, they will immediately fall under the ghost's control. He said that he was glad that the bloody eye of the ghost was so attentive, otherwise it is unknown how it would have ended. Wang Kai asked why harm them since they didn't do anything. Clenching his fist, Lingmo said that they wanted to use them as cannon fodder to pave a safe path for themselves. Squinting his eyes and furrowing his brows, he said that it looked like someone was going to lose their life today. He suggested that they pretend they were eating because he was somewhere nearby. He said to shout louder. They started shouting that this meat was very tasty. Ho Xiang turned around and said with an evil grin that, as expected, the students at Beiyang were complete fools. But they got 3 pieces of cannon fodder at once. Snoring could be heard from the building. The main character, Wang Kai and Akyu were sleeping on the floor. Lingmo suddenly opened his eyes. He and Akyu stood up sharply. There were 2 ghosts near their building. The ghosts, getting into poses, said, "The mistress orders you to stay here forever." Akyu exclaimed that the ghosts of the theater were showing their drama and wanted to lure their souls. Ho Xiang told his captain that he thought these 3 fools were definitely finished and would become scapegoats. The captain agreed and said that they would send them to deal with these ghosts. Pressing the symbol on her hand, she summoned the meat of the forest ghost. The big sticky ghost walked forward. Lingmo said that they made their move. He called on the others to pretend to dance to their tune. Wang Kai stood up and yawned. Akyu said that he thinks these songs cause hallucinations and make you submit, so it is better not to listen to them. Wang Kai asked how he could do this. The main character said that he had an idea. Clapping his hands in front of the ghosts, he said that this was beautiful singing, and they had never seen anything better. The guy grinned and said that they would soon die. Ho Xiang asked if the people from Beiyang could be smart. The captain said their plan worked and they now have them under control. Ho Xiang said that the singing ghost is not as strong as rumors said, because no one has taken their souls yet. The captain said that she noticed this too, and since the ghost is not very strong, they need to attack the ghosts themselves and take their ghost beads. They ran forward. They were approaching the ghost of the theater. The ghost ordered the 3rd ghost of the 7th soul to attack. The students froze in shock. Ho Xiang exclaimed that they had fallen under the influence of a ghost. They immediately fell to the ground. The guy looked up in amazement. The ghost, waving his spear, told them to see his blade. He cut off the hand of the guy in the green t-shirt. Lingmo, clapping his palms, told them to fight some more. The captain, gritting her teeth, asked why the ghosts did not attack these 3. The main character had earplugs in his ears. The captain shouted that they did not eat meat, and they were deceived. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. She shouted to summon the contract ghosts and leave here. Several ghosts appeared in front of the ghost theater. The ghosts rushed to attack. The main character shouted at them to fight and intimidate them properly. The students from Lingfeng shouted at him to shut up because he had nothing to do with it. The system reported receiving 80 destruction points. Lingmo shouted and asked the ghost what he was doing. He shouted at him to attack. The ghost suddenly opened her eyes. Opening her mouth, she made a loud magical sound. The ghost, pinned to the ground by the other ghosts, looked sharply in her direction. Blood started coming out of his eye. He straightened up sharply, twirling the spear in his hands, and scattered the ghosts to the sides. Lingmo said that she was able to control her other ghosts. He figured there were only 2 contract ghosts left, and once she dealt with them, something would need to be done. A ghost cut another ghost in half with a spear. Another ghost rushed to attack. The ghost with the spear did a somersault in the air. The large ghost crashed into the bandaged ghost. The ghost cut off the head of another ghost with a spear. The guy grabbed his neck, his face contorted in pain. The guy who was missing an arm asked the captain for help. Lingmo happily praised their skills and movements. The captain said that if they could not prevail with their own methods, then they would resort to the methods of others. Ho Xiang ordered the hungry ghost to attack. The ghost in yellow swung his spear. The ghost, wrapped in bandages, was cut in half. Jumping to attack the hungry ghost, he asked him where he was going. The spear immediately pierced his head. Ho Xiang fell to the ground and blood flowed from his mouth. Approaching the captain, who fell to the floor, the ghost laughed. The captain called for help from the meat of the forest ghost and the headless ghost. The 2 ghosts struggled to their feet. Turning to the main character, the captain bowed, begging for mercy, and shouted that she admitted her mistake. She asked him to save her and said that she would do whatever he wanted. Lingmo put his hand to his ear and said mockingly that he couldn't hear what she was saying. The spear cut off her head with a quick swing. Her head fell to the ground. The main character clapped his hands. Touching the symbol on his hand, he said it was time to help. He stood in front of 2 ghosts, and they were surrounded by corpses of people and ghosts. The ghost in red said, her heart trembled, and tears were heard in her head. Lingmo thought that this was a very good slowdown skill. He said he was sorry it was useless. The ghost swung his spear. Rushing to attack, he told him to look at the blade. The main character thought with a grin that it was time to summon a ghost with a chainsaw. The ghost with the chainsaw furiously rushed to attack. He started up his chainsaw. He fought off the attack of the ghost in yellow. The chainsaw chain spun loudly and noisily in his hands. The ghost in yellow swore intensely. They clashed in attack, and the ground under their feet became covered with cracks. The ghost in red watched intently. The ghost in yellow gritted his teeth, losing to the onslaught. Waving a white cloth, the ghost in red said that she had to suffer. She shouted at the ghost to attack. Yellow energy surrounded the ghost. Pushing his spear, he screamed. The ghost with the chainsaw tensed. The ghost in yellow screamed, the veins on his face popping out. He began to push away the ghost with the chainsaw. Gritting his teeth, he thought it was time to kill the main one. The ghost pushed the chainsaw ghost away with a spear. Pushing off the ground, he jumped forward. He shouted to the main character to watch. Lingmo said with a smile that the skills are quite good. He summoned a blade shrouded in blue energy. Swinging his sword, the main character used a blade that kills souls. The ghost fell to the floor from the impact. Looking at Lingmo, he gritted his teeth angrily. Swinging his sword, the main character told him to see real power. Striking with the blade, he used the blade to destroy evil. The blow threw the ghost aside. Blood gushed from his mouth. The ghost in red called out to him, calling him brother. The ghost in yellow fell to the floor. The big-breasted ghost began to play the zither. The ghost in red staggered. She fell on the protagonist's chest. Lingmo exclaimed that she was very beautiful. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. The ghost in yellow shouted at him to let his sister go. The ghost with a chainsaw sat on him, holding the corpse by the leg in his hand. Lingmo smiled and thought that it was time to deal with his defenses in order to conclude the contract. He asked the ghost in red if the man was her brother or if they were a couple. The ghost, frowning and embarrassed, said that it was none of his business. The main character lifted her face by the chin. Placing his hand on the small of her back, he pulled her towards him. Lingmo said that he would be sorry to have such a beauty with him. He said that if she followed him, he would definitely make her happy. The ghost screamed angrily, "No way." The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. The dialogue box says, Hewitt and Ghost's defense has dropped by 10%. The balance is 89%. The main character said that if she touched him, her brother would die. The chainsaw stabbed into the ground next to the head of the ghost in yellow. Ghost Hewitt turned towards him with concern. Her hand stopped next to the protagonist's neck. She said with tears in her eyes that he was a monster. Ling Mo exclaimed with a smile that he liked her. He thought that the defense had only been breached by 10% and he needed to apply more pressure. Grabbing her hand, he said that he was ready to look at this beautiful pair of hands forever. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. Wiping away her tears, the main character said, "It hurts to death." The dialogue box says, Hewitt and Ghost's defense has dropped by 30%. The balance is 69%. The ghost in yellow angrily shouted at him to let his sister go. The system reported receiving 400 destruction points. The dialogue box says, the ghost warrior's defense has dropped by 69%. The remainder is 30%. Ling Mo thought about why he was taking action towards Ghost Hueden, but the defense of the ghost warrior was falling. He thought that meant he needed to try a little more. He put his foot forward. Grabbing the Hueden ghost in his hands, the main character invited her to kiss. Pressing his face to hers, he said that he would begin. The ghost warrior screamed desperately. The dialogue box says, protection has dropped by 99%. You can conclude a contract. Ghost Hueden blushed and closed her eyes. Ling Mo smiled and exclaimed contentedly. The dialogue box says, Ghost Warrior, would you like to enter into a contract with Ling Mo and accompany him everywhere? The ghost warrior shouted that he disagreed. The text appeared on the dialogue boxes, ignoring the ghost's protests. So, since everyone agrees, let's begin. The system announced the successful conclusion of the contract. The ghost warrior, screaming, turned into yellow energy and was absorbed by the protagonist's hand. The ghost with the chainsaw fell to the ground in disbelief. The main character exclaimed joyfully, looking at his hand. Ghost Hueden asked where he put her brother. Ling Mo, taking off her clothes, said that he did not need her and he killed him. He said that it was better for her to follow him so that everything would end favorably for her. Ghost Hueden swore at him in embarrassment and fear. The dialogue box says, Hueden Ghost's defense has dropped by 80%, the balance is 10%. The main character asked if she knew what meat he liked best. He said, part of the heart. He said that he also likes to eat noodles, so he wants to cook it from her heart. With her head in her hands, the ghost of Hueden begged for mercy and to stop talking like that. The dialogue box says, Ghost protection at 99%. The possibility of concluding a contract has appeared. Ling Mo raised 2 fingers and announced the conclusion of the contract. The dialogue boxes say, Ghost Hueden, you are entering into a contract with Ling Mo. Congratulations. Now he will always accompany you. Do you agree? Ghost Hueden shouted no. The dialogue boxes say, no, you agree. Everything will happen regardless of your will. Ignoring the desperate cries of the ghost, the system reported the successful conclusion of the contract. Turning into red energy, it moved into the protagonist's hand. Ling Mo said that he is now 1 step closer to concluding a contract with 100 million ghosts. He summoned back the chainsaw ghost and the big-breasted ghost. The ghost warrior demanded that he and his sister be released. The dialogue box says, Ghost Warrior's loyalty has dropped by 5%. Current value, 2%. The main character told him not to scream because he didn't think of anything strange with his sister. Moreover, now she is also his contract ghost, so they can stay with each other forever and he no longer has to worry about her may be kidnapped. Ghost Hueden and Ghost Warrior looked at each other. They hugged and the dialogue box said, Ghost Warrior's loyalty increased by 5%. Current value, 7%. The Ghost Warrior said that now they will always be together. The dialogue box says, Hueden Ghost's loyalty has increased by 10%. Current value, 12%. The Ghost Warrior shouted that he still forcibly kissed his sister. Ling Mo told him that he didn't do it, and if he didn't believe him, he could ask her himself. Ghost Hueden said they didn't kiss and he tricked her into making a contract. The Ghost Warrior, visibly delighted, said that she could have said this before. The dialogue box says, the loyalty of the Ghost Warrior has increased by 20%. Current value, 27%. The main character, rubbing his chin, thought that loyalty had risen greatly. And this is what love means. He thought that it seemed that as long as Ghost Hueden was stable, the Ghost Warrior would not cause any mischief. He said it was very dark, there were no people at all, and they were greatly underestimated. He called the ghost of Hueden behind him and said that he would take her to a more crowded place so that as many people as possible could hear her beautiful singing. Ghost Hueden exclaimed that he was not so nasty. The Ghost Warrior raised his thumb and said that he would definitely listen to her too. The system reported that the loyalty of the Hueden ghost and the warrior ghost had risen to 30%. Showing 2 fingers, Ling Mo grinned and said that it was time to get down to business. They returned to the abandoned mission. Wang Kai said that now they have enough food. Akyu said that they also destroyed the 2 remaining weak ghosts. The main character, Stretching, said that their students were not able to fully unravel the mysteries of the ghost town, and even the army and the elite Imperial Regiment could not cope. He said that when they entered the city, they would have a pretty hard time, but they could kill a few more ghosts, so they had better rest. Lingmo took the backpack by the strap. Akyu asked if he would sleep. The main character said that he does not know what awaits them tomorrow, so he wants to elevate the contract ghost. Akyu thought that he was much stronger and more diligent than him. Frowning, he thought that he should try too. The sky above the building was dark. Lingmo laid out 3 beads on the table. He summoned a ghost with a zither. The main character picked up the beads from the table. He told her to absorb the beads. Several dialogue boxes appeared, and the level of the big-breasted ghost was upgraded to a high-level fierce ghost. Exclaiming that her breasts had gotten bigger, Lingmo said that this meant that every time she leveled up, they would also get bigger. Coughing awkwardly, he turned to the dialogue box and said that there were things to do first. He activated her second skill, Sound Delay Level 1. Play music to reduce the amount of Ghost Master energy spread within a certain area of the music's range. The amount of energy can be reduced, but only if it is not a wild ghost. Energy consumption, 20. Recovery time, 120 seconds. The main character said it was a pretty good sub-skill. He thought that if he limited the amount of energy distributed, then the skills would be blocked. He called the ghost back. Lingmo opened his backpack. He poured out a large number of beads. Smirking, he told the bloody-eyed ghost that he had a gift for him. He opened a red eye, which began to absorb energy from the beads. His eye turned even redder. Turning around, the main character saw Akyu meditating through the wall. He saw right through his body. Lingmo said that he can now track the opponent's meridians. Bloody Eye said that he felt that his powers had increased significantly. The main character congratulated him. He activated his third skill. The dialogue box says, the exchange was successful, 1,000 destruction points were spent. Blood Curse, Level 1. Within a radius of 50 meters, you can put a blood curse mark on your opponent. After losing blood, the enemy explodes within 10 seconds. Explosion damage ignores all armor and skill resistance. Energy consumption, 5. Recovery time, 0 seconds. Note, you cannot target the same enemy. Lingmo exclaimed happily that all 3 skills had been obtained. The system reported that the loyalty of the Bloody Eye of the Ghost has increased by 15%. Bloody Eye said that he rarely thanks people, but today he will make an exception. The dialogue box says, Bloody Eye's loyalty has reached 99%. Now he will forever remain your contract ghost. Lingmo thought that now he will not rebel, and sooner or later he will enter into a permanent contract with other ghosts as well. The main character, Akyu and Wang Kai, were walking along the road. 3 guys covered in bandages ran towards them, shouting at them to run because the hungry ghouls were running here, and they were all messengers from the security service. Lingmo asked one of them how many there were. The guy said that there were about 100 of them, and it was better not to go there because death awaited them there. Akyu and the main character said with a smile about 100 ghost beads. Lingmo said that they had to hurry because they had to deal with them first. Wang Kai ran after them and asked them to wait for him. The shocked guy exclaimed that they were crazy because they would die. An army of ghouls appeared on the bridge in front of them. Lingmo said with a smile full of enthusiasm, "Go ahead." Akyu summoned a shadow ghost. The shadow under his feet began to move. From his shadow emerged a dark ghost with a black scythe. Swinging his scythe, he cut off the heads of several ghouls at once. He then cut the ghoul along its body. Akyu, jumping into the air, threw his blade at the head of one of the ghouls. The main character exclaimed that he was very fierce. Summoning a ghost with a chainsaw and a ghost warrior, he said that now it was time for him to get down to business. Hungry ghouls rushed to attack. Lingmo hit the ghoul with his sword. The ghost warrior pierced the ghoul with a spear while standing next to the ghost with a chainsaw. No matter how many ghouls they killed, they still surrounded them. The main character thought that it seemed that his speed was lagging behind Akyu, and that was not enough. 3 ghouls rushed to attack him. Lingmo activated the blood curse. The ghouls looked in bewilderment at the marks that appeared on their chests. The main character began to count with a smile. Having counted to 10, he snapped his fingers and said, "Explosion." The explosions tore the ghouls to pieces. The main characters found themselves surrounded by the corpses of ghouls, from which green beads fell out. Behind Wang Kai stood 2 guys. One of them asked what happened there. Another asked what university these new kids were from, since they were worse than demons. Looking at their evil grins, they asked why they looked more like ghosts than people. The guy asked Wang Kai why he was just standing there and weren't they on the same team. Wang Kai turned around with an arrogant face and said that these ghosts were too insignificant and not worthy of his attention. He said that he, Wang Kai, is the coolest boss. The guys, looking at him in admiration, decided that he was their leader. Ling Mo shouted at him not to be a fool and collect the beads. Wang Kai obediently ran towards them. The guys watched what was happening in bewilderment. The Jijing building was surrounded by an ominous fog. The skeleton bowed to someone sitting on a sofa, surrounded by two girls. Scientist Ghost, the head of the ghosts in the city of Kanglin, asked about the security army deciding to invade his domain. He asked if there were any ghost masters above rank 7. The skeleton said that he caught one, and he said that the first years were sent to be tested. He said that even a rank 5 ghost master couldn't be found here, and it was just a bunch of children. The scientist's ghost grinned and said that he thought they had gathered an army that would wipe them off the face of the earth. He said to send several ghosts to catch all the children. The ice ghost asked if he was sure and if that was too merciful. She asked if the Zhu kingdom would send an army to conquer them. The greedy ghost said that if the Zhu kingdom had such power, they would no longer be here, and they could only lure into a trap, nothing more. The ghost smoker, smoking his pipe, said that the greedy ghost was right. He said they could leave this bunch of kids to him and he'd figure it out. The scientist's ghost, agreeing, told him to act quickly and prevent them from escaping. The smoker ghost told him not to worry, and there would be no mistakes on his part. Ling Mo walked along the road with a human skull lying on it. The main character said that the level of ghosts in this area is higher. Akyu, agreeing with him, said that he felt the strong energy of ghosts. Wang Kai suggested returning because they already had 100 beads. The main character said that this is reasonable, and the ghost beads are very tempting. It is unknown what awaits them here. Pointing his finger at the building, he said that the bank was nearby, and they needed to get there. He said they would withdraw the money and leave. The wall in front of them exploded. 3 silhouettes stood in the dissipating cloud of dust. The 3 minotaurs bared their teeth angrily. Akyu, exclaiming that these were fierce ghosts, asked what they should do. Grabbing Wang Kai, the main character said that they needed to go to the bank. The 3 of them ran away from the monsters. Akyu turned around and said it must be necessary to fight them after all. Ling Mo said that if they fight them, they will attract other ghosts, and then there will be no escape. Wang Kai frightenedly called him for help and said that they were running after him. The main character stopped abruptly and turned around. Frowning, he activated the illusion of a bloody hell. The monsters froze in place in confusion. Ling Mo shouted to run because the effect would wear off soon. Wang Kai looked up and told him to look. Standing at a crossroads, they found themselves surrounded by ghosts. They exclaimed that the fact that the elite Imperial Regiment died when it engaged them in battle died. Akyu said with a determined frown that he would try to distract them. Summoning the Shadow Ghost, he used the Shadow Abyss. Darkness covered the asphalt under their feet. It gradually grew throughout the intersection. Akyu told them to run. Ling Mo asked what skill this was. Akyu said that people and ghosts outside the Abyss Zone will not see them, and everyone in the shadows is slowed down by 70%. But the duration of the ability is only 60 seconds. Ling Mo ran past the ghosts and said that they were too slow. Wang Kai tiredly shouted at them to stop talking because his stomach was about to burst. He asked how long they still had to run. As they approached the bank building, they exclaimed that they had arrived. They ran to the bank building. The shadow on the asphalt disappeared with them. Once inside, they began to try to catch their breath. Akyu said that the chase is over, but the Ghost Master needs to strengthen his physical training. The main character joyfully exclaimed about the bank and money. He and the guy with glasses noticed each other. Liu Zi asked irritably why he was here. Ling Mo reciprocated. Liu Zi asked how he could even get here, since there are many ghosts outside the city. He asked if he, too, had acquired a contract ghost that could fly. The main character thought that he was an idiot, and whether he had gotten to his money yet. Wang Kai said that there is no such ghost, and Ling Mo covered his mouth with his hand and said that they came for money. The student from Zufeng, a second-level ghost master, said with a grin that it didn't matter because they wouldn't get them. The main character exclaimed that Liu Zi had gained support here too. He said that joining the strong ones is quite smart so as not to do anything yourself. Liu Zi irritably asked why he decided that. He said that he also has powers and abilities, unlike his trash. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. The main character lifted the sleeve on his arm, and Liu Zi thought in shock that he had 6 ghosts. Pointing his finger at him, he exclaimed that it must be some kind of deception and he got tattoos, because he would never be able to get 6 ghosts. Ling Mo said that it was none of his business, and the money in the bank belonged to them, and they could leave. The guy approached him and told him not to be so impudent. He said that even if he has 6 ghosts, each of them has 3, so he won't be able to defeat them all. After asking about the fact that they have 3, the main character asked what about Liu Zi, and if they consider him to be a person. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Liu Zi angrily told him to shut his mouth because he still couldn't defeat them. Ling Mo touched the symbols on his hand and said, "Let's try it." He told Akyu and Wang Kai to get ready. Akyu reached out his hand to the blade, and Wang Kai touched the symbols on his hand. Bloody Eye told the main character not to fight. He said he saw something. He said that there were more than a dozen high-level violent ghosts, and one demonic one outside, and they were heading straight into the bank at great speed. He said they needed to leave. Ling Mo thought that a high-level demonic ghost was already a serious danger, but there were also a dozen furious ghosts, and they needed to escape. Laughing, he hugged Wang Kai and Akyu and said that it was just a joke. He said they could take the money and it was time for them to go. Liu Zi mockingly said that he just now realized how scary Zufeng is. Turning around, the main character indifferently wished them success. They went outside and Wang Kai asked him what was the matter. Ling Mo said it was too long to explain. He told him to quickly summon the garbage can ghost. Wang Kai summoned his ghost. The main character, hurrying the others, climbed into the trash can. The ghosts approached the entrance to the bank. Wang Kai exclaimed in amazement that this was a high-level demonic ghost. Ling Mo said that fortunately they were not noticed. Liu Zi cursed at Ling Mo and asked why he didn't warn them about the ghosts. The guy, agreeing with him, said that they could only run away in cowardice. The smoking ghost asked if they were the only ones here. He said that he would finish his cigarette and deal with them. The guy ghosts his contract ghost. Outside, sounds of fighting could be heard coming from the bank. Wang Kai asked the main character what he sees and who wins. Ling Mo said that these three from Zufeng are not as simple as they seem, but the ghost is no match for them. Wang Kai asked if this meant that they would not be able to withdraw money from the bank. Akyu exclaimed that this is not so. The main character said that if the ghosts were seriously injured, then they too could join the fight, in which case they would have both beads and money. Akyu said that they could also just wait for the ghosts to leave and stay away. Giving each other a high five, they exclaimed that this was a good idea. Wang Kai said that following them was a bad idea. The main character tried to console him, but Wang Kai only cursed. Ling Mo said with a grin that Zufeng is good at teaching how to practice attacks and defend. The guys, breathing heavily, stood with their backs to each other, surrounded by ghosts. The guy, gritting his teeth, said that he lost, because he was almost finished smoking. He said to let them go. The smoking ghost asked with a grin if he thought the ghost could be trusted. They found themselves chained to wooden crosses, and he said that none of them would leave today and it was time to die without regrets. A red limb cut through the air. It hit all four guys chained to crosses. Ling Mo thought in shock that he had killed four in just a few seconds. The corpses of people, including Liu Zi, lay on the floor. The ghost smoker, smoking a cigar, said that they were weaklings. The main character shouted that he killed everyone in less than half a minute. Akyu said that the smoker ghost skill allows one to light a cigarette and execute. The strong smoke clouds people's minds and they are immersed in their worst memories. He said that he would torture non-stop until he tortured a person to death. He said that this Liu Zi was left with a lot of injuries. The main character, giving 2 thumbs up, said that he deserves to be a master of theoretical knowledge about ghosts. Rubbing his chin, he said that although these 4 were hurt by the smoker, they got rid of several other ghosts. But the smoker ghost is too cruel, and he thinks they can't handle it, so it's better to give up the money. Akyu said that he believes they can fight him. Looking at the reflection on his blade, he said that it was strong, but had its flaws, and needed an hour to recharge. Ling Mo said that they would try if there was no other choice. He and Akyu jumped out of the trash can, and the main character said that they would do everything quickly so as not to attract the attention of the other ghosts. Wang Kai asked what about him. Turning around, Ling Mo told him to save his money tank. The smoker ghost turned around when he saw them approaching. Ling Mo and Akyu walked in front of them. The smoker ghost asked about more meat coming. He gave the command, and the ghosts rushed to attack. Akyu and his ghost stood back to back and fought with the ghosts. Ling Mo summoned all of his ghosts. The ghost warrior, attacking with a spear, said to see the power of his blade. Swinging his sword, the main character used a blade that cut through souls. The ghosts grinned and emitted smoke. Ling Mo, dodging their attacks, thought that they were very rabid, and he hoped that he would not catch anything from them. Akyu shouted to him to be careful because vampires have a passive skill, blood absorption. He said that once they were wounded and started bleeding, the power of their attacks would increase significantly, so they would be in trouble. The main character said that in this case they will act differently. The big-breasted ghost used a mantra. The chainsaw ghost was swinging his chainsaw. Having activated the chainsaw dance skill, he spun around his axis, cutting opponents into pieces. The smoking ghost dropped the cigar from his mouth and said that these 2 were much stronger than those 4. Several vampires surrounded the main characters. The smoker ghost told the ghosts to use the hurricane to soak up the blood. The vampire began to spin quickly. It soon turned into a vortex of dark red energy. All the vampires did the same. They were rapidly approaching the main characters. Lingmo and Akyu gritted their teeth and thought that this was the end for them. Wang Kai, holding the garbage can ghost, shouted that he was here. After throwing the trash can, he used the trash can ghost skill, hardening. Akyu and the main character looked at the trash can in amazement. An open trash can fell on them. Wang Kai slid along the ground under the trash can. The three of them ended up under a trash can. Red whirlwinds began to attack the trash can. Lingmo praised him for his excellent work. Wang Kai gave a thumbs up and laughed and said that he needs to be well fed in the future. The main character asked if his garbage can ghost could withstand such powerful attacks. Wang Kai told him not to worry, and they would not get injured in the first 5 seconds. Akyu asked what would happen next. The vampire punched the trash can with his hand and his face, and Wang Kai said that this would happen later. Akyu, thrusting a blade into him, said to put it away and not wait for his ghost to die. Wang Kai summoned the garbage can ghost back. They found themselves on the asphalt again, surrounded by vampires. The tired vampires were breathing heavily. Lingmo told Wang Kai that he helped them repel the attack. He told him to find a place to hide and leave the rest to him and Akyu. He rushed to attack using the soul-severing blade and told him to do it as soon as possible. Swinging his sword, he used a deadly scythe. Akyu fought next to him, swinging his blade. The smoking ghost stood in front of them, surrounded by the corpses of vampires. Cursing, he asked where they got such powers, because even ghost vampires could not cope with them. Exhaling tobacco smoke, he said it was time for him to speak. He exhaled a large cloud of tobacco smoke. The cloud of smoke grew larger, enveloping everything around him, and he used the smoker's mist. The main character began to cough, covering his nose and mouth with his hand. The smoker ghost said that he admits that their powers are amazing, but unfortunately, he was the one they met. He said that in this fog no one could see him and he was invincible. Appearing behind Lingmo, he told him to die. The main character turned around sharply. The smoker ghost froze in amazement. Lingmo swung his sword sharply. He hit the ghost with his sword and he dropped his pipe. Smirking, he asked about the fact that no one could see him. The smoking ghost exclaimed that it was impossible and asked how he did it. The system reported receiving 80 destruction points. The main character's eye was red and he said that he could see everything clearly. The ghost looked at his bloody eye. He exclaimed that it was the bloody eye of a ghost, and he had several ghosts. He thought that this ghost specialized in repelling such attacks, and his fog did not bother him. He retreated back into the fog. The smoker ghost said that he couldn't be killed that easily. Lingmo and Akyu looked around intently. Rushing to attack Akyu, the ghost said that then he would kill the other. His smoking pipe was approaching the back of his head. Akyu abruptly moved to the side. The ghost missed and opened his mouth in amazement. Akyu swung his blade. The smoker ghost fell to the ground and blood gushed out from his back. Akyu landed behind him. The smoker ghost clutched his head and neck, gritting his teeth. Turning around, he asked Akyu if he could see him too. Akyu said that even though he uses fog, his shadow is still visible. The smoking ghost angrily asked who they were and how some students were able to defeat him. Pointing his finger at them, he said that he was a top-level demonic ghost, and they were just second-rank ghost masters. Smoke began to swirl under his feet, and she said that he had no chance of winning. The smoke lifted him above the ground. The ghost smoker, floating in the air, shouted that today they won, but this is not the end. Lingmo asked if he planned to stay in the air to recharge. Smoker ghost said yes, and they can't attack at range, so he'll just wait for the ability to reload. Looking down at them, he said that he would follow them until the noise died down, and then he would return and take their lives. In other words, they had less than 50 minutes to live. The main character, grinning, covered his face with his palm, leaving only his bloody eye open, and asked if he could dodge this skill. He activated the blood curse. The smoker ghost, noticing the mark on his hand, asked in amazement that his bloody ghost eye had a third skill. He said blankly that only rank 5 ghost masters had such abilities. His hand exploded and he lost his balance. Falling to his knee, he grabbed his hand. The system reported receiving 150 destruction points. The ghost hurriedly flew away on a cloud of smoke. Akyu asked if they would catch up with him. Lingmo said no, because it is a demonic ghost, and he does not think that they are fully capable of defeating it. Smiling, he offered to go to the bank. They entered the bank. A ghost with a chainsaw cut a steel door with a chainsaw. The heavy steel door fell to the floor. In front of them were a large number of wads of money. Wang Kai exclaimed that he had never seen so much money in his life. Akyu exclaimed that this was enough for the whole family. Lingmo, taking the money in his arms, told Wang Kai to summon the ghost of the trash can, because they need to put it all somewhere. He said that they would take everything and not leave a single coin. They started throwing money into the bewildered trash can, and the main character exclaimed that they had finally come for a reason. Jijing building. The ghost smoker ran into the room. Falling to the floor, he said that he had lost. The greedy ghost asked if he didn't say to leave everything to him, and how some children could beat him. The smoker ghost said they were very strong. The scientist's ghost asked if they were really children. He said there were only 2 of them, not even 2,000, and it was a waste of time. The greedy ghost, holding dice in his hands, asked if maybe he would come out. The ghost of the scientist, agreeing, told him to remember that those who so wounded the ghost smoker should be brought here alive. He said that he would personally get rid of the one who dared to mock his subordinate. The greedy ghost obeyed. Akyu asked what they will do next, since there is also a bank under the Jijing building. Lingmo said that this should be enough. He asked if he thought the smoking ghost was a little different from the others. He said that perhaps the rest of them were the same, and that it would be better to move to the suburbs, because it was safer there. Pointing to the many silhouettes outside the door, Wang Kai said that it looked like they couldn't get out. There was a crowd of ghosts around the bank building. There were many different ghosts hanging around the entrance. Akyu said that unfortunately his Dark Abyss skill only lasts 16 seconds, but they need at least 2 minutes to escape. Lingmo asked Wang Kai if his garbage can ghost could move. Wang Kai said that when he activated the last skill, he moved a little, scratching the back of his head and smiling awkwardly. He said that, unfortunately, the speed of movement had decreased, and now it was half a meter per minute. The main character asked in shock if he was a turtle. Wang Kai laughed awkwardly, sighing. Lingmo said that there was no other option. He told him to call on his ghost, and he worries that the smoker might have called for help. The ghost of a garbage can appeared in front of them. The main character, jumping into a trash can, said that they need to wait until there are fewer ghosts, and then they can run away. After some time they were able to walk 150 meters. The ghost, chewing on a man's leg, said that this man was too fat, and there was too much fat in him. Another ghost told him not to be so picky, because there was no meat in the skull he was eating. Kicking the trash can with his foot, he asked where it came from. He asked him where he was from and why he had not met him before. The garbage can ghost smiled in confusion. Lingmo whispered to him to tell him that he was from the suburbs and had come to visit his relatives. The garbage can ghost said he was from the suburbs and decided to come visit. The ghost angrily threw the human leg to the ground and said that he couldn't eat that. The fat ghost, lifting the lid of the trash can, asked if he had any abilities and could be used as a trash can. He smelled the smell from the trash can. With his eyes wide open, he thought it was the smell of a person. The ghost waved his hand, which contained green energy. The garbage can ghost asked him not to hit him. The fat ghost asked him why he smelled like a man. The garbage can ghost awkwardly looked away and said that it had literally just swallowed 2 people, so the smell had not gone away. The fat ghost said angrily that he was lying. Suddenly a hand flashed in the air. Lingmo grabbed the ghost by the neck. Ignoring the ghost's protests, he dragged it into the trash can. Grabbing his neck, the main character covered his mouth with his hand. Akyu cut off his head with a swing of his blade. The thin ghost, who didn't notice anything, looked at the trash can. Lingmo, looking at the ghost dissolving in the air, said that this is a very stupid death, also in a trash can. The thin ghost, walking towards the trash can, said it seemed like there was some kind of sound here. He asked him where the wandering ghost had gone. The garbage can ghost gave him a random direction. The thin ghost obeyed. The greedy ghost raised his glass over the dice. Laughing, he told his opponent that his number was lower than his. The guy exclaimed in amazement that he had won. Snapping his fingers, the greedy ghost said that the bet was his life, and he lost. His blood splattered on the guy and girl standing next to him. They screamed in fear. Turning to the guy in the baseball cap, the ghost said that now it was his turn. The guy scaredly said that he doesn't play, and he doesn't like it. Snapping his fingers, the greedy ghost said if he doesn't play, it means he lost. He told him to die. The girl, looking at the headless corpse, asked in horror to let her go. The greedy ghost told her to play with him, and everything would depend on her luck. He said that if she won, he would let her go. After some time, the ghost told her to open it. There were 6 dice on the table, each showing a 6, and he said she didn't win. The girl begged for her life, but a yellow beam of energy pierced her neck. The greedy ghost, laughing, asked who said that he did not win. He said he was the dealer, which meant he won. Turning around, he said it was fun, but he needed to take care of business. The ghost in the black shirt asked where the one who bullied the smoker ghost was. The guys in the dumpster said it was bad and the ghost was looking for them. Akyu frowned and said that there is a greedy furious level ghost here, so they are so unlucky, and have no chance of fighting back. Lingmo asked if he had any weaknesses. Aku said that if he makes a bet with him, he becomes very energetic, and one of his skills is deadly dice. He said that if a greedy ghost wins, its attack power increases 10 times, but if it loses its ability to attack. The main character exclaimed that then he needs to win. Aku said that it is not that simple, and the second skill of the greedy ghost is filled with dice, allowing you to control their value. The probability of winning is 90%. The greedy ghost, laughing, opened the lid of the trash can and said that he had found where they were hiding. Lingmo said with a smile that they had a lot to discuss. The greedy ghost thought in bewilderment that ordinary people get scared when they see a furious ghost, but this guy laughs. He waved his hand sharply, holding the dice between his fingers. He said that he would like to play, and the meaning of the game is simple: the one who gets the highest number wins. The main character suggested talking about the bet first. The ghost said that everything is simple, and if he wins, he will leave, and if he loses, he will die. Lingmo raised his index finger and said that this was somehow unfair, and if he won, he would die. The greedy ghost shouted that he had no right to bargain with him, and if he talked too much, he would die. The main character, grinning, asked if he could at least increase the bet, pointing his finger at Aku and Wang Kai. He said that he was adding their lives too, and if he wins, he will let them all go, and if he loses, then their lives will be completely at his disposal. The greedy ghost, laughing and clapping his hands, said that he liked this game and agreed. The main character began to shake the dice in the glass. The greedy ghost with an ominous smile did the same. He slammed his glass on the table. Opening the dice, he said that he had the number 18, the highest, and their lives were in his hands. Aku and Wang Kai turned pale in fear. The main character asked why he thought he had won since he had not shown his dice yet. The greedy ghost told him not to worry, because even if he throws 18, he is the dealer here, so the victory will be his. Lingmo asked what the rules were. He said that he could not be considered a loser until he showed the number. The system reported receiving 80 destruction points. The ghost said irritably that he still could not avoid death. 10 minutes later, the main character was still mixing the dice in the glass. The ghost angrily shouted at him to stop and show his dice. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points, and Lingmo said that he was not ready yet. Wang Kai counted his bones. He exclaimed that on the 4th die he had one, and the total was 19. The ghost, furiously grabbing him by the collar, asked where the other die came from. He shouted that he was cheating. The main character said that he just split one cube into 2. The greedy ghost desperately clasped his head in his hands, and the system reported receiving 500 points of destruction. Lingmo said with a smile that this means he won. He called the others to follow him. Aku asked how he did it. The main character said that the ghost's blood eye saw the meanings of the numbers, so they just waited until the right ones came up, and he used the swordsman's ghost to split the cube in half. Wang Kai and Aku began to praise him, and Lingmo chuckled. Wang Kai asked where they would go now. They were sitting in a trash can, and the main character asked to wait while he looked at the map. Someone told someone to catch up with him and then they would let him go. Lingmo asked what was going on there. A monster in women's underwear was running away from a monster in a business suit, who said he was on his way. The monster pushed their trash can. A garbage can fell down the road, overturning. Falling along the road, the main characters exclaimed that it looked like the tank had been knocked over. Lingmo asked to open the lid and let him out. Wang Kai said that it seems that the garbage can ghost is scared, so it is out of control. Monster Woman, looking at the falling tank, thought that she didn't mean to do this. The road went into an underground parking lot. The girl with her mouth sewn shut laughed evilly as she stood over several frightened ghosts. Suddenly their heads twisted several times around their axis, breaking their necks. The ghosts fell to the ground. The ghost girl's head was turned 180 degrees. She turned her head with her hands. Dao Shishi told the ghost to come back. The guy exclaimed that her ghost was very cool. He killed 2 demonic ghosts at once, and one should not have expected anything else from the daughter of the head of the security service. Dao Shishi told him to stop, because the problem is that the ghosts in the city are too powerful, and they need to join other students in order to save everyone as quickly as possible. The guy, raising his fist, agreed. Hearing the noise, Dao Shishi cursed and turned around, thinking it was a furious ghost. A trash can hit a pole in an underground parking lot. Wang Kai, Lingmo and Aku climbed out of the trash can and were feeling very sick. Dao Shishi, frowning in amazement, thought it was them. The guy exclaimed that he even had enough time for the bank, and that was amazing. The girl asked if everything was okay with them, because they had entered so deep into the city. The guy with the sunglasses asked if this wasn't the guy who fought Sunmo at the market. The other guy said that he was also seriously injured then. The main character, wiping his mouth, looked up. Seeing them, he asked where these fools came from. The guy in the dark glasses said that if he continues to be rude, he will have a serious lesson ahead of him. Gao Shishi, stopping him, sternly said that now is not the time for this. Lingmo said with a smile that these are old acquaintances. He looked at the beads that were left after killing the ghosts. They began happily collecting beads from the floor. The guys, gritting their teeth, wondered why they were collecting their reward. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points 10 times. Gao Shishi told Lingmo that now is not the time to collect any beads because their lives are at stake. Lingmo asked with a grin what is now the time for. Gao Shishi said that they want to team up with other students and escape as quickly as possible. She called him with them. The main character said that they are not worth it, because at any moment they can stab you in the back. Gao Shishi asked if he didn't believe her and if he thought she would deceive him. She asked what she did to make him treat her this way. Lingmo straightened up and said that she was the source of all the problems. Sun Lily told her not to take it to heart, she was a scoundrel. Another girl said that the young students will still not bring any benefit to society, no matter how hard they try, because they are trash. She told her to leave them and just run away because they had no reason to help the idiot. The main character said it was true and he was trash. Picking his ear, he said that's why he advises staying away because he doesn't want to drag them down. Gao Shishi turned around and said that they were leaving. The guy with blonde hair, spitting in his direction, said that they would see how he could cope on his own. Lingmo stuck out his tongue and gave him the middle finger. Gao Shishi and the others walked outside the parking lot. Noticing some smoke, she covered her face with her hand. Surrounded by many ghosts, in front of them was a furious level painting ghost. Gao Shishi shouted to run. As she ran away, she turned a corner. The furious tear-frozen ghost asked if they thought they would be able to escape. The guy with blonde hair exclaimed that these are furious ghosts, and also fierce ones. Sun Lily asked Gao Shishi what they should do. Gao Shishi frowned resolutely and said that all they could do was fight. Summoning a ghost puppet, she said that there were many of them too, and perhaps they could do something. The guys summoned their ghosts one by one. The ghost, throwing 2 dynamites, said, "A little trick." An explosion thundered, throwing the guys in different directions. The painting ghost said that he was coming too. The guy with blonde hair noticed someone behind him. Turning around, he summoned the ghost of corrosion and said that he decided to sneak up unnoticed. The guy with the dark glasses told him not to hit him because it was him. The guy said it scared him. The guy in dark glasses fell to the ground behind him. The guy wondered where 2 guys in sunglasses came from at once. The ghost, taking off the guy's mask, pierced his chest with his hand and said that he had been deceived. Lingmo saw his corpse fall to the ground. The main character said that Gao Shishi and the others had already passed and they were the only ones left. The muscular guy shouted to be careful because the ghost might be pretending to be their comrades. Pointing his finger at the guy, he asked if he was a ghost. He exclaimed that he should be the one asking. The ghost grinned contentedly. Throwing the dynamite, he laughed and shouted at them to die. The explosion tore them apart. Akyu said that it looks like Gao Shishi, and the others won't last long. Wang Kai asked the main character which way they would run. Lingmo looked back and said that they would run there, and at least they could still escape the frozen ghost. The frozen ghost yawned boredly. Hearing the battle cry, she opened her eyes. She said it looked like someone here had a death wish. Lingmo shouted to Akyu to attack. Akyu summoned the shadow ghost, and the shadow on the ground began to move. The frozen ghost thought that in such a case it was time to deal with everyone. Ice covered the ground under their feet. Akyu, looking at the ice-covered legs, exclaimed that this was bad. The main character, having dodged, thought that it was dangerous and he needed to stay away. He activated the ghost's bloody eye counter-strike to counter the attack. Ice enveloped the frozen ghost's feet. Lingmo swung his sword and used the soul-killing blade and the demon-severing blade. The sword bounced off her icy body. The main character thought that something different should have been expected from the furious level. Frozen Ghost said that the Bloody Ghost Eye's counter-strike was pretty good, and she believed that he had something else. She said that, unfortunately, they would not be able to break through her ice armor, because when the control skills ran out, they would be finished. Using a blood curse, Lingmo asked what about this. Noticing the red mark on her chest, the Frozen Ghost exclaimed in amazement. The ice crust on the asphalt cracked. The Frozen Ghost hit the wall. Clutching her chest, she thought that she was in great pain. Lifting up his sleeve, the protagonist said that now it was time to save Wang Kai and Akyu. He summoned a ghost warrior and a ghost with a chainsaw, who began to cut the ice around them. Akyu said that he didn't think he would freeze so quickly. Wang Kai exclaimed that he was very cold. Lingmo shouted to them not to talk nonsense and to run away. They shouted that they were coming. The hand grabbed the main character's leg. The girl, whose legs were being devoured by ghosts, asked him to help her. The main character apologized and said that he was a waste of time and therefore did not deserve it. He broke free of her grip, and the girl screamed desperately. They ran away, and the system reported receiving 200 destruction points. Sun Lily pointed to the side and said that Lingmo had broken through and they needed to run there. The horn monster pierced the chest of a guy with blonde hair with its horns. Gao Shishi said to forget about them and run away. Sun Lily agreed. The main characters ran along an abandoned street. Lingmo thought that Wang Kai was running even faster than him and Akyu, and something was wrong here. He thought it was strange because he felt ghost energy from him and he needed to check on him. The main character told him that he remembered that his phone had become unusable, so he would not be able to send the promised video. Wang Kai asked what he was talking about since they needed to escape. Two blades flashed in the air. Wang Kai stopped, facing them. The mask on the ghost's face was torn, and he irritably asked how they understood, because even if he had the bloody eye of a ghost, he was not able to see such a thing. Lingmo said that he was right, and the bloody eye can't do this, but it's all about Wang Kai's character. And if he knew that he couldn't send the video, he would stop and start cursing. She said that he would not have shown the calmness that he showed. The ghost shouted and asked if some video was more important than life. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. Lingmo asked where he put Wang Kai. Akyu told him to speak up or they would kill him. The ghost clapped his hands with an evil smile and asked if they thought they could defeat him. He disappeared in front of them and the protagonist exclaimed that it was a teleportation skill. The ghost appeared behind Akyu, and Lingmo shouted to him to be careful. Shadow Akyu quickly moved. Piercing his hand through the shadow, the ghost exclaimed in amazement. Akyu shouted, "Grim Reaper." The black shadow swung its scythe at the ghost. The blow threw the ghost aside, and blood gushed out of its body. Covering the wound with his hand, he thought that he was very fast and he would not be able to defeat him. Having disappeared, he swore and shouted that they would see each other again. Akyu asked where Wang Kai was. Lingmo cursed and suggested returning to find him dead or alive. When they turned around, they found the Gao Shishi team running towards them. Gao Shishi told the protagonist not to come back, because there are at least 3 fierce ghosts, and countless fierce ghosts. So Wang Kai is most likely already dead. Withdrawing his hand, Lingmo shouted to let him go. The muscular guy, looking after him, said that he admired him, and if he could survive, he would like to make friends with him. Gao Shishi turned around and said to go and they would contact security. She said they might be able to save them. The main characters came to a street full of rubble. Walking among the corpses, they shouted to Wang Kai to say something if he was alive. Wang Kai, lying under the corpses, raised his hand. Lingmo said that they need to be wary of the painting ghosts. Wang Kai asked if they were together. He asked them to help him. The main character, coughing, said that he remembered that his phone had become unusable, so he would not be able to send the promised video. Wang Kai, furiously pounding his fist on the asphalt, cursed him. The system reported receiving 300 destruction points. Lingmo said that it was him and they would help him. Behind them was an army of ghosts, one of whom said that he had gained courage and returned, thereby incurring the full wrath of the local ghosts. The frozen ghost said that this time he would not get out of the city alive. The greedy ghost said that for the first time in his entire career he lost to some guy. He asked if he could continue to live with such shame. The smoker ghost agreed and said that they needed to kill the ghost's bloody eye. The main character showed them the middle finger and said that they were just worthless ghosts who could not cope alone and decided to attack in a crowd. The greedy ghost angrily asked if he thought they couldn't put him in his place. He suggested playing again. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. The smoking ghost suggested a one-on-one fight. The system again reported receiving 40 destruction points. Someone hit them both on the back of the head with a fan. The ghost of the scientist, opening his fan, called them a herd of fools. He told them to just look at themselves, because they were angry because they could not cope with some boy. He said that now he himself would have to go out. Lingmo exclaimed that this was the lord of the local ghosts. Looking at the crowd of ghosts, he thought that he should thank their luck that they were able to defeat the smoking ghost and the greedy ghost, but they could barely escape the frozen and painting ghosts. Frowning his eyebrows, he fearfully thought that they did not have a single chance against him. The ghost of the scientist standing in front of him with an arrogant grin seemed gigantic to him. Smiling evilly, he said that today he would show them what true strength was. Gritting his teeth, Lingmo wondered if he would meet his death here. Beckoning him with his finger, the scientist's ghost called him the guy with the toy sword and said that he would wait for his trick. Smiling, he told him to show his strength. The main character asked about the toy sword. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this ghost is strong, and there is no doubt about it. but he can't just leave these words. Activating the ghost's bloody eye, he shouted at him to watch. The mark appeared in the air in front of the scientist's ghost. He waved his fan and was surrounded by red energy. A vortex of dark energy appeared in front of him. The whirlwind pulled the mark into itself, and it spun around in it. There was an explosion. The main character widened his eyes in amazement, and Akyu, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that the skill of the ghost scientist removes all negative influences from the body. The greedy ghost and the smoker ghost exclaimed that it was very cool. Gao Shishi and the others noticed a huge surge of red energy as they ran away. Turning around, she gritted her teeth and said that Ling Mo had encountered the Ghost King, and apparently the three of them would not survive. Sun Lily, breathing out a sigh of relief, said that they would finally die. The guy said that he was glad that they left in time. Otherwise they would have also encountered this terrifying ghost. The ghosts around the ghost scientist applauded enthusiastically. Ling Mo thought that this ghost scientist seemed to really enjoy hearing the applause in his direction, and perhaps if he was made happy, he would let it go. Clapping his hands, he said that it was a very good performance. He liked it, and he was delighted, because it was both terrifying and inspiring. The ghost of the scientist smiled and said that he was smart. Nudged Wang Kai with his elbow. The protagonist told them to play along with him. Wang Kai said with 2 thumbs up that it was amazing, more like a Force 8 storm. Ling Mo smiled awkwardly and asked, since he is so strong, maybe they will let them go for the first time. The scientist's ghost laughed. With an irritated frown, he refused them. Waving his fan, he asked if they thought that if they praised him, he would let them go. He said that won't happen. Many red waves of energy hit them. Ling Mo fell to one knee. He prayed to the ghost, asking for mercy. Wang Kai knelt next to him worriedly, looking at his wounds. With tears in his eyes, he clasped his hands in prayer and asked to let them live. He told Aku to do the same, but he gritted his teeth. Veins bulged on his face and he shouted that he would rather die than kneel before the ghost. The ghost of the scientist told them not to worry, because they would not leave anything of them and would gnaw off all the bones. He began to quickly wave his fan. Several waves of red energy cut through the air. Red energy struck Aku, cutting his clothes and skin. Aku clenched his teeth, bleeding. The ghost of the scientist walked slowly towards them. Standing in front of Aku, he told them to be sure that they would definitely not die alone. A sharp red energy appeared at the edge of the fan. Smiling madly, the ghost shouted at them to die. Ling Mo called out to Aku in shock. The raven screamed loudly as it flew through the sky. He held the letter in his paws, and the ghost looked at him. Turning around, he exclaimed in amazement about the envoy of Ho Yanlo. The ghost took the letter in his hands with trembling hands, sweating nervously. He slowly opened the envelope. Reading the letter, he fearfully wondered why he was looking for it. Turning to the main character, he asked if his name was Ling Mo. Raising his head, the main character said yes and asked what was the matter. The letter contained his portrait and the inscription, "Do not kill Ling Mo." The ghost asked what his relationship was with Ho Yanlo, since he was asking to be spared. The main character said that he does not know such a person, and he only knows that in the afterlife he is in charge. The scientist's ghost said that he may have already met Ho Yanlo, but did not know his name. He showed him a portrait of a man with a long black beard and asked if he recognized him. Ling Mo said no, and he doesn't think he has met such a person. Rubbing his chin, the ghost of the scientist said that in this case everything was quite strange, because he had never saved people. Rising to his feet, the main character said that he didn't care whether he knew him or not, because his order was more important. He asked if they could go. Turning around, the ghost of the scientist told them to leave here. Ling Mo turned around and called for the others to go. They walked away from the ghosts that filled the crossroads. The ghost scientist said that Ho Yanlo ordered to protect these people, so no one should attack them. The greedy ghost obeyed. Looking away, he thought that they were lucky that they did not have time to kill him, because otherwise Ho Yanlo would have destroyed them. The main character, Wang Kai and Aku, were running down a street full of ghosts. Ling Mo asked about no one attacking them. He wondered if it was all because of the letter. Turning to Aku, he asked who Ho Yanlo was. Aku said that it is one of the top 10 ghosts of the human race. He said that he once led an army of ghosts that destroyed 11 cities in the northern kingdom. He asked how he knew him. The main character shouted that he didn't know him, and he was just wondering why he suddenly decided to save him. Looking down, he thought that when he opened the Blade Tomb, he might have bumped into Ho Yanlo, but what relation does this person have to him? Wang Kai, hugging them, said that his identity is not so important, and the main thing is that they were saved, also with money in the trash can. And Xiuan washed her clothes by hand. She asked why it was necessary to do this through Yanlo, because he himself could have asked the ghost scientist not to touch their son. Ling Gan, smoking a pipe, said that he could not go out in public yet, otherwise his son would interrogate him. He fell silent and inhaled smoke from his pipe. He exhaled a cloud of tobacco smoke. Ling Gan said with a serious expression that it was too early for him to know that he had the heavy responsibility of rebuilding a kingdom with more than 100,000 ethnic groups, and this would make him stupefied. A girl in a blue dress called out to him, holding a bucket. Ling Kingle, Ling Mo's younger sister, sickly and fragile, put a bucket of water on the ground and exclaimed that he had returned. Ling Gan worriedly asked why she was carrying huge buckets of water, because her body was so weak. He took the bucket of water from her hands. Ling Kingle clasped his hand and said that she was weak, so she needed to take care of her body. Ling Gan asked if carrying buckets down the mountain could be considered good training. He said that she shouldn't help them like that, because they could handle it themselves, and she was sick. Ling Kingle said with tears in her eyes that she knew this, but she couldn't just sit idly by. Her parents, smiling awkwardly, told her to keep studying and praised her. Ling Kingle asked with a smile about Ling Mo going to university and whether she could let him. Ling Gan told him to wait for him to return, because he was now in the ghost realm. Ling Kingle asked if it was dangerous there. Ling Gan, looking to the side, told her not to worry, because her brother is quite meaty, so he will be fine. Looking at her radiant smile, he thought that as far as her body was concerned, he was not sure that she would last until next year. Kanglin Ghost Realm, temporary command posts. Someone told Sun Deli that the ghosts in the Ghost Realm are very fierce and strong, and even if an army is sent there, he is afraid that they will not be able to cope. Sun Deli said that people die sometimes and that is normal. Even students should sacrifice their lives for the welfare and safety of others. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said that if all the students died, it would seriously undermine the entire education system. He asked if they were afraid that they would be held accountable. Gao Shishi exclaimed that the test was to catch the ghost lurking in Ling Mo. Sun Deli, gritting his teeth, asked if this goal was not more important than others, and if those who strive for great achievements could not be held accountable. He asked whether such great merits would not compensate for a small incident. He said that such great people should not be punished. Gao Shishi sharply gasped with anger. Gritting her teeth, she asked whether it was possible to improve the lives of citizens in this way. Sun Deli told her with an unpleasant smile that her father was like that too. Gao Shishi asked if there was any point in all this, since Ling Mo was on the verge of life and death, and the Ghost King attacked him. Sun Deli, grabbing her shoulders, asked how they could miss such an event, since the person behind Ling Mo would definitely do something to save his ward. Gao Shishi said that in this case they should at least save the rest of the students. After giving the command, Sun Deli said that they need to prepare. Several men appeared in front of him, one of whom said that all preparations were completed. Leaving the tent, Sun Deli gave the order to move. Gao Shishi thought in shock that they were only interested in information and didn't care about people's lives at all. She thought with a sad face, was Ling Mo right and the security team was deceiving everyone? Fuji Bank. The main characters stood in front of empty cells. Akyu said that it looks like someone got here before them. Ling Mo gritted his teeth and cursed. Wang Kai said that at least they were able to withdraw money from at least one bank. As he left the building, he called them to look elsewhere. Suddenly he saw the man fall to the ground. Bleeding, he asked a deputy for help. The main character thought how it happened that a middle-aged man got into the test for freshmen. Hiding around the corner, he said that it must be security, and they needed to hide. Wang Kai asked why he didn't see his contract ghosts. Bloody Eye said to look up. Noticing the crowd of ghosts surrounding the deputy and his subordinates, Ling Mo exclaimed that they were about to be here. One of the men asked the deputy what they should do. He said the infiltration plan failed. Bloody Eye asked if they considered these ghosts to be some kind of garbage. Gritting his teeth, the main character thought that he had decided to enter the kingdom of ghosts. It must be behind him. 3 ghost wolves lifted Sun Deli and 2 men into the air. The man who remained on the ground asked him not to leave him. Sun Deli apologized and said that his ghost would only be able to grab a maximum of 3, and he would not be able to save everyone. The monsters began to tear the man apart, and he asked why he abandoned him. Sun Deli remained silent, clenching his fist and frowning. Ling Mo said that Sun Deli is finally here. He ran forward and Wang Kai asked where he was going. Turning around, the main character said that he wanted to ask Sun Deli for an antidote that could help and ran. He told Akyu that his shadow ghost would come in handy because he would need to help hold 2 people. Akyu told him not to worry and he could rely on him. Wang Kai ran after them and asked them to wait for him. Security men stood at an empty intersection littered with corpses. One of them said that it looked like they were too late. Another asked if Ling Mo had died. Sundeli said that if the person behind Ling Mo got into a fight with the ghost scientist, then this street would be wiped out. Frowning, he said that he believed that Ling Mo was not dead. He said that they would not stay here and it was time to return to Kanglin. The greedy ghost with an evil grin asked where they were going. The ghost smoker laughed and asked if it was possible to just walk past the ghosts from Kanglin. Sundeli thought that these were two furious ghosts, and they could handle even a demonic ghost, but against two furious ones at once, they would have a hard time. He hurriedly summoned the white soul ghost. The ghost wolf began to lift him off the ground and he said they were leaving. A red mark appeared on the ghost wolf. The smoker ghost asked if they thought they could escape so easily. The explosion tore the wolf holding the Sundeli apart. Two other wolves were torn apart by the same marks. Sundeli asked what was going on. He turned sharply to the side. A black shadow was crawling along the ground in their direction. Ling Mo, holding a sword in his hand, ran towards them and shouted that he would not escape. Sundeli exclaimed that he was not dead after all. The main character, summoning a ghost warrior and a ghost with a chainsaw, said that he would avenge and ran. He and his two ghosts attacked the Sundeli. Sundeli is scared by the ghost of the invisible ghost and the drowned ghost. His two ghosts blocked the attack of the protagonist's ghosts. His two subordinates began to summon their ghosts. One of them exclaimed that he couldn't do it, and Akyu, putting a blade to his throat, said, "It's time to die." A black shadow enveloped the other man. Two men lay on the ground, shrouded in shadow, demanding to be released. The smoker ghost asked in amazement what was happening and why they were fighting each other. The greedy ghost asked if security wasn't supposed to protect students. They said that Ling Mo fled, causing the deputy to believe him dead, and this is incredible skill. The main character kicked Sundeli in the stomach. Someone said that although he was angry with him, he had to admit that this was the first time he had seen such rage from person to person. Sundeli lost its balance and staggered backwards. Clutching his chest, he coughed up blood. The main character was approaching him, holding a sword in his hand. Sundeli looked at him in horror and thought that he wanted to kill him. Calling out to the invisible ghost and the drowned ghost, he asked what they were doing. He shouted to them to save him. The ghosts turned around and obeyed. Leaping into the attack, Ling Mo shouted that it was too late. Shrouded in strong blue energy, he used a soul-cutting blade. A large stream of blue energy quickly flew through the air. A flow of energy enveloped Sundeli, and he was covered in blood. Pointing his sword at him, the main character said that he had won. He stomped his foot hard on his stomach. He asked where the antidote was. Ling Mo said that if he didn't give it up, he would die. Sundeli grinned and asked if he wanted to save that girl. He said that in this case he would kill him, at least until he gave him an antidote. Swinging his sword, the main character cut off his ear in cold blood. Sundeli screamed in pain and fear. Ling Mo asked if he thought he didn't have the courage to kill him. Sundeli, covering the wound with his hand, said if he dies, she will not receive the antidote and then she will also die, so he should leave him alive. He began to laugh loudly and viciously. Sticking his sword into his shoulder, Ling Mo angrily said that if he did not give him the antidote, he would kill him and then his entire family. Sundeli, still laughing, shouted that he bet he wouldn't dare. The main character said that he is very narrow-minded. Sundeli told him he had to escort him to the exit, after which he had to go to security. Ling Mo grinned evilly and said that he is not that simple either. He called the ghost Smoker. The ghost pointed a finger at himself in bewilderment, asking if he was calling him. Kicking the Sundeli in his direction, the protagonist asked if it was possible to torture a person's soul. He told him to just use his most sophisticated techniques on him. The ghost smoker, looking at the Sundeli that fell in front of him, asked why he should listen to him, since he had harmed him. Ling Mo said that he was wrong and would definitely make amends to him. He asked him to help him. The smoking ghost asked what he could give him. The main character nudged him and told him not to forget that he has connections with Ho Yanlo, and if he owes him, he can assume that Ho Yanlo does too. The smoker ghost said it sounded much better. He agreed and Sundeli exclaimed in fear. Pointing his finger at him, the ghost said that as soon as he lit a cigarette, he would immediately die. Ling Mo admiringly told him not to hesitate and get started. The smoking ghost and the cruel ghost thought that he was very cruel. Sundeli, cursing at the main character, asked how he could collude with the ghost. He said that he would never forgive him. The system reported receiving 500 destruction points. The main character, smiling broadly, asked if he had not just praised himself, and where all his confidence had gone. The smoking ghost said it was time for karma. Ling Mo turned around and started to leave. The ghost grabbed Sundeli by the hair. He blew a large cloud of tobacco smoke into his face. Sundeli fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. His soul emerged from his body, shrouded in a green aura. He immediately found himself chained to a cross with steel chains. The smoker ghost told the main character that he could ask his questions. Lingmo asked what crimes and sins he was guilty of. Sun Deli said in fear, "Winter when I was 4 years old." He said he urinated on a stray cat and it froze to death. He remembered how he put on his pants with a satisfied face, standing in front of the numb cat. The smoker ghost, hitting him with a red whip, said that this was because he mocked the poor animal. Sun Deli said in a trembling voice, "The year I turned 17. She said that in order to get the highest score, he agreed with the warden, and he killed all the other competitors. The main character said that 7 people died because of him. The smoker ghost hit him again with the red whip. Wang Kai said that he is a very cruel person and many people died because of him. Akyu said that he deserves to die. Lingmo angrily kicked his body and asked how such a person could even become a deputy security officer. He exclaimed that the security service was rotten to the core. Sun Deli said with a blank look, "When I was 20 years old. He named his sins one by one, receiving lashes with a red whip for each one. Bleeding from the mouth, he said, "When I was 36 years old. Lingmo exclaimed that he had too many sins. He asked how long all this would take. Grabbing him by the neck, he told him to tell him where to get the antidote. Sun Deli told him to take the white ghost soul beads, use it as medicine, then add honeysuckle, grapevine, then boil on high heat for 3 hours, and then the toxins can be flushed out." The main character let go of his neck. Turning around, he said to deal with him. The smoking ghost agreed with a smile. Having pierced his chest with his hand, he asked whether such a sinner deserved to live. Sun Deli lay on the ground, shaking and his mouth wide open. Lingmo spoke to the white soul ghost, who turned around. He plunged the sword into his chest. The ghost dissipated, and the main character picked up the bead left behind. He said enthusiastically that Anran would be saved. Waving his hand, he thanked the ghost smoker with a smile. The ghost smoker smiled good-naturedly in response. Pointing to the men shrouded in shadow, he asked what to do with these two. Lingmo waved his hand indifferently and said that he would leave it to them. The ghosts grabbed the men and the smoking ghost said it was time for him to go. After saying goodbye, he said that if fate decreed it, they would meet again. Wang Kai asked the main character why the security team was targeting him and what kind of demons they were. The main character said that he himself would like to know, but now he needs to return as soon as possible. Akyu, rubbing his chin, said that they were considered the last surviving demon kingdoms. He said that when his father was young, he often went to the demon kingdom to shave their heads, because the style there was quite simple. He said that unfortunately, the Zhu guards captured them and sent them to work in the most grueling place, and the security and army are still catching refugees. He asked how this applied to him. Lingmo, rubbing his chin, wondered if his family had also escaped from the demon kingdom. But why was the security service trying because of some refugees? He said he didn't want to think about it. The main character told Akyu that the way he treated the security people was amazing. He asked if he also had a grudge against them. Akyu said that it was difficult for him to say whether this was true. Just after listening to everything that Sun Deli did, he realized that such a person could not be allowed to live. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, he said that such people are worse than any ghost. Hugging him, Lingmo said that he was absolutely right. The man, reporting to Gao Longsheng, said that only one of the 5 search and rescue teams returned safely, and followed Sun Deli was not found. Gao Longsheng waved his hand and said he understood. Frowning, he thought that he originally wanted to find out more about that person behind Lingmo through the prism of the test. But it turned out to be useless. A large number of students were seriously injured, and someone must be held accountable. Imagining Lingmo smiling, he placed his hand on his head. The main characters walked out through the huge gate. A bald guy with a head covered in scars said with a grin that everyone around is weak, and either the entire group was destroyed, or the team was partially lost. Laughing, he said that only their group returned unharmed, and it was no surprise that the rest could not hold a candle to Zufeng University. The main character asked him how they managed to survive in the city. The guy said that everyone who went to the city died, and they killed the ghosts nearby. The guy with glasses said that the captain is very smart. The guy with the long bangs said that they have a lot of soul beads. The bald guy, looking at the main character with a grin, called them idiots and said that he thought they didn't even have one bead. An elderly man with glasses coughed and asked for silence and said that students were asked to take out the ghost beads they had earned and they would be inspected by evaluators. He said that after the check is completed, the beads will be returned and no one is going to cheat them. He stepped back, giving way to 2 men at the table, and said that they were beginning. 2 bandaged guys put down 1 purple bead. The appraiser said that the ghost bead was taken out more than 5 days ago, and it was clearly not from the Kanglin ghost realm. Having said that there was no point in deceiving them, he called the next one. Another appraiser said that this ghost bead belonged to a contract ghost and was therefore not appraised. They called the next one. The bald guy pushed the bandaged students away. He and his team said with a confident look to look at their beads. He emptied several colorful beads from his backpack onto the table. There were beads of 3 different colors on the plates. The appraiser said that these were 13 primary ghost beads, 4 fierce ghost beads, and 1 fierce ghost bead. Everyone looked at them in amazement. The man said that it seems that Zufeng has taken first place again this year. Ammon said that she was sorry that the Gao Shishi team did not participate in the judging, because otherwise they would definitely have taken first place. The bald guy grinned and thought that it looked like he would become a champion. Ling Mo raised his hand and addressed the teacher. He said their cup was too small. The elderly man asked what he meant by this, and whether 1 bowl would not be enough for their beads. After saying no, the main character told Wang Kai to summon the garbage can ghost. Wang Kai did just that. The ghost of a garbage can appeared in front of them with a stupid smile. The lid of the trash can opened and a lot of multicolored beads spilled out onto the table. The students opened their mouths in shock, and the system reported receiving 100 destruction points 3 times. The appraiser's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the mountain of beads. The system sent many more notifications about the receipt of destruction points. Ling Mo, rubbing his chin with a smile, said that even 10 bowls here are not enough. Ammon watched what was happening on stage. He thought that she thought that Ling Mo should not expect much success, but he amazes with his crazy development speed. And if it were not for the security service, he would undoubtedly become her favorite. The older man began to announce this year's champion. He said that the champion is Beiyang University, Ling Mo's team, and they have broken all the records of previous years. The yellow taxi car was driving along the road during the day. The main character told the drivers that they were in a hurry, and the faster he drove, the more money he would receive. The driver accepted the bills from his hand and agreed. Speeding up, he told them to buckle up. They reached Beiyang University. Akyu and Wang Kai vomited as soon as they got out of the car, and the main character told them to go back to the dorm while he went to and ran. He came to the infirmary. Running into the room, Ling Mo said that he had returned. He was amazed to find that her bunk was empty. The girl in the hallway said she wasn't here, and she said that lying down made her tired, so she went to the library. She said with a smile that she tried to persuade her to stay and wait until she felt better, but she did not listen to her. The main character, handing her a piece of paper and a black sphere, said that this was a recipe for an antidote. He asked if she could help make it. Having agreed, she asked how she could refuse. Waving his hand, Ling Mo said that he would go to Anran for now. The girl thought with a smile that he was very kind. He wondered when she would meet a person who would treat her the same way. Anran sat on the floor of the library, surrounded by stacks of books. The main character, waving his hand, ran into the library. Anran exclaimed happily that he was back. Ling Mo, asking why she was not lying down, offered to take her back. Anran waved her hand and said that it was nothing. She told him to look here instead. The protagonist sat down next to her and she said that after looking through hundreds of books, she had finally discovered the great secret of the Demon Kingdom. Anran said that 15 years ago, the crown princess, along with her 3-year-old son and newborn daughter, set herself on fire. Frowning, she said that if the little heir had not died, this year he would have turned 18 years old, and his sister would have turned 15. Ling Mo asked if she wanted to say that he was the heir, and his sister was the princess. He said he thinks it's just a coincidence since there are quite a few siblings in the world. Anran asked why then the security had such a tight hold on him, and everyone was talking about sealing the heir of the Demon Kingdom. Pulling up the sleeve on his arm, she said that he had opened the tomb of the swordsman's ghost, and this definitely couldn't be a coincidence. The main character said that she said that the princess set herself and her children on fire. He asked how he could be the heir in such a case. Anran, turning the pages, told him to look. She said that the eastern palace of the Demon Kingdom was burned down, and 3 corpses were found there. Ling Mo asked if both children weren't burned alive. Anran said that she also thought so until she saw the secret history of the Demon Kingdom. Pointing to a page in the book, she said that before the Demon Kingdom fell, there lived in the palace a girl named Kaixuan who liked to commit adultery with the guards, and her son was only 3 years old when the kingdom fell. Turning the page, she said that even though the ruler was about 70 years old, one of the concubines went into labor at the time, just as the kingdom was about to collapse, and the dates coincided with the birth date of the crown princess. Smiling, she said that the most important thing was that after the Zhou army captured the Demon Kingdom, They began to keep lists of the dead, which included everyone except 2 children. Ling Mo exclaimed that this means there has been a substitution. Patting her on the head, he said that it was somehow too stupid, and he wished she wrote novels, because she had great potential, and Ran asked him to trust her because her intuition had never failed her. The main character objected that he has parents, and Ran said that his father's name is Ling Gan. Gan is like the mountain and the wind. After writing symbols on his hand, she said that the cousin of the princess of the demon kingdom left his father's house at one time. His name was Shan Feng, and he became the new heir. Ling Mo suddenly exclaimed that everything was correct. The princess, standing in the burning building, told Shan Feng that she entrusts the children to him, and they are the last hope of the Demon Kingdom clan. Shan Feng told her to come with them because he was a rank 8 ghost master and would protect her. The princess said no, and only when the Zhu country security people see the burned bodies with their own eyes can her children be truly safe, and she cannot leave. Her son grabbed her hand and told her not to cry. The princess, wiping away his tears, said that he and his sister must survive. The main character thought that Shan Feng kept his promise and raised 2 children. He said then it is not surprising that security failed to deal with the intruder, and it looks like his father. And Ran raised her index finger and said that it looks like a mere coincidence, but aren't there too many of them? Rubbing his chin, Ling Mo thought that it looked like he would have to conduct an interrogation, and it was time to find out everything. He said that she must have become after looking at so much information. And Ran said enthusiastically that as long as there is a desire to know the truth, she doesn't care about fatigue. The main character lightly hit her on the head. He said that he thought she was just a gossip and she had to hurry because it was time to go back to the infirmary. He said she still needed an injection and medicine, and he got hold of an antidote. And Ran, standing up, said that she had helped him solve the mystery of his life, but received no gratitude in return. Ling Mo smiled awkwardly and said that, of course, he would definitely thank her. He asked if she wanted anything, and Ran asked displeasedly why she felt like she was being deceived. Ling Mo looked away. Gao Shishi was walking towards the 2 of them. Walking past them, she looked worriedly in their direction. She asked Ling Mo if he had seen Sun Deli in the ghost realm. The main character said that he doesn't know who he is, and Ran asked him in a whisper if it was true and if he had seen it. Ling Mo replied that he had seen it, and Ran asked where he was. The main character said that he killed him, joyfully jumping on him, and Ran praised him for his good job. She happily stretched his cheeks, and Ling Mo asked her to stop and tell her that she shouldn't jump around like that. And Ran asked confusedly what was wrong. The main character awkwardly said, nothing. Gao Shishi thought that every time she saw and ran, the puppet began to rebel. She wondered what was the matter. After scooping the liquid into a spoon, Ling Mo blew carefully. After serving and Ran a bowl, he said that it might be a little bitter, so she would have to be patient. And Ran said that she doubted it would be a little bitter. She closed her eyes and drank the contents of the bowl. Ling Mo thanked Mu Wonking, and she said that this was nothing, because the director said to consider them family members, so it will be so. As she left, she said that he was looking for him, so he needed to remember to go see him in the evening. She closed the door behind her, and Ran said that Jai Feng was most likely the commander-in-chief who entered the Demon Kingdom and destroyed everyone. He is the master of 18 ghosts, so he needs to be careful. Ling Mo thought in shock. If he was truly the heir of the Demon Kingdom, then why did he accept him as his disciple? He wondered if he was protecting him or pursuing other goals. After some time, Ling Gan asked him on the phone if everything went well in the ghost realm, if he was safe and sound. He said he and his mother are eagerly awaiting his results. The main character asked whether such conversations are so important. He said that regarding the result, he broke all records. Ling Gan laughed and said that he was proud of him. Ling Mo said, that's why I'm the only student in our family, isn't it, Shan Feng? Ling Gan and Xuan thought in shock that he knew everything. Laughing, Ling Gan asked what Shan Feng was, and Xuan said that Kingle also wants to talk to him. Noticing that they were moving away from this topic again, the main character thought that he would try again later. The parents gave the phone to Kingle. She exclaimed that he was very cool, and was even able to break the provincial record. Ling Mo said with a wide smile that the point is not that he is very strong, but that everyone else is weak. Kingle objected and said that he was very cool, and she would like to look up to him. The main character told her if she takes care of her health, he will definitely take her to Xi'an province someday and she will see how great her brother is. Kingle thanked him, laughing. Ling Mo said that she was a beauty, so if anyone decided to meet her, they would first have to pay at least 10,000 yuan. And Xuan said that she thought Ling Mo had guessed everything. She asked if she could look after him. Ling Gan agreed and said that their Dark Lotus clan was not yet developed enough, and the time had not come. Frowning, he said that if he rushed to take revenge, their plan would fail, and they needed to somehow keep him safe while he gained strength. They saw a raven with a letter. Lingan, taking the letter in his hand, thought in amazement that this letter was from Ho Yanlo, and Xuan asked what was there. Lingan said that he says that the Bei and Zhu countries are about to make a truce. He said that it seemed that the Zhu country army would soon return to the defensive, and all the territories needed to be dealt with. She said that she was leaving the house to her, and it was time for him to go, waving his hand after him, and Xuan told him to return as soon as possible. The main character told Kingle to go to bed early because he still had some business to deal with. He came to the Beiyang University training ground where Duan Qiankun was standing. Ling Mo asked if he was looking for him. Duan Qiankun turned around and said that he had heard that he had won first place in the competition. He asked what he thought and whether he considered himself strong. The main character scratched his head and asked why not. Duan Qiankun asked if he thought that since he was able to defeat some security bug, he immediately became a strongman. Ling Mo thought that he must not know what he knew about his past. He said he thought so. Duan Qiankun said that he doesn't think so, and he is still not good enough. He summoned the ghost of the maid and the ghost of the judge. Two huge ghosts appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the main character wondered in amazement whether he was really going to kill him. Duan Qiankun said that all the security people are ants, and his victory over Sun Deli means nothing. Frowning his brows, he said that if he wanted to make progress, he needed to fight a stronger opponent. The main character, turning pale, wondered if this meant that he would not kill him. Duan Qiankun told him to attack him with full force. Ling Mo said that he did not want to die at his hands. Frowning, he said that his contract ghosts were at the furious level, and he himself was a rank 7 ghost master. With a snap of his fingers, Duan Qiankun said that he would suppress the power of his ghosts. The golden energy surrounded the ghosts, and they shrank in size. He said that they now have ferocious level powers, so they are not stronger than his ghosts, and he also suppressed his energy and became a rank 2 ghost master. He asked if he thought he would bully him. Ling Mo scratched his head and said that he should be able to handle 2 ferocious level ghosts. Duan Qiankun told him to act. The main character jumped back sharply. Raising his hand, he summoned a big-breasted ghost and a chainsaw ghost. He ordered the chainsaw-wielding ghost to attack. The big-breasted ghost played the zither. Duan Qiankun jumped, pushing off from the ground. He and his ghost jumped back. Ling Mo exclaimed that he had calculated the distance to the smallest detail. Ordering the ghosts to continue, he thought that as long as his ghosts fell within the range of the mantra, everything would be fine. They and his ghosts ran towards Duan Qiankun, but they continued to retreat back. The big-breasted ghost stopped playing the zither. Ling Mo said that this is interesting, and since this skill is not suitable, he will do something differently. He summoned the Ghost Warrior and the Huaden Ghost. The two ghosts ran around Duan Qiankun and his ghosts from different directions. The main character ordered 4 ghosts to get rid of him. Duan Qiankun asked where he got such confidence from. Ghost Maid blocked Ghost Warrior's attack. The Chainsaw Ghost swung his chainsaw. Swinging her scythe, the Ghost Maid repelled his attack. Ling Mo thought that there was a breakthrough and this was a great opportunity. He told the Ghost Warrior to use his technique. The Ghost Warrior's eye opened wide. Swinging his spear, he used 3 consecutive strikes. The ghosts attacked the ghosts of Duan Qiankun. The ghost judge shouted to be careful. He waved his hand, and the ghost with the chainsaw suddenly stumbled. Nervous sweat dripped from his forehead. He began to fall towards the Ghost Warrior. They both fell to the ground. Duan Qiankun said that he had not even used his skills until now. He asked what kind of circus this was. Frowning, he said that the icing on the cake was about to appear. The Ghost Maid ran to attack. Ling Mo exclaimed in amazement. He summoned the ghost of a swordsman and a blade appeared from his hand. He swung his sword and the Ghost Maid dodged while ducking. The judge's ghost charged, standing behind her. The main character exclaimed that the maid ghost is only an assistant, while the judge ghost is the main ghost that deals damage. The ghost of the judge threw his hand forward. Ling Mo thought it was bad and he wouldn't make it in time. Closing one eye, he used the illusion of a bloody hell. The ghosts closed their eyes, and the skill had no effect on them. The main character thought in amazement that they closed their eyes exactly at the moment when he activated the skill. The red brush hit him in the chest. Ling Mo fell to the ground, flying to the side. Clutching his chest, he clenched his teeth in pain. Frowning, he thought that he had deliberately weakened the attack. Duan Qiankun said that he was afraid that in his current state, he would not be able to defeat even the weakest member of the army. The main character said that even an ordinary soldier cannot stand against him. He thought that if the country of Zhu found out that he was the heir to the Demon Kingdom, it would no longer be the security service, but the military that would take action. Rushing into the attack, He thought that if he could not defeat his enemies with force, then he must achieve success through deception. Ling Mo swung his sword, using a soul-cutting blade. The judge's ghost dodged. He waved his brush. He hit the main character with it. The chainsaw ghost and the warrior ghost attacked him from behind. The judge's ghost dodged it, quickly moving back. The ghosts of the protagonists surrounded Ling Mo. He shouted at them to attack all together. He and his enraged ghosts screamed their intent to kill. A minute later, the tired ghosts and the main character were breathing heavily, crouching to the ground. Wiping his face, Ling Mo said that it is difficult, and even though the four of them work together, their attack is still too one-sided. He said that they needed to share and take turns using skills, or attack four at once at the same time. Shaking his head, he said that this kind of attack would not be too difficult for the security service. Duan Kainkun told him to finally understand what his mistake was. He said he has good potential. He asked if he really thought that everything ended with the conclusion of the contract. Grabbing him by the collar, he said that cooperation is the key to success, and the ghosts need to be taught to cooperate with each other. Duan Kainkun said that consistency, timeliness, flexibility, and using skills are all very important, but he has none. Smiling awkwardly, Ling Mo said he understood, and he must learn to cooperate. Duan Kainkun, rubbing his beard, smiled and told him to continue in that case. The protagonist's ghosts surrounded his ghosts. The main character jumped, pushing off from the ground. Swinging his sword, he jumped to attack the ghosts. Ling Mo thought, if he doesn't learn now, then it will be too late. He fell on the ghosts from above, raising his sword up. The judge's ghost kicked him in the stomach. 10 minutes of exercise. The main character and the ghost with the chainsaw stood opposite the ghost of the maid. After half an hour of training, he fearfully dodged the chainsaw. After an hour of training, he stood, breathing heavily and clutching a sword in his hand. And Ran and Mu Wonking watched his training while sitting at the table. Mu Wonking, resting her face on her palm, said that watching the first such training is quite interesting. And Ran said he was worse off than the lions on safari. She said that if things continued like this, he would just fall apart. Mu Wonking said that he is showing himself to be much better than his past classmates who were flying around here like balls on a basketball court. And Ran exclaimed in admiration. While dodging the attacks of the chainsaw ghost and the zither ghost, the judge ghost said that cooperation was not enough. The main character, jumping at him with a sword, shouted, "My technique." The judge's ghost kicked him. Bleeding, Ling Mo was thrown aside. Despite this, he grinned. He ordered the ghost warrior and ghost Hueden to attack, and they surrounded the ghost judge. Ghost Hueden began to sing, emitting red sound waves. The ghost warrior, swinging his spear, said that he would not move. The ghost of the judge said that this was not bad and they were making progress. Raising his brush, he said that, unfortunately, this was still not enough. The main character, wiping his face, swore and said that he had failed. Mu Wonking said that he is a fast learner, and it took her half a month to achieve those achievements. She said his level of spirituality is high. Then Ran asked if this is called spirituality. A crowd of ghosts was approaching from the forest, and Duan Kainkun turned around. The ghost of a girl in a red robe angrily asked how he dared to beat her fiancé. She told Ling Mo to wait a little because they would kill him soon. Mu Wonking exclaimed that wild ghosts were attacking, and Ran told her to take a closer look because they didn't seem to be attacking Ling Mo, and they were only attacking the director. Mu Wonking exhaled and said that in that case, everything is fine, because they are not attacking Ling Mo. The ghost girl screamed how dare he touch him. She told him to die. The ghost butcher shouted to the main character not to be afraid, because he would save him. Duan Kainkun stepped back and asked what was going on. The main character shouted not to touch him because it was his mentor. He grabbed the ghost girl by the clothes and her dress tore. Fidgeting in embarrassment, she asked if it really bothered him that there were too many ghosts here. And Ran blushed and clenched her fists, exclaiming displeasedly. The system reported receiving 60 destruction points. Ling Mo, who did not notice her displeasure, asked why he received destruction points. The ghost girl winked and said that she would teach this old man a lesson first, and then have fun with him. The main character told her not to touch him, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. The ghost girl obeyed, and he exhaled with relief. She shouted to the ghosts to stop. The ghost stopped and turned around questioningly. Duan Kainkun angrily asked the main character what was going on and said that he was waiting for an explanation. The ghost girl shouted at him to just try and touch her husband. Ling Mo, grabbing her hand, said that there was a confusion, and these were his friends who thought that he was mocking him, so they decided to help. Clinging to him, the ghost girl said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character told her to come back first because he still had things to do. As she left, she said with a sad face that she would not interfere with doing great things, but if he needed help, they would be happy to help. Doon Kyan said with a sinister face that now it was time to continue training. The main character twitched in fear. A ghost with a stone slab covered with thorns appeared in the air, and Doon Kyan said that there would be 3 ghosts this time. The ghost hit the ground, leaving cracks in it. With a wave of his hand, he threw the main character aside. Gritting his teeth, Lingmo thought that he was taking revenge on him. A crescent moon shone in the night sky, and the heavy, tired breathing of the main character could be heard. The training ended at 12 o'clock at night, and he lay tiredly on the ground. Doon Kyan said that he did a good job today, and they will continue tomorrow. And Ran, wiping his face with a handkerchief, said that he was very dirty, and there was dust all over his face. The main character asked if he was cool today. Mu Wonking said that she must admit that he is the smartest except for Big Brother. Lingmo said that he must be very cool. Mu Wonking said with a smile that he was wanted in 7 countries. The main character exclaimed in amazement. Eldest brother, wanted in 7 states. Second brother, pirate in the Eastern Sea. Third sister, leader of the apostates from the faith in the country of Bay. Fourth sister, head of the city of ghosts. Fifth and sixth brothers, leaders of smuggling. Seventh sister, commander-in-chief of the country of Bay. Eighth brother, the number 1 killer in Lingfang Pavilion. Lingmo shouted at her to stop and said that he understood everything and she didn't have to continue. Mu Wonking said that although the mentor is not treated very well, they like them. The main character scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Mu Wonking said that therefore only the 2 of them could be classified as mentor's disciples, and they should not let him down. And Ran asked if he wanted to explain his relationship with the ghost girl. The main character smiled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Looking away, he said that night he accidentally ended up in someone's mansion, and when he woke up, there was a ghost girl lying next to him, who also fell in love with him. He thought he wasn't lying, and he really couldn't remember the details of his time at her house. And Ran asked if it was really that simple. Lingmo said with a serious face that it was true. Mu Wonking, placing her hands on and Ran's shoulders, asked him what the situation was like when he woke up. The main character turned noticeably pale and thought that his life had come to an end. And Ran put her hands on her hips and told him to speak. Lingmo said that he doesn't mind discussing this at all. He didn't do anything they could be judged for, and they can find a way out of any kind of problem. He said that he didn't really know what happened to him, but if he knew, he would definitely tell everything. He continued to pour out a stream of words at them, and Ran and Mu Wonking no longer understood what he was talking about. As he left, the main character waved his hand and wished them good night. Then Ran said that he said so many things that she didn't even understand anything. Mu Wonking said that he confused them, and Ran shouted after him that he was a liar. Lingmo, without stopping, turned around and told her that her body was still recovering, so she should not forget about breakfast, because she should not leave her stomach empty. And Ran looked after him in confusion. Mu Wonking said that he is very talented and will have no equal in the future. And Ran said that she thinks there are a lot of lies out there. The main character returned to the hostel. He opened the door and Wang Kai exclaimed that he had finally returned. Lingmo asked why he wasn't sleeping and what he was doing in the middle of the night. Wang Kai grinned playfully, showing him the phone screen. He said that he had watched his promised video with the teacher and 13 episodes about 7 strong men and a weak girl. The main character, cursing, told him to send a message right away. He told him to enjoy himself while he went and washed himself. On the phone screen there was a list of files with lectures and lessons from teachers. Wang Kai was petrified with disappointment. He shouted and asked what it all meant. The system reported receiving 500 destruction points. Lingmo washed his hair and said that these were lectures from real teachers. Bustling through files on his phone, Wang Kai asked what about the 7 men. He turned on the video, and it turned out to be a children's cartoon. Throwing the phone on the floor, he cursed at Lingmo. The system reported receiving 500 destruction points. Akyu, suddenly standing up in bed and grabbing his blade, asked what happened. Wang Kai, crouching on the floor, said that Lingmo had deceived him. Akyu said he shouldn't worry so much when watching the video. The main character, grinning and snapping his fingers, said that the plan was completed. In the morning, Lingmo and the ghost with the chainsaw stood on the roof. The system reported the elevation of the chainsaw ghost to the level of a rookie demonic ghost. The ghost let out a menacing roar. The guy jumped out of his room and asked irritably why they were making so much noise at noon. Lingmo apologized and said that he could not control it. Running back, the guy said that everything was fine and they could continue. He wouldn't bother them. The main character, putting his hand on the ghost's shoulder, said that it was time to activate the 3rd skill. The dialogue boxes say, a successful exchange for the 3rd skill for a ghost with a chainsaw was made. The passive skill Violent Dismemberment was obtained. For a continuous attack, electricity is used. The enemy's armor is weakened by 3% every second until the armor percentage drops to 30%. Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty increased by 9%. The Chainsaw Ghost has a 99% loyalty rate and can become an eternal contract ghost. Rubbing his chin, Ling Mo thought that he now had a way to counter the armored ghost. He said this makes up for the lack of attacks. He summoned the Chainsaw Ghost back. Summoning the sword, the main character said that now it was the turn of the Ghost Swordsman. The system reported that the Swordsman Ghost had been promoted to the Rage Ghost Novice level. Looking at his hand with bulging veins, Ling Mo thought that the higher the level of the Ghost Swordsman, the more terrible everything looks, and he doesn't know how much more time he will need. He swung his sword and the dialogue boxes said, "Skill release." A successful exchange was made for the third skill for the Sword Ghost. The Blade of the Path skill was obtained. Looking at the dialogue box, he thought that this skill was suitable for sneak attacks. The dialogue box says, when using this technique, it releases a shadow behind itself, which deals an accompanying double blow, thereby the enemy receives 2 consecutive blows, dealing 95% damage over 30 seconds. The distance to the target should not exceed 50 meters, energy consumption 300, recovery time 600 seconds. The main character thought that this skill consumes quite a lot of energy, and the recovery time is also quite large, and during battle it would not be possible to use it often. He thought that it looked like this skill would be a kind of trump card for him. Leaving the roof, he thought that he didn't have many ghost beads left, and he needed to get more. He came to the training ground. Duan Kainkun pointed his finger at him and said that he might die very soon. Ling Mo exclaimed in amazement and bewilderment. Duan Kainkun, lighting a cigarette, said that according to the latest news, the North has finally concluded a truce, and very soon the security work will be transferred to the military. He said that they will not delay the investigation and his identity will be revealed soon. Ling Mo thought that Gao Longsheng would not hide anything, and a crisis was coming. After finishing his cigarette, Duan Kainkun pressed it down with his foot. He said that, not to mention fighting on equal terms with the military, he at least needed to save his life. The main character, frowning decisively, asked to start training. He asked him to summon 4 ghosts at once, and that they should have a furious level. Duan Kainkun, shrouded in a yellow aura, said with a smile, "What ambition." Large ghosts appeared behind him, and he announced the beginning of the training. Ling Mo looked up with a slightly nervous face and summoned his ghosts. Their ghosts rushed to attack each other. The ghost with the chainsaw and the ghost of the judge clashed in an attack. The ghost of the maid swung her scythe at the ghost playing the zither. The ghost warrior and the Huedan ghost fought the stone slab ghost. Duan Kainkun watched their battle. Rubbing his beard, he thought that the advance and retreat were going well, and the defense was going smoothly, but their cooperation was still not at that level. 2 ghosts surrounded the main character. He turned around sharply, frowning. The judge's ghost said he wouldn't run away. Duan Kainkun thought that Ling Mo had made a blunder, and now the ghost bow could go on the offensive. He ordered him to attack. An arrow, shrouded in purple energy, quickly flew towards the main character. Stopping, he used the Path Blade skill, Shadow Clone. Activating double speed, he dodged the arrow. He then cut the arrow in mid-flight with his sword. He landed opposite Duan Kainkun. Duan Kainkun thought in amazement that not even half a month had passed since he had already activated the 3rd skill of the Ghost Swordsman, and this guy had surpassed even his elder brother in skill. Ling Mo thought that there was still some time left for the skill to last. Raising his head, he used a blood curse. He was rapidly approaching Duan Kainkun. Duan Kainkun summoned a bloody ghost. The ghost grabbed it with his hands. Jumping back, they dodged the main character's attack, and he said that he was too careless. Smirking, Ling Mo thought that he was not easy to deal with, because he was a true master. But nevertheless, he was not that easy either. The ghost with the stone slab jumped at him to attack. Turning around, the protagonist used the Path Blade. He instantly moved and the ghost hit the ground. The main character noticed the arrows approaching him. He shouted to the chainsaw ghost to block the attack, and he broke the arrows with the chainsaw. Ling Mo said that the training is not over yet and needs to continue. The bloody ghost said that he killed the judge and shield ghost on purpose to make a breakthrough. Duan Kainkun said, who would have thought that he would be able to activate the 3rd skill of the Ghost Swordsman, as well as master a large number of defensive and offensive techniques. The bloody ghost said that they still won't lose to him, and in activating skills, the elder brother is much stronger. He said that he was unlikely to be able to defeat the 8 Ghost Master. Looking at the main character running, he said that in fraud, the 2nd brother is more cunning than him. Patting Duan Kainkun on the shoulder, the ghost said that he had a pretty good student. Duan Kainkun asked if there were any doubts. Moving his index finger, He said that he was still rather inept, so he would have to practice a lot. The ghost was silent for a while, surrounded by a dark aura. Running after Ling Mo, he said that he would have fun with him then. The ghost of the shield blocked his way from the other side. The blood ghost asked if he wanted to become stronger. He suggested that he take over his training. Ling Mo shouted that he didn't need it. Having hit him, the ghost said that in this case he could only resist. Red energy surrounded him. Many red knives appeared in the air. The knives rushed at the main character. They cut his skin, and the main character thought that he was very strong, even hurt his skin, and it looked like he needed to train more. He began to fall to the ground, and the big-breasted ghost hurried towards him. Ling Mo fell on her. The ghost helped him up, and Ling Mo thought that he was not experienced enough, so he needed to close the gaps in strength as quickly as possible. He said, one more time. Evening turned to night, and the full moon hung in the sky. The main character was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Duan Kainkun sat nearby and smoked a cigarette. After exhaling smoke, he said that he had done a good job. The main character, standing up, asked if he could now fight with the privates. Duan Kainkun said with a smile that now he can handle 3 or even 5. Ling Mo told him that he should smoke less. Duan Kainkun grinned and said that this helps him. The main character thought that he was teaching him sincerely and treating him as his student. He wondered if he had not previously controlled an army that was heading to the Demon Kingdom. He said that he had heard that Duan Kainkun once controlled an entire army. He asked if that was true. Duan Kainkun gritted his teeth in surprise. Looking down, he plunged into memories. He burned his lip on the cigarette and clicked in pain. Duan Kainkun said yes, and in that battle he was the deputy commander, and then he was promoted. The main character said that battles between states are ongoing. He asked if it was true that he had burned and destroyed an entire people. Duan Kainkun said yes, and the fateful order was given by the commander at that time. His elder brother, Ling Mo exclaimed, and Duan Kainkun told him not to make hasty conclusions, because they would definitely meet and he would understand everything. He said that this would not happen now, because now it was better to gain strength so as not to die the next time we met. Gritting his teeth, the main character was silent for a while, and obeyed. Duan Kainkun said that, in fact, he regretted a lot after this battle, and it would be better for him not to take part in the war at all. He said that the Demon Kingdom advocated peace, and the Zhu country fabricated news that the Demon Kingdom was planning an invasion, and the Zhu country announced that the Demon Kingdom was about to open the southwest barrier in order to release all the ghosts. He said that as soon as these words were spoken, other countries immediately turned against the kingdom, and the country of Zhu gathered an army and united with other countries, deciding to attack the Demon Kingdom. He said that at that time he did not yet understand the truth, so he took part in the war. Gritting his teeth, Duan Kainkun said that it was only later that he learned the truth that instead of opening the barrier, the Demon Kingdom was strengthening it with the help of the Ghost Masters. He said that he could not imagine that the country would lie to the world. Ling Mo clenched his hand into a fist and said that Zhu country took advantage of the situation and took over the lands of the Demon Kingdom, and his entire family was killed and his home was destroyed. Standing up, Duan Kainkun said that the Zhu country had deceived everyone. The inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom were senselessly killed, and after the war, the Zhu country did not let at least 100,000 people go home. Frowning furiously, he said that Zhu country placed the survivors on the periphery of various cities, and the people not only ate little, but also lived in terrible conditions. But when the ghost attacks began, these people were the first to be attacked and became human shields for the people of Zhu country. The main character hit the ground with his fist. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said that he must take revenge. Duan Kainkun said that sooner or later he would still find out about everything. But if he wants to know more about the details today, he will tell about everything. Ling Mo said that he did not want anything to do with the army, so he decided to leave and open Beiyang University. And by accepting him as a student, he decided to atone for the mistakes of the past. Duan Kainkun looked away sadly and said that it was true. Closing his eyes, he said that if he wanted to take revenge on him, he would not resist. Ling Mo resolutely said no, and it is not only his fault, most of it is the Zhu state's fault. Jumping to the ground, he said that he would take revenge on the Zhu state. Stretching his shoulders, he said that they would continue training tomorrow. Duan Kainkun, looking after him, smiled and said that it seems that the future has been saved. All Zhu troops returned to the defensive, stationing armies in various provinces, and the security service was also taken under control by the army. The army has begun clearing out areas with ghosts. They also do not plan to leave wild ghosts alive. On the school board it was written, "Please complete the mission with the wild ghosts." Duan Kainkun slammed his hand on the board and said that cleaning up the wild ghosts was entrusted to various universities, and if they helped, they could get some good bonuses. The students in the class were silent and indifferent. One of them approached him, and Duin Kyan-kun happily asked if he wanted to accept the task. The student said no, and he was hungry. He asked if he could go if he was finished. Waving his hands, Duin Kyan-kun said that if they killed the ghost, they would get into the media and immediately become popular. He told them to be enthusiastic. Lingmo asked Akyu if they would participate. Akyu said that it could not be otherwise. Raising his hand, the main character said that they wanted to take part in the task. Duin Kyan-kun said that after so much fierce competition, Akyu and Lingmo are taking away the task. After classes, on the piece of paper it was written, Zufeng University in charge, basement, 6 rookie fierce ghosts, 4 high-rank demonic ghosts. Linfeng University in charge, pool, 3 mid-rank demonic ghosts. Responsible Beiyang University haunted house, 2 mid-rank ghosts. Lingmo said that their task was too easy. He asked why other universities had more ghosts than them. Duin Kyan-kun asked if they could compare with more famous universities. He said that even for such a task he had to fight. As he left, he said that it was better than nothing. Turning around, he said with a smile that the main thing was victory. The main character asked if he wanted to say that they could intercept the mission. Duin Kyan-kun said with a smile that he didn't say that. Lingmo nudged Akyu with his elbow and said that no matter the purpose of the mission, they would accomplish more. Akyu said that the rewards are not that important and the main thing is to take possession of the ghost beads. The main character walked through the library. Noticing something, he looked down. Seeing Anran sitting on the floor reading a book, he exclaimed that she was here. Anran said that there is no need to pay for books here, so she can read freely until she has to leave. Lingmo countered that the security team still posed a danger to her. Anran smiled and said that she was not a Beiyang student, so she wouldn't be able to stay long. Stretching, she told him not to worry because she had interacted with security before, so she would manage somehow. She added that she had a trump card in her hands. Anran said in his ear that Wukun said that security has been actively escorting supplies in recent days. She said that she wanted to rob them. Frowning, she said that she would take everything from them. Lingmo thought that she was ruthless, the law did not matter to her. Sticking out her tongue, Anran said that as soon as she received the supplies, she would immediately share it with him. The main character exhaled and thought that he had originally wanted to ask her to join him on a mission to catch ghosts, but it seemed like it wouldn't work out. He asked how the others were doing. After closing the book, Anran said that Wukun would no longer be able to fight. Lingmo asked about her being alone. Anran put her finger to his lips without letting him finish. She said that if he was discovered, security would have a reason to arrest him and she could not take such risks. Picking up the book, she told him to look, because she was not as weak as he thought. Lingmo exclaimed that this was a magical formation. Magic formation is a technique of the Royal Ghost Master that was created through the transfer of energy, and different magic formations vary in scope and function. Higher magic formations are capable of blocking ghost realms and creating various barriers, but it is too difficult for ordinary people to practice this kind of thing. The main character asked if she could learn such a technique. Anran said with a smug smile that if others couldn't do it, then she could definitely do it. Looking away, she thought that everything was so expensive, and she clearly couldn't afford something like that. Lingmo said that she had not finished reading the book yet and he would borrow it for her. Anran happily thanked him and he said that it was no problem and he would when she robbed the security and returned everything in full. Anran said that she would definitely do it. Lingmo and Akyu walked in the pouring rain. They didn't take an umbrella with them and got very wet. The main character said that the rain is too heavy and he is afraid that today they will not be able to get to the right place. Akyu said that if Wang Kai went with them, it would be great, they would climb into the trash can and have no problems. They remembered how Wang Kai flatly refused to go and said that he had not yet forgotten how Lingmo deceived him about the video with the teacher, and he would not allow himself to be fooled again. Akyu, shielding himself from the rain with his hand, asked if he didn't invite Mu Wonking. The main character said that the director assigned her some task, and she said that she would come a little later. He said it looked like there was some kind of building ahead. Akyu said that it was very similar to a building he saw when he and his father came to get a haircut and walk around the neighborhood. Lingmo asked what it was for. Akyu said that in this case, this is the place where people are buried. The main character said that whatever it was, they needed shelter from the rain. He said that if any ghosts appeared, they would get the ghost beads as quickly as possible. They entered through the arch into the building. The rain dripped noisily on the roof. Akyu said if they would definitely come in. Lingmo said yes. Opening the doors, they entered the building. In front of them was a room dimly lit by candles and full of corpses. An elderly woman appeared behind them and said that they were disturbing her guests. The main character asked which guests, because they are the only ones here. The woman said that her guests were buried inside. Turning around, she said that this was a place for the dead, not for the living, and they needed to leave here. Lingmo smiled awkwardly and said that they were already leaving. The woman, noticing Aku, asked if he was a descendant of the man who practiced head shaving. Aku said yes and asked what was the matter. The elderly woman said that if he shaved the heads of her guests, she would allow them to stay the night. Aku asked in fear about shaving the heads of the dead. The main character said with a smile that it was still better than spending the night on the street. Aku agreed. Getting down to business, he asked why they should shave their heads, because they were all dead. The woman told him to talk less. Aku thought that if it were not for this rain, he would not have done this in his life. He noticed in horror how something fell off the head of the corpse. He asked Lingmo if he could help him. He didn't react, and Aku thought that it couldn't be seen anyway. Lingmo sent someone a photo with a caption saying that he and Aku were spending the night in a place where the dead lay for the first time. She replied that they were idiots and she would kill them. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points, and he said that he also received a bonus. Pointing his finger at the shaved head of the corpse, Aku said that there was no need to do this anymore. Slapping him on the chest, the woman said that she needed him to shave the hair on the heads of all the corpses, and he must shave every corpse without exception. Sighing, Aku obeyed. The woman told him to try and not make a mistake. She disappeared behind the double doors. The main character said that she left and he can ignore her and shave them a little without making much effort. Aku said that he would shave 2 more, and this would be equal to payment for accommodation. Suddenly the closed coffins began to move. Lingmo cursed and asked what was going on. Aku said, "It seems that the corpse he just shaved has moved." The coffin lids shattered into wooden fragments. The corpses, their eyes glowing green, began to rise to their feet. The main character and Aku exclaimed in amazement that the shaved corpses had risen. Several more corpses on the other side began to rise. Bloody Eye said that there must be a ghoul here who resurrects corpses. Lingmo asked what this meant. Bloody Eye said that a ghoul accumulates its energy in a certain corpse. About 40 hairs appear on the heads of the dead, which are responsible for supplying energy, and as soon as all the hair falls off or is shaved off, the corpse comes to life. The main character, rubbing his chin, wondered if he could make a contract with the one who controls the corpses. Wouldn't that mean that he would gain a whole army of zombies? He said that he had decided to enter into a contract. He asked the Bloody Eye if the old woman was a ghoul. Bloody Eye said no, and she is only helping the ghoul. He said that this ghost seemed to be very careful in his actions. Opening his red eye, Lingmo said that the Bloody Eye would be a great help for him to check everything. The room turned red in his eyes. Seeing the silhouettes of an old woman and a ghoul resurrecting corpses, they said that he was behind. He and Aku ran to the doors. The main character opened the door with his foot. The woman asked who allowed them to go into the backyard and if they didn't want to stay there anymore. Lingmo told the ghost behind him to come out. Frowning his brows, he asked if he would come out. Summoning a ghost with a chainsaw and a ghost warrior, who began to cut up the corpses. He said that then he would destroy all their corpses. The woman said that if he destroyed their bodies, then the real problems would begin. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. The main character said that he just wants him to come out. Red scribbles covered the ground and air around them. A pale hand appeared from the ground. Corpses began to rise from the ground. The woman exclaimed that it was all over. Bloody Eye said that same ghoul is behind everything, and whenever he has the opportunity to control zombies, he does not miss this chance. One of the walking corpses rushed to attack. After cutting it in half, Lingmo said that the combat effectiveness of these zombies is quite low, and he thinks that there is no threat to them. Bloody Eye told him to be careful because there was corpse poison in their blood. The main character noticed a green liquid splashing out of the corpse. Bloody Eye said that zombies have low combat effectiveness, but you should not touch their nails and teeth. Lingmo thought that with so many zombies, it wouldn't be easy to avoid it, and if they continued like this, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Pushing the zombies away with his foot, he shouted that they needed to find the ghoul's body. Jumping onto the roof, Aku said that he thinks he is hiding as far as possible from them, and he is somewhere above. Standing on the roof, he saw another crowd of zombies. Frowning, he said there were a lot of zombies outside. The main character shouted that they needed to find the ghoul, because this was the only chance of survival. Grabbing the old woman by the collar, he asked where the ghoul was. She said in fear that she didn't know where he was. She said that he almost killed her grandson and threatened that if she did not help him, he would definitely kill him, and she did not know where exactly the ghoul was going. Throwing it to the ground, Lingmo exclaimed that it was useless. Looking at the zombies rushing to attack him, he thought that he felt something strange. Looking at the ghost warrior who pierced the zombies with a spear, he thought that these corpses did not understand anything at all, and they were being used as a distraction. Looking at the old woman, he wondered if this was the key to the solution. He told her to tell her where the non-risen corpse was. The woman said that he had her grandson, and if she told, he would definitely kill him. She asked to be released. The main character pointed his sword at her and told her to hurry up and they would help her grandson too. The woman agreed fearfully. Pointing to the door, she said that there were hundreds more corpses in the basement. There was a crowd of zombies in front of the main character, and he thought that there were too many of them for him to get through. Akyu summoned a shadow ghost. The ghost began to kill the zombies with his scythe, and Lingmo, thanking him, said that he would deal with everything as quickly as possible. Akyu told him to be careful. The main character entered a basement full of corpses. Holding his nose with his fingers, he asked the Bloody Eye if these corpses were poisonous. Bloody Eye said no. Frowning decisively, Ling Si said that they would see where he was hiding. He began to cut the corpses with his sword, and the system reported receiving 200 points of destruction. The dialogue box says, the protection of the ghoul that resurrects corpses has dropped by 20%, another 79% before the contract is concluded. The main character shouted that he had finally broken through and he had better go out on his own. Wiping his forehead, he said that he had 2 more floors left. On the second floor, he cut up corpses again. And the dialogue box says that the defense of the ghoul who resurrects corpses has dropped by 69%. On the third floor, Lingmo shouted that this was not enough and more effort needed to be made. The system reported receiving 200 destruction points. He grinned, and the system reported that the defense of the ghoul that resurrects corpses had dropped by 80%. The ghoul, sitting on the ground, asked why the ghost's energy kept dissipating. In a panic, he asked what was happening and why his corpses were being destroyed. The little boy looked at him in fear. The ghoul, grabbing him by the throat, shouted that the old woman had betrayed him. The boy asked not to kill him. The ghoul told him to blame his grandmother for not being able to keep the secret. While he was strangling the boy, dialogue boxes appeared. Ghoul who resurrects corpses, congratulations. You have received the opportunity to conclude a contract with the Ghost Master Lingmo. We are waiting for your consent. The ghoul, nervous, shouted to leave him alone. The dialogue box says, congratulations, you answered the question correctly. Dad is still missing. What are we going to have for dinner? Answer, leave me alone. The system reported the contract process. Dropping the child, the ghoul asked what was happening. His eyes widening, he discovered that he had become transparent. Turning into yellow energy, he flew out of the building he was hiding in, flying over the forest. The main character successfully caught him. Exhaling in satisfaction, he said that the contract was concluded. The zombies ran to attack Akyu. Suddenly they stopped. Wiping his forehead, Akyu exhaled and said that it seemed like Lingmo had done it. The main character, looking at the symbols on his hand, said that one more ghost and he will have an even number. He summoned a ghoul that resurrects corpses. The ghoul angrily asked how he dared to destroy his corpses. He said he had no idea how much effort it took him. Lingmo chuckled and said that he was noisy. He opened a window with information. Ghoul that resurrects corpses. Level, Furious Novice Ghost, Ghost Points, 570, needs another 430 to upgrade. Loyalty, 1%, body bag, 1102 corpses. The main character joyfully exclaimed that he had 1,000 corpses. The ghoul, gritting his teeth, said that if it weren't for him, there would have been even more of them. Lingmo told him not to worry, because he had only destroyed 2 floors, and there was still 1 more left. The ghoul asked what was the point of this, because it would take at least 6 months for them to go bald, and to wait for everyone it would take at least 20 years. The main character said that he has an idea, and his classmate is shaving his head, so this will help solve the problem of baldness. The ghoul smiled joyfully. Lingmo shouted to Akyu to help him. The ghost warrior hurried down the steps. Handing the main character a spear, he asked him to take his weapon. The main character said that his blade technique is also excellent, so he can help shave the hair off corpses. The ghost warrior said that he couldn't. Lingmo told him not to worry and everything would work out for him. The ghost warrior agreed. He began shaving the heads of the corpses, cutting off pieces of the skull along with the hair. The ghoul smiled nervously and said that this was pretty good. The system reported that the ghoul's loyalty has increased by 9%, and the current value is 10%. Turning to the main character, he said that there were still not enough corpses, so he could not forgive him for destroying them. Lingmo said that at the moment it is not so important, because there are more than 10,000 hectares of wasteland near Beiyang University where countless corpses lie. The ghoul, remembering how he was chased by a crowd of ghosts led by a ghost girl in a red robe, said that he couldn't just steal corpses because the local ghosts were very fierce, and last time they chased him for half a mile. The main character, winking, told him not to worry because now a ghost girl in a red robe rules there, and it so happens that he is on good terms with her, so she will send as many corpses as needed. The ghoul exclaimed joyfully, and the system reported that the ghoul's loyalty had increased by 5%. The ghost warrior said he was done. Lingmo said that now it was time to pick them up. The ghoul raised a bag that swallowed the corpses around. Placing the bag on the ground, he said that he was finished. The dialogue box says, "You have received the first skill of a ghoul who resurrects corpses. Control of corpses. The ghoul is able to summon any number of zombies and control them. Maximum distance 500 meters. Energy consumption 1 per corpse. Recovery time 0 seconds. The next dialogue box says, "You have received the second ghoul skill, Zombie Detonation. Controlled zombies begin to explode. A whole series of explosions is made. If the enemy gets blood on them, they are considered infected." Lingmo thought that controlling one zombie consumed 1 unit of energy, and his energy was just enough to control 1,000 zombies. He and the ghoul left the building. An elderly woman asked what was wrong with her grandson. The main character said that her grandson is on the opposite hill and he is fine. The woman thanked him tearfully. Lingmo said that now everything is over and they can finally get some sleep, and tomorrow they will get up and complete the security task. Day 2, security mission, destroying ghosts in the pool. Lingmo and Akyu were sailing on a boat. The main character heard someone say that a corpse was found in the pool again, and this is already the 12th case in a month. He wondered if they were talking about the place they were going to. The woman said that she heard about it, and several people died tragically, and their faces were black, as if they had been poisoned. The man said that, according to rumors, security officers were sent there. The guy said he believed the murders were carried out by a violent ghost. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Lingmo asked what they were talking about, since they were just heading to the pool. The guy scaredly told him not to go, and it was better to swim in the river. He said that his aunt was a lifeguard, and she saw with her own eyes how 2 guys died in the water. The main character asked how they died, and whether the drowned ghost was to blame. The guy said no, it was a ghost girl with long, tangled hair. He clasped his neck with his hands in horror. After asking about the tangled hair, Lingmo asked if it was a hair ghost. The guy shook his head and asked if the ghost of hair exists. He said that he was a rank 2 ghost master, and even he had more knowledge. Rubbing his chin, he said he believed it was the ghost of a girl with a strong grudge. Lingmo asked if he was sure that he had done thorough research, and all he could say was that it was the ghost of a girl with long hair. He asked why it couldn't be a man, since men in ancient times had long beards. The guy felt these words like a stone to the head. Taking a notebook from his pocket, he said that if he did not believe it, he carefully analyzed the news of the 12 deaths in the pool. Showing him the notebook, he said that after comparing the names, he found that all the dead were men, and even among the police officers investigating the case, only men died. He asked if he had ever seen ghosts that killed exclusively men. He said that this must be a girl with strong grievances. Lingmo, lifting the sleeve on his arm, said that it is strange that only men die. He asked if it wasn't dangerous. The guy exclaimed in amazement when he noticed the number of symbols on his hand. Exclaiming that he was the master of the 7 ghosts, he said that he was cool. The main character asked what's wrong with this, because these are just numbers. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. The guy thought that since the beginning of Ghost Masters, there have only been a few people who have had more than 10 ghosts, and this is a great person. Extending his hand, he said that his name was Lo Cheng and he was from Jaexing University. After shaking his hand, the main character said that he was Lingmo from Beiyang University. Lo Cheng exclaimed that he was the one who broke the record in the ghost realm. The main character said yes with a smug smile. They arrived at the port. As he left, Lingmo said that they had to go and they would talk later. Lo Cheng waved his hand and said that he was going to the crematorium. He told him, if everything was fine with him, to come too and give them some advice. Akyu asked the main character if it was worth taking on this task, since there seemed to be high-ranking demonic ghosts in the crematorium. The main character said yes, but first they will deal with the pool. He said that Lo Cheng said that the ghost in the pool only attacks men, so they come in handy. Frowning, he said that in the end, they were even lucky enough to defeat the smoker, but with demonic ghosts, as they already know, things are not so simple, and they need a strategy. Having come up with something, he exclaimed joyfully. Clouds floated over the pool building. The girl asked if it was true. Another girl said that she wouldn't say anything stupid. The owner of Shuifeng Pool asked what they were doing here. He told them to get out of here because the pool was closed today. The girl's blonde hair, slightly curled, fluttered in the air. Lingmo, dressed as a woman, said that they came from Lingfeng University to deal with the local ghost. Akyu was also dressed as a girl in a school uniform. The pool owner smiled and said that he was just waiting for them, and due to a series of murders, his business almost died. He thanked them in advance and asked them to deal with the ghost. Lingmo asked how they would benefit from his gratitude. He said they needed something material. The pool owner, smiling broadly, said that he would give 100,000 to everyone if they could deal with the ghost. Akyu and Lingmo agreed and gave each other a high five. Grabbing the pool owner's hand, the main character asked him to show him something, but he refused and said that the ghost would kill them. As he ran away, he said that he would go and they could just go in while he went to get the money. Lingmo frowned and said that the owner seemed to be very worried. Akyu said that he is afraid. Standing in front of the entrance to the pool, he said that we couldn't wait any longer and it was time to go inside. A girl with a phone, standing in a dark, bloody pool, told viewers of her broadcast that she was in the Shuifeng pool. With a wink, she said that if they helped the presenter, she would immediately show them the crime scene. The spectators asked in fear why she had come to such a terrible place. Lingmo and Akyu came to the pool room. Opening his eyes in amazement, the main character asked that someone was here. The girl exclaimed that these were people. A slight wind blew, revealing men's underpants under the main character's dress. Lingmo lowered the skirt of his dress in embarrassment. Spectators wrote in horror that they had seen something terrible. The system reported that he had received destruction points, and Lingmo again did not understand why he received them. He asked who she was and what she was doing here. The girl said hello and said that her name is Cutie, and she is broadcasting here. Lingmo and Akyu, blushing with shame, exclaimed that now millions of them could be seen in such an outfit. They thought this was the end. Wang Kai asked if Akyu and Lingmo weren't supposed to go looking for the ghost, and why they started participating in the clothing change broadcast. Laughing, he showed the broadcast to the director, telling him to watch. Duan Kai and Kun looked at the phone screen furiously. Slamming his hand on the table, he asked why they would pretend to be girls to deal with some ghost, and what kind of joke they were. Gritting his teeth, he told Mu Wonking that she would deal with the paperwork later because there were more important things to do. She obeyed. She stood out the window with a smile. Turning around, she told Wang Kai to remember to send her the recording of the broadcasts. Wang Kai agreed with a smile. Mu Wonking sat on the vampire ghost and flew out the window. There was an ominous aura in the air in the pool room. Lingmo and Akyu, who had taken out his blade, became wary. Looking around, the main character said that the ghost was not yet visible. Akyu said to be careful because the ghost's energy is more powerful than that of entry-ranked demonic ghosts. The protagonist's eyes narrowed sharply in horror. Above them were many evil faces with long black hair, and he warned Akyu about this. The ghost angrily opened his mouth with sharp teeth. There were several ghosts with long black hair on the phone screen. The girl exclaimed that there were 3 ghosts here at once, who seemed to have no intention of moving towards her. She asked the audience for their opinion on whether these girls in disguise would cope. The audience said that it was all over, and they would definitely not be happy. The girl said the voting was over. 98% of the audience voted that they would not cope. She said they would look at their strength. The ghost stood before the main characters, saying that the men must die. The ghost rushed to attack, mouth wide open. Red energy was approaching Lingmo and Akyu. The main character squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand. The red energy hit and they jumped in different directions. Lingmo asked why they were so strong. Bloody Eye said that they are a possession ghost formed by intense obsession and resentment, and their combat effectiveness increases if the target meets the necessary criteria. The main character, rubbing his chin, thought that the pool is their habitat, and men are their main goal. He wondered what had caused their obsession. Akyu shouted that he needed to deal with them first. The 5 ghosts of the main character rushed to attack the ghosts of possession. The ghosts shouted that the men must die. Closing himself with a barrier from the flow of red energy, the main character said that this was an unbearable wind, and they needed to act. He activated the blood curse. The ghost of possession was shaken. Then they started laughing evilly, untouched. Lingmo exclaimed that the blood curse seemed to have no effect on them. Bloody Eye said that possession greatly reduces damage. The protagonist said that this was a problem, and thought that their combat effectiveness continued to increase, and everything would be better if Mu Wonking came. He frowned in fear, noticing that there were only 2 ghosts in front of him. He wondered where there was another one. Red liquid dripped from above. Lingmo discovered a smiling ghost of possession right above his head. Red limbs wrapped around him and he thought he couldn't move. The ghost hair grabbed the ghosts, Lingmo and Akyu, and the Bloody Eye said that this is a forbidden technique created by the possession ghost, and all human and male ghosts fall under it. The main character asked if he had any ideas. Bloody Eye said that his technique can only be used in moments of control, and now it is too late. Lingmo wondered if he should bring the ghost girls into battle. He summoned the big-breasted ghost and the Huetan ghost and asked them to help him. The ghost of possession shouted that girls should not help men. She jumped up. Waving her sharp hair, she shouted that she needed to kill him. Sharp strands of hair were quickly approaching the protagonist's back. Turning around, Lingmo activated the illusion of a bloody hell. The ghost of possession stopped under the influence of control. The main character shouted to cut his hair faster. The ghost started trying to cut his hair with a knife and he thought it was too slow. He shouted at them not to waste so much time because the control was about to fail. He said, "We need to fight." Lingmo shouted to ignore him and deal with the bodies of these three first. Ghost Huetan, surrounded by red energy, began to sing, and the big-breasted ghost began to play a mantra on the zither. A stream of energy blew through the hair of the possession ghost. The girl exclaimed that this guy summoned 5 ghosts at once. Moreover, these are quite rare ghosts. One of the spectators said that he was just lucky, and if the ghosts were of a lower rank, they would never have managed it. Another viewer said that these ghosts are not as easy to deal with as they may seem at first glance, and it looks like he will lose this battle. The ghost of possession looked up and looked absent. Lingmo exclaimed that time is up and the possessed woman is resisting. The ghost of possession smiled madly. She directed her hair to attack. The hair hit the ghosts, sending them flying back. The ghost of possession, rushing to attack the main character, shouted that all men must die. Lingmo thought that there was a lot of hatred in her, and there was only one thing left. Red energy emanated from the sack on the ghoul's back. The ghoul that resurrects corpses used control corpses. A crowd of zombies jumped to attack the possession ghost. Kicking the zombies, she screamed at them to die. She glowed with red energy and angrily screamed at them to die. One of the dead men grabbed her from behind with a smile. The rest of the zombies jumped on top of her. Lingmo said that the Sea of Corpses strategy was successful. Closing his eyes, he thought that although the ghost of possession has certain advantages, it would not be possible to control so many corpses at once, and it seems that he was not mistaken when he decided to enter into a contract with the ghoul who resurrects corpses. He thought that zombies would help him a lot in the future. The ghost of possession trembles under the dead. Throwing them in different directions, she loudly shouted not to come near her. The main character shouted to summon more and thought that the ghost of possession had dealt with all the zombies, but he had to spend a lot of energy, and his hair was down, so there is still something that can be done. The ghoul cried with sadness because he had to lose precious corpses. Lingmo told him not to despair, because later he would get him at least 1,000 more corpses. The girl exclaimed that there were a lot of corpses here and she was scared. She asked the audience if the ghost girl would win. This time, the opinions of the audience were divided. Some believed in Lingmo's victory. Others believed that for the ghost girl, this was one of the regular men she had killed before. Mu Wonking asked who dared to bully her younger brother. One of the spectators, noticing the new voice, asked who it was. Mu Wonking appeared indoors, and the audience was discussing her attractiveness and desire to meet her. Lingmo and Akyu were visibly happy when they saw her and asked her to help them. Mu Wonking said that she was already on her way. Smirking, she raised her palm. Her 3 ghosts stood around her. The headless ghost slammed his hammer down hard on the ground, sending the possession ghosts flying in all directions. The main character told her that these are their corpses, so they cannot be harmed. Mu Wonking asked if he had made a contract with the ghoul. Cursing, she asked why she didn't have so many ghosts. The ghost's hair enveloped the headless ghost, and Lingmo shouted to her to be careful because the ghost's possession was very strong. Mu Wonking asked with a smile, "That's it." She snapped her fingers. The headless ghost's eyes glowed red. The hair that enveloped him immediately broke. The main character asked in amazement why he was unable to escape the control of the ghost of possession. Mu Wonking raised her index finger and said that the headless ghost has no head, and the epidermis is covered with protective armor that is immune to control, which is why it is not affected by it, and they will be able to increase the attack power by 20%. Lingmo exclaimed in amazement that he was ignoring the controls. He thought that she was much more powerful than him. The hair of the ghosts grabbed the hands of the headless ghost. 3 ghosts of possession surrounded him from different sides. The main character said that they need her help. Mu Wonking said that the headless ghost is acting on its own, and someone needs to be sent as support. Sending the vampire ghost to attack, she said that this was not so important, because the primary task was to deal with the enemy. The vampire ghost began to spin around, surrounded by dark energy. Activating the storm skill, he turned into a whirlwind of dark red energy. The headless ghost used destruction to swing his hammer. The possession ghosts jumped back from the whirlwind. Holding a green flame in her hand, Mu Wonking said that this is not the end. She activated the vampire technique, the cage. A huge cage began to fall on the 3 possession ghosts. The green ghost laughed evilly. The ghost of possession ran out from under the cage. The green ghost turned his head and asked if they wanted to escape. He used the chase skill, and green energy rushed after the ghost. Green energy grabbed her. The ghost threw her back under the cage. The possession ghost standing under the cage shouted that this girl was helping the guys, and it was disgusting. Lingmo, freed from the hair, exclaimed joyfully and thought that the headless ghost and the vampire were attacking together, causing the possession ghost to be trapped, and her skills were amazing. Turning to the possession ghosts, he said that now it was time to deal with them. The possession ghosts said they wouldn't accept this. They cried and asked why they should still be punished, since men had already killed them. Lingmo pointed his sword at them. The ghost of possession asked him to wait. She asked him to do something before he killed them. The main character asked what kind of requests we could talk about, because he is a human. The possession phantom said she had a secret to tell. Another possession ghost asked if she was asking the man for help. She said there's nothing good about guys. The first ghost of possession said that they were finished anyway. Closing her eyes, she shouted that this way they would at least take revenge before death, and she was ready for anything. Lingmo looked at her, his mouth slightly open in amazement. He asked how he could help. Gritting her teeth, the possession ghost said that the person who killed them was the owner of the pool. The pool owner had a crazy smile on his face. 3 months ago, the bald owner and cleaner brutally beat a girl swimming in the pool. The girl tried to resist, moving her legs, but soon her legs stopped moving. They tortured her to death and then pretended it was an accident. One of the possession ghosts, crying, said that she was that girl. Another possession ghost, hugging her, said that she was the second victim. The third possession ghost frowned and said that she was a reporter. She said that the truth has finally come out and there is all the evidence that was sent to security. But the security agent turned out to be a friend of the owner. Clutching the steel bars with trembling hands, she said that in the end they could not escape death. The ghost said that because of their thoughts, they turned into ghosts of possession and killed those who bullied them. She said that they killed everyone except that bald man, and he was lucky because he didn't come here with those people. She said that he was the main culprit in everything that happened, but he never came here again. Lingmo rubbed his chin and said that they want him to bring them the owner. The ghost said yes, and they died tragically, and he still lives and enjoys life, and they will never accept this. Akyu, frowning in anger, said that the security service was doing nothing. Mu Wonking said that he is worse than an animal. Viewers were shocked that security did nothing, and one viewer said that if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes right now, he would never have believed it. The main character said that this is not difficult to do. He told her to tell the secret first. The possession phantom said that their secret was that in 3 days at 10 p.m., the Nanshan territory would be broken through from all sides, intending to crush the Zhu military's defense line. Lingmo and Akyu opened their mouths in amazement. The ghost said that at least 10,000 ghosts would pass there, and that area was home to about 20,000 local people and more than 5,000 people from the Demon Kingdom. Looking down, she said that it must be too late to retreat, and the death of the rest of the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom will not harm the country of Zhu much, but they definitely do not want to watch the death of their own population. Lingmo thought that the mentor was saying that the Zhu country had deliberately stationed the remaining inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom there as cannon fodder, and when 10,000 ghosts crossed the border, they would be the first to die. The possession phantom said that if he told security about this, nothing good would come of it. She asked if he would help them, because she had told everything. The main character said that she told him good news, and now he will introduce them to the owner. Clutching the hilt of his sword with his veins bulging with anger, he said that this time he would not stand aside. Thinking about the remaining inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom living in difficult and miserable conditions, he thought that everything was for the sake of the people of the Demon Kingdom. Lingmo and Akyu threw the women's clothes to the ground. They changed into their regular clothes. The main character, putting on the jacket, told Mu Wonking that they would follow the owner. Mu Wonking frowned resolutely and said that she would wait for them here. Akyu asked the main character if he was really going to kill him himself. Lingmo said that he must repay his debt. Looking at the 3 possession ghosts, he said that was why he would leave it to them. He said with a grin that this way they would not be considered trespassers, and the security service would not do anything to them. Looking at Mu Wonking, he said that of course they would need her help. Mu Wonking gave a thumbs up. The pool owner was smoking outside. Lingmo came out of the pool and said, laughing, that they had a hard time. Akyu asked if it wasn't worth it. The main character said that it was a good harvest. The pool owner threw his cigarette on the ground. He happily asked if they had dealt with the ghosts. The main character said yes and showed 3 blue beads. He asked what about the money. The owner of the pool, passing by them, asked why there was such a rush, because they needed to check first. Ling Mo grinned sinisterly. As the owner began to climb the steps, he froze in fear. Turning around, he asked if they could go first. Akyu, spreading his hands, told him to gain independence because he is an adult. Ling Mo told him to talk to them. He told him not to shout insults. Suddenly a part of his soul remained. The pool owner pursed his lips in irritation. They entered the pool room. In front of them was an ordinary pool, without a trace of ghosts. Laughing, the pool owner exclaimed joyfully that it was finally over. The main character told him not to forget that he promised 100,000 per person. The owner irritably asked them that they wanted money. He said that the youth have now become very petty and he will take their university to court. Ling Mo, smiling ominously, said that since he refuses to give the money, they won't kill the ghosts either. The owner of the pool turned around and asked in shock that they had not killed the ghosts. He asked why they didn't kill them. Akyu asked if he was the one who lied to them. The main character, frowning furiously, said to kill him. 3 ghosts of possession hung from the ceiling above the owner, and he asked in horror what they had done. The ghosts, jumping on him, shouted that he had killed them, and they demanded a life for a life. The owner screamed in fear. They rushed at him, letting their hair down. The pool owner called for help, but hair got into his throat. They fell into the pool. Shrouded in hair, he thought it was all over. The ghost of possession behind him said with an evil smile that today he would die. The owner desperately called for help. Ling Mo chuckled and said that they never received the money. The pool owner shouted that he would give them his gold watch, which was worth 700,000 yuan. And he would give it back as soon as they saved him. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. Ling Mo caught the watch with his hands. He said with an arrogant grin that after his death the watch would still belong to him. The store owner exclaimed that he was in league with the ghosts. This was an unforgivable violation, and the security service would get to them. The system reported receiving 300 destruction points. The main character objected that he was not at one with the ghosts. Akyu, spreading his arms, shook his head and said that he himself came to the pool, so he fell into a trap. The hand grabbed the owner of the pool by the head, drowning him underwater, and he shouted that as soon as he entered, the ghost immediately attacked him, and this was criminal because they helped them. Ling Mo asked Mu Wonking for her opinion on whether they did this on purpose. She said the possession ghosts had drained her energy so she couldn't help. The main character, sitting down in front of the pool, asked if he heard her. He added that one of the possession ghosts managed to escape, and he warned him not to do anything stupid, otherwise he would have to pay for his words. The pool owner shouted that they had cheated him anyway. The system reported receiving 500 destruction points. Ling Mo asked if this was true. He told Akyu and Mu Wonking that they needed to save the man. Grabbing his weapon, he asked the ghosts how they dared. They waved their weapons in a mock manner. They then fell to the ground despite no one doing anything. The main character, clutching his chest, said that the ghosts of possession have become very strong, and they are unable to defeat them. Viewers of the broadcast enjoyed watching what was happening. Akyu pretended to be dead, and Mu Wonking and Ling Mo pretended to mourn his death. The ghost's hair tightly squeezed the pool owner's throat. He desperately shouted that he did not want to die. The hair cut his body into small pieces. The water in the pool turned red. The souls of the ghosts were put to rest, and they, in the form of ordinary girls, wiping away their tears, thanked them. Ling Mo and the others watched as they disappeared into thin air. 3 blue beads fell into the main character's hand. The girl exclaimed that this was very good, and it was time to punish the scoundrels. Student Lin Feng, upon entering the pool room, angrily asked what they were doing here, and whether they dared to take away their assignment. The main character turned around and looked at them. He asked if this word was appropriate here. He said that they, the masters of ghosts, kill them to help people, and that is the essence of their business. The guy said that he not only took away their task, but also dared to reprimand them. Another guy said that 3 demonic ghost beads were worth a lot. The guy, frowning menacingly, told the main character to give them the ghost beads, otherwise he will remain in this pool forever. Ling Mo grinned and asked if they wanted to fight. The guy, grinning in response, said that he has 5 ghosts, and that's pretty good, but, unfortunately, there are 10 of them. He said that among them there were 8 people with the 2nd rank of Ghost Master and 2 with the 3rd, and he was definitely finished. Mu Wonking, a rank 5 Ghost Master, asked if they were sure they wanted to fight them. The guy thought that it would not be difficult for a rank 5 Ghost Master to deal with them all, and here they are powerless. He asked who they even were. The main character winked and said that his name was Sun Mo. Mu Wonking coughed and said that she was a student of Zufeng, Sun Lily. The guy exclaimed that since this is the Sun family, He is not surprised. Another guy said that he had heard about this Sun Mo, and he was one of the top 10 sophomores in Zufeng. The guy in the t-shirt told them not to think that they were the only ones who had patrons, and he, Feng, would definitely pay them back for the lost activity. Akyu, noticing his name, asked if he was from Qingfenglo. Lingmo asked what it was. Mu Wangqing said with a wink that Qingfenglo is a criminal organization ranked 2nd in Xi'an province, and the 8th brother lives there. The main character said that if he starts pestering, he will simply say the name of the 8th brother, and that will be enough. Grinning, Mu Wangqing said that this is not certain. Lingmo said that he did not believe that this would not scare him away. They sat on the vampire ghost and Mu Wangqing told them to hold on tight. The girl with the phone asked them to wait. Ignoring her, they flew off and she asked where they were going. Puffing out her cheeks, she said that as soon as they left, she lost a significant number of viewers. She pressed on the bicycle pedal. The girl said that she just needed to find these 3. Lingmo and the company are taking on every task in Lingling City. 2 monsters in the basement were devouring a corpse. Noticing someone approaching, they turned around. Lingmo and Akyu cut off their heads with one swing of their blades. The students, entering the basement, asked who they were and how they dared to take away their assignment. He asked if they wanted to die. While running away, Lingmo shouted that he, Feng, stole these beads from them, and they could only live with this thought. The guy shouted that they would find him. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. In Linghu Park, the protagonist, holding 2 drowned ghost beads in his hand, told the students not to expect anything less from Feng. At the Beihua shopping mall, Akyu cut the throat of the ghost, and Lingmo said that he, Feng, had a reason to enter Lingfeng University, and now all the beads would belong to him. On the Ghost Masters forum, everyone was discussing the terrible behavior of Feng, who was stealing their beads. Feng said that he must have been framed by Sun Mo. Crematorium. Lingmo and the others stood in the room where the corpses lay covered with white cloth. The main character asked if the task had already been completed, and why it was so calm here. From the depths of the crematorium there was a cry and a call for help. Lingmo said that no one had completed the task at the crematorium yet. The girls looked in fear at the burning body. A man, enveloped in flames, extended his hand to them and asked for help. Zhao Jian's name sounded and he fell to the ground. The girls looked at the motionless burning body in the box. Gritting her teeth, one of them said, cursing the ghost, that she would take revenge on him. The girl with glasses told her to calm down, and Zhao Jian had a hard time. She suggested not to provoke him. Lingmo entered the room and asked what was going on here. The girl asked who they were. The main character said that they came to help. He asked what happened. The girl with glasses, lowering her eyes, said that according to their information, a burnt ghost was hiding in the crematorium, and Zhao Jian decided to take a look, but no one expected that he would be pulled inside. The hand grabbed the burnt corpse. Something dragged him into the depths of the cell. Lingmo asked about the burnt ghost. He asked where the burnt ghost could come from here, since there were only ghouls in the crematorium. Akyu said that if people were burned alive in the crematorium, then this is quite possible. The main character exclaimed that this was some kind of madness. Remembering Lo Cheng, who said that he would go to deal with the task at the crematorium, he asked if a guy named Lo Cheng was here. Pointing to one of the boxes, the girl with glasses said that it was inside. Lingmo asked if he also died. A blue hand engulfed in flames emerged from the box. Lo Cheng, shrouded in blue energy and flames, shouted that he was very hot. He was haunted by a ghost shrouded in flames. Shaking himself off, Lo Cheng exclaimed that he had almost died. The girl joyfully exclaimed that everything was fine with him. Lingmo raised his thumb and said that he was alive and well. Scratching his head, Lo Cheng said that they had met after all. The main character said that he thought that he would only see his ashes. He activated the bloody eye. He looked at the boxes, looking through them. 2 ghosts sat inside, one of whom hugged his knees. Lingmo said that there is not only a burnt ghost, but also a greedy ghost. Lo Cheng said that the greedy ghost reproduces silver and gold treasures, and if you look at them, the person will be sucked inside. He said that's exactly what just happened to him. The girl with glasses told him that Zhao Jian was dead. Another girl said that if they don't kill these ghosts, they won't succeed. Lo Cheng asked the main character to help them and said that if he helps them take revenge, they will give him all the ghost beads. Lingmo told Mu Wangqing about the local ghosts, and she, yawning, said that they were not demonic, so the 2 of them could handle it, and she would rest for now. The girl with glasses said worriedly that these ghosts are very dangerous. She asked how she, having the 5th rank, could leave them with a person of the 2nd rank. Lo Cheng told her to believe in Lingmo. The main character turned around and said yes with a smile. He pounded the box with his fist and told the ghost to come out. The box opened and it contained a lot of gold and precious stones. Ling Mo thought that these treasures were very tempting, and it would be great if they were real. A ghost's head emerged from the box with an evil grin. She began to count, crawling closer and closer to the main character. Looking into his eyes, she counted to 3. Suddenly she opened her eyes in fear. Ling Mo activated his counter-strike with a grin. The ghost asked in shock what was happening. Akyu cut off the ghost's head with one swing of his blade. The girl exclaimed joyfully, and Lo Cheng said that one ghost had already been dealt with. The burnt ghost, breathing fire, shouted that he would take revenge. A strong stream of flame shot out from the box. Ling Mo, summoning his sword, asked how they dared to harm people. Swinging his sword, he used the blade to kill ghosts. The ghost opened his mouth in amazement. The wave of energy broke the boxes. The main character and the burnt ghost stood opposite each other. The flames swirled in the air around the ghost. Using the flames of the burnt corpse, he began to breathe fire. Ling Mo ran away from the flow of flames. He shouted to Akyu to attack. A shadow enveloped the ghost's body. Akyu summoned a shadow ghost, and he rushed to attack, swinging his scythe. The ghost's head was cut off. It fell to the floor. The burnt demon-level ghost looked out of the box and called out to the ghost in shock, calling him an old man. Burning with anger, he asked how they dared. He shouted angrily that he would destroy them. Ling Mo, leading Lo Cheng by the collar, told him to run because the burnt ghost had gone berserk. They all jumped out of the window, in which the flames were raging. The girl, thanking the main character, said that if they had stayed even for a second, they would have followed the fate of Zhao Jian. Noticing her disheveled hair, Ling Mo asked if it was a perm. The girl said that even now he finds time for jokes. The girl with glasses said that the teacher said that dealing with a burnt ghost is not so easy. She said that you either need to use a ghost who specializes in long-range attacks, or neutralize the effect of his skills. They decided to try to take advantage of the distance. Lo Cheng summoned a ghost archer. The ghost shot an arrow through the window. The burnt ghost dodged the shot. The girl with glasses ordered the swamp ghost to attack, and he spat swamp slurry at the enemy. He hit the burnt ghost. The ghost, shrouded in dirty liquid, fell to the ground. The main character shouted to shoot because this was a great chance. The ghost archer shot 3 arrows. The burnt ghost activated his second skill, Fire Shield. He said with a grin that their attempts were funny, since the fire shield could weaken their attacks by 90%. He said that they had just killed his old man thanks to surprise, and there would be no more mistakes like that. Ling Mo said that since physical damage had no effect on him, they would try something different. The ghost, noticing the red mark on himself, exclaimed that this was a bloody curse. He asked how a rank 2 master had access to the 3rd blood ghost eye skill. Ling Mo snapped his fingers and said that this was the base. The red mark on the ghost exploded. Shrouded in smoke, the ghost lay on the ground, mouth open. Lo Cheng and the girl with glasses exclaimed in admiration. The greedy ghost, approaching them, asked how this gray-haired man dared to attack. Turning around, the students exclaimed that it was a furious ghost. Akyu, grabbing the blade with his hand, told the main character to rely on it. The burnt ghost shouted no and shot a fireball. Ling Mo shouted to Akyu to be careful, and he dodged. The greedy ghost looked in amazement at the approaching flame. The fire enveloped him. It burned, and everyone looked in amazement at the dead ghost. The girl asked if they were not partners. The girl with glasses asked why the burnt ghost decided to kill his own comrade. The main character asked the burnt ghost, who now looked like an old woman, if she deliberately shot a fireball at the greedy ghost. She answered yes, and if she dies, then so does this scoundrel. Ling Mo asked if they were the same family. He asked to tell me what happened. The burnt ghost said that the 2 greedy ghosts were her son and daughter-in-law, and they deceived her and her husband, depriving her of their lives and all their savings. She said that in order to take their lives, they tied them up and burned them alive. She said that she and her husband harbored a strong grudge, so they remained in the crematorium, becoming burnt ghosts, and one night they got rid of the recalcitrants. Squinting her eyes, the burnt ghost said that she didn't expect the 2 to be so greedy, and turn into ghosts too. She said that, fortunately, the greedy ghosts did not defeat them. They were stronger and ordered them to help kill people. Ling Mo, holding a sword in his hand, said that these are terrible events. Frowning, he said that he sympathized with her grief, but they certainly should not have killed people indiscriminately. The girl said that no matter how kind they were during life, when they become ghosts, they only have negative traits, and this is the nature of ghosts, so either suppress bad thoughts or die. The main character said that he only wants ghost beads, and he is not going to play the good guy. Lo Cheng, holding a bunch of beads in his hands, said that he only needed to help them take revenge, and then all the beads would belong to him. Taking the beads, Ling Mo exclaimed joyfully. Mu Wonking yawned and asked if those ghosts were really making that much noise. The main character asked if she was sleeping. Mu Wonking said that their screams woke her up. She suggested that we hurry to the hotel because she was sleepy. Ling Mo asked if they could visit Lingling City first. He said that if the possession ghosts were right, then very soon a new wave of ghosts would pour in and many people would die. He said that he wanted to evacuate the remaining inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom. He clenched his hand into a fist and Mu Wonking smiled. She agreed. Lingling City looked like a terrible slum. The main character asked how the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom even live here. A small dirty child ran down the street laughing. She crashed into the main character, and he told him to be careful. The girl asked who they were. Ling Mo said that they are travelers. The girl, frowning, said that he was lying, and besides them and the soldiers, no one else was here. The main character said it was smart. Looking at her bare feet, he asked why she wasn't wearing shoes. The girl said that because of them, the people of Zhu, they were driven out of their own homeland, and they, the people of the Demon Kingdom, were enslaved, so they were not allowed to wear shoes. Ling Mo sadly lowered his gaze. Kneeling down in front of her, he said with a smile that one day they too would wear the same shoes. The girl asked if it was true. The boy shouted at her not to believe him. Standing between them, he shouted that all people from the country of Zhu were liars. He asked why they came here. The main character gave him a thumbs up and praised him for protecting his sister. He asked where their parents were and why they were not visible. The boy replied irritably that they were not near them. He shouted that his parents were forced to build fortifications for the country of Zhu. Many people worked on the stone wall in slave-like conditions. The man hit the elderly man with a whip and shouted at him to work faster. He gritted his teeth and lifted the heavy stone using a device with a rope. The rope broke and he fell to the ground. A huge stone began to fall on him. Ling Mo and his ghost suddenly jumped forward. They caught a huge stone with their hands. Then they lowered it to the ground. The main character asked the man if he was okay. Seeing his face, the man exclaimed. Pointing his finger at him, he called him Prince Yide. The other man exclaimed that this was indeed the prince, and he was not dead. Another man exclaimed joyfully that the prince had finally come to save them. The man with the gun asked why they were shouting. Wasn't Prince Yide dead, and what kind of riot was this? The man in military uniform said that he had heard that there was a student in Binhai City who looked a lot like Prince Yide, and it must be him. He told his subordinates not to rush, because this student was under Duan Kaienkun's surveillance, and if they killed him, there would be trouble. Smiling madly, he asked what they could at least try. The working people fell to their knees. Bowing before Ling Mo, they greeted Prince Yide. Ling Mo wondered if they were talking about him in amazement. He thought it meant he looked like him. One of the soldiers looked at him through an optical sight. The main character thought that if the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom began to rebel, the security service would quickly deal with them. He jumped off a huge rock. Smiling, he said that they had made a mistake because he was not a prince, and their prince died more than 30 years ago, and he was only 18. The workers began to cry, saying that the prince was dead, so no one would save them. Ling Mo, turning to the elderly man, said that the day after tomorrow at 10 in the evening a wave of ghosts will rush here, and they can still leave. Raising his head, the man asked where they should go, because if the ghosts were following them, they would not be allowed to leave. He said that for the Zhu country they are just cannon fodder. Taking his hands, the man thanked him for his kindness and said that he had the same kind heart as their prince. Furrowing his brows, he told him to leave and not worry about them anymore. Ling Mo said that he would not leave them to die. The military man, waving his whip, asked why they were screaming and whether they were tired of living. Ling Mo grabbed his whip with his hand. The military man asked what he was up to and whether he had decided to rebel. Throwing away his whip, the protagonist said that he wanted to say something. He shouted that a wave of ghosts would rush here the day after tomorrow evening. He shouted that if they did not leave immediately, they would die. The workers looked at him in amazement. The officer asked him what nonsense he was talking about, because their military would have been warned about the invasion. Ling Mo said that they might not believe him, in which case they would see for themselves. The officer, hitting the wall with his hand, shouted to him to stop delaying construction, and there would be no invasion of ghosts. The soldiers pointed their guns at him and he said that if he did something like that again, he would shoot him. Suddenly the ground began to shake and the soldiers dropped their weapons. Akyu, standing on the wall, shouted to the main character that there were ghosts there. Behind the stone wall was a huge army of ghosts. The officer exclaimed in shock that it was true and there were too many ghosts here. He shouted to the military to retreat and leave Lingling City. The main character shouted to the worker to quit his job. The officer struck loudly with his whip. Shouting to everyone to stand, he said that they were just cannon fodder. Ling Mo shouted to them to run to the slums to get the children. He asked Akyu how things were going. Akyu said the reinforcement will last about 3 minutes. The main character said, calling upon the ghosts, that if they could hold out a little longer, they would have a chance of survival. The ghosts began to climb the stone wall. The chainsaw ghost and the warrior ghost immediately cut off their heads. They continued to defend themselves from the monsters climbing the wall. The huge ghost roared loudly. He hit the wall with his shoulder. Akyu shouted to the main character that they were breaking through their positions. Lingmo said to retreat. The ghosts made a hole in the stone wall. The workers turned in their direction in fear. The ghosts climbed in, growling and grinning. The workers, shouting that the wall was destroyed, began to run away. Lingmo turned around sharply. He told the old man to hurry up because the ghosts were coming. The elderly man said that their legs practically do not work, and they cannot help but run. Another elderly man said that they were glad that at the end of their life they met such an amazing and kind person. The main character thought that he would allow the residents to die so easily. He told Akyu to go with the old people, and he would stay for a while. Akyu told him not to say anything stupid and to leave. Lingmo shouted to him to believe in him. Akyu looked down thoughtfully, frowning. The main character told them to leave because they had no time to waste. Akyu, agreeing, said that he would see them off first and then come back for him. Lingmo summoned a ghoul that resurrects corpses. Zombies jumped out of his bag. They rushed to attack the wave of ghosts. A crowd of zombies tried to hold back a crowd of ghosts that outnumbered them many times over. One of the ghosts swung his hammer, scattering the zombies with his hammer. The giant ghost said that they will not pass. Noticing something, he opened his mouth. Lingmo jumped towards him, swinging his sword. Using a soul-destroying blade, he cut off his head. Northern part, Lingling City Wall. Someone ordered to quickly close the city gates and prepare for defense. Dao Shishi shouted that the gates should not be closed because there were people in the distance, and they needed to wait for them. Gao Longsheng said that this is their fate, and if these people do not die, then they themselves will die. He said they shouldn't take that risk. Gao Shishi desperately protested that these were people. Gao Longsheng, leading her by the hand, said that even if they save them now, they will still die later. Standing on the wall, he looked at the people who had come with Akyu. Akyu shouted to them to open the gate. Gao Longsheng said that they couldn't, because if ghosts entered the city, disaster would happen. The people behind him were discussing whether they should act according to their conscience, and that there were quite a lot of children below who needed to be saved. Akyu demanded to simply open the gates, because there are soldiers in the city who can definitely repel all attacks. Gao Longsheng said no. He asked with a grin if he was counting on Lingmo to help deal with this influx of ghosts. He said that now the person behind Lingmo would definitely not be left behind, and they would find him. Akyu gritted his teeth angrily. Turning around, he mentally cursed. He shouted to Lingmo to fight. The main character cut the ghosts with his sword. The ghost's foot with the chainsaw fell into the viscous green liquid. Many arms and a head emerged from the green liquid. The big-breasted ghost was intensely playing the zither. She used the mantra and the ghost stopped moving. A ghost with a chainsaw cut him in half. Another ghost grabbed Ghost Hueden's hand. The ghost warrior called out to her nervously. Several monsters attacked him from behind. They grabbed him and began to bite into his body. The long-haired ghost looked at this with a smirk. Swinging her leg, she told the Hueden ghost to die. Suddenly, this ghost was cut in half before her eyes. Lingmo used a soul-cutting blade. Ghost Hueden thanked him, and the protagonist said that they would retreat when all the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom were in the city. All of his ghosts agreed, frowning resolutely. The girl with the phone greeted her viewers and said that she had again found the guy for them who was in the pool that time. She said he decided to fight the influx of ghosts alone to save the refugees. She thought with satisfaction that she had more subscribers. Viewers asked how one person could resist such a stream of ghosts, and why the security service was inactive. Someone said that he would not last 10 minutes, and he was sorry to see a man die. Dao Shishi looked at the stone wall as she said Lingmo's name with concern. She thought that the notorious villain had suddenly become a hero. Akyu ran towards the main character, cutting down the ghosts along the way. He asked what they should do since Gao Longsheng did not open the gate. Turning around, Lingmo exclaimed in amazement. He plunged his sword into the ground. Breathing heavily, he said that there was no way out, and this was the only thing left. The main character ordered the zombies to lay siege to the city and protect the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom. Turning around, he angrily said that he would deal with him later. He looked at Gao Longsheng, who was standing on the city wall. Gao Longsheng just grinned as he looked at him. Lingmo ordered an attack and rushed into battle. One of the residents said that his back was exactly like their prince's. The elderly man said with tears in his eyes that it was as if their prince had been resurrected, and how touching it was that a stranger was so worried about them. The little girl invited him to sing the hymn of the Demon Kingdom. The older man agreed and said it was a good idea. Holding hands, they began to sing. They sang, "A new life and a new destiny await us, because we have awakened from a mortal sleep." Ling Mo smiled and thought that this song was very encouraging. He cut the monster with his sword, and the inhabitants sang. Even the most cruel enemy no longer seems so fierce. Gao Longsheng watched as they sang, "Let's show the world that the people of the Demon Kingdom are not so weak." Gritting his teeth, he thought that if it weren't for the contract with the Demon Kingdom, Zhu country would be in great danger. Akyu saw another crowd of ghosts pass through the hole in the wall. Wiping his face, he said that their reinforcements were on the way. He said that among them there are furious level ghosts. Looking at the screen of his phone, Ling Mo said that it seemed that things were not going well. He wrote to Mu Wonking that she should help them and they were in trouble. Mu Wonking replied that she was having dinner and would come soon. The main character, looking at the three big ghosts, said that if she eats for a long time, only bones will remain from him. Mu Wonking saw this situation on the phone screen. She said that then she would not linger. The ghost shot liquid from its mouth and Ling Mo dodged it. He called a ghost with a chainsaw. A ghost with a chainsaw, cutting monsters on the way, said that he was coming. He lunged at the large ghost, swinging his chainsaw. He plunged the chainsaw into his head. Using violent dismemberment, he cut him into pieces. There was an explosion, throwing away the chainsaw ghost, and Ling Mo cursed. Turning around, he saw a ghost who threw dynamite at him. Cursing, he dodged the dynamite that hit the large ghost. The explosion tore the ghost into pieces. Akyu fell to the ground behind the main character. Akyu said that he could no longer continue. Ling Mo apologized for making him suffer. They looked at the army of ghosts. Gritting his teeth, the main character thought that his strength was almost running out, and would it really all end here? Gao Shishi began to lift up her shirt sleeve and thought that she couldn't watch Ling Mo die. Gao Longsheng grabbed her wrist. Gao Shishi stopped and looked at him. Gao Longsheng, frowning menacingly, asked what she was doing. He said that if Ling Mo could save the people of the Demon Kingdom, he could prove that he was the true heir, and he must die. Gao Shishi countered that he was saving people. Gao Longsheng, gritting his teeth in anger, said that these are the people of the Demon Kingdom, not the Zhu country, and if she helps them, tomorrow they will start a riot and kill all the people of the Zhu country, and the blame will lie with her. Gao Shishi turned pale and became confused. The guy with the scar on his forehead asked if they would really continue to hesitate. Jumping from the city wall, he said if the security continued to fail to act, he would come to their aid. Another guy asked if he was crazy because he might crash. Another guy asked if he was a simple man who shaved his heads and how he had the courage to do it. The guy with the scar landed in front of the ghosts with a blade in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he rushed to the attack. A huge shadow destroyed the ghosts on his way. He stood with his back to Ling Mo and Akyu. The guy sharply thrust the blade into the ground. He activated the Thousand Shadows skill, and many shadows scattered in different directions. Ling Mo and Akyu were impressed and thought that it was powerful. The guy turned around and told Akyu with a smile that he needed to try to improve his skills. The main character asked Akyu who it was. Akyu said that this is his third uncle, Akii, and he is very famous in their circles. He can shave his head in just 10 seconds. Akii, a rank 5 ghost master, hit the ghost with his blade and said that now he can do it in 7 seconds. Ling Mo thanked him, and he said that it was nothing. Running away into the crowd of ghosts, he said that he would take on the furious ghosts and leave the rest to them. The main character told Akyu that his uncle is very fast. Akyu, agreeing with him, said that his razor was also not bad. Ling Mo said that shaving heads is very cool. He thought that good skills and speed were very important in their world. Red limbs touched his sword. They wrapped their arms around his blade, intertwining with each other. Shackled by red limbs, the protagonist thought that his energy was completely running out, and he had already used even the power of the sword ghost. The hanging ghosts held him with their tongues. A long tongue wrapped around the protagonist's neck, and he mentally cursed. Suddenly, arrows hit the heads of the hanging ghosts. Ling Mo coughed and wondered if someone had helped him. Lo Cheng and 2 girls from his university said they were there to help. Smiling awkwardly, he said that, unfortunately, there are only so many people he can help with, so this is the only way he can help. Ling Mo said with a smile that he was very grateful to them. Lo Cheng told the others, if anyone can remotely support their ghosts and help them, do so. He said that they were counting on them. The others obeyed and called upon their ghosts. Explosions roared across a battlefield full of ghosts. The ghost caught the blade of the protagonist's sword with his hand. Ling Mo thought that even with the support of Akyu, his uncle and Lo Cheng, the ghosts were still not getting smaller. Mu Wonking, sitting on the vampire ghost, apologized for being late. The main character exclaimed that she had come after all. He thought that with 2 rank 5 ghost masters there would be less trouble. Her ghosts immediately joined the fight. Mu Wonking told Ling Mo and Akyu to take a break for a while, and they could rely on her. The main character, thanking her, said that they would return soon. Breathing heavily, he told Akyu that thanks to his third uncle and Mu Wonking, they should manage. Akyu, also breathing heavily, agreed. The girl, noticing them, exclaimed that they had returned. Holding several bottles in her hands, she said she brought them water. Thanking the main character, she said that without them they would no longer be in this world. Ling Mo thanked her, patted her on the head and asked her name. The girl said her name was Linghu Liu and her brother's name was Linghu Lifeng. Akyu said that this is the same Linghu clan that masters the water ghosts. He said he didn't expect it. Lifeng said that their clan will definitely flourish, and he will do so in the future. He asked the main character if he could become as cool a warrior as him. Ling Mo gave a thumbs up and said yes, and even better. Lifeng apologized and said that during the day he thought that they were on the side of Zhu country. The main character said that this was nothing. Hearing the noise, they turned around. There was a huge red whirlwind in the crowd of ghosts, and someone shouted that there was a truly strong, furious ghost on the horizon. The main character and Akyu took up arms and told the children to leave here. They immediately rushed to attack. Ling Mo said that they had a little rest and now it was time to fight. They ran to a huge red whirlwind. A silhouette was visible in the whirlwind. Ling Mo and Akyu frowned warily. In front of them was a purple ghost with human faces on its belt. Akyu exclaimed that this was the legendary third ghost from Nangshan. Mu Wonking said that this is the Lord of Ghosts, the Ghost of Evil. The guy behind Gao Longsheng said that if this ghost lord leads the others and attacks Lingling City, he will most likely fall. Another guy said that they needed to notify the military as soon as possible, otherwise the residents of Lingling would suffer. Gao Longsheng said with a grin, the ghost lord has come, and it looks like the people of the Demon Kingdom are finished. He said that while they were waiting for help for their population, he would already exterminate them all. The clatter of numerous feet was heard. In the midst of the crowd of ghosts, several ghosts were driven back. Gao Longsheng grinned and thought that he had succeeded. People in black robes ran next to the Ghost of Anger. Among them were rank 5, 6th, and 7th rank Ghost Masters. The Phantom of Malice irritably called them fools. He activated the skill Thousands of Faces. The faces from his belt flew to attack. They were catching up with people in black robes. People summoned the White Mist Ghost, the Centipede Ghost, and the Bad Luck Ghost. They pushed the ghosts' faces away with a red barrier. The White Mist Ghost exhaled the mist. The Centipede Ghost used a kick attack. His legs wrapped around the arms, legs and neck of the Ghost of Malice, which he exclaimed in disbelief. He immediately fell face down on the ground. The Bad Luck Ghost leapt into the attack, swinging his marked hand, using the final blow. The Phantom of Malice widened its eyes in fear. The impact tore him apart and the red symbol glowed in the air. His eye lay on the ground in a pool of blood. The main character thought who they were, because the Ghost Lord was killed in a matter of seconds. He noticed that their target was the people of the Demon Kingdom. Having gone in pursuit of them, he shouted to them to stand and asked what they were up to. He blocked their way, standing between them and the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom. The man in the black robe told him to hand over the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom to them. Ling Mo frowned and flatly refused. The man said that they would never harm them, and if he gave it to them, they could live a human life. The main character irritably asked why he should believe them. One of the men in robes stepped forward. Pulling the mask off his face, he called the main character by name. Ling Mo thought that this was the strongman who was with and ran. He wondered if his father had saved him from security. He wondered when he managed to rise to the 4th rank, because before he was the 2nd. The strongman told him to trust them because there was no time for explanations. Looking down in thought, the protagonist thought that he didn't think he would harm them, and they must be working through his father. He shouted to them to take care of them in that case. Gao Longsheng laughed loudly, smiling evilly. He said that this time they would not go anywhere. The strongman said that he was glad that he made the right decision, because it was useless to resist the Black Lotus. Gao Longsheng, who was already alone on the wall, told them to hand over all the residents to him. Turning around, he asked the guys where they had gone. The guy said in fear that they would not get in the way of the Black Lotus, because life was more valuable to them. Gao Longsheng shouted that he would give them fines because they decided to chicken out. The guys, having jumped off the city wall, replied that it was better to get a fine than to lose their lives. Addressing the army, Gao Longsheng said that the mercenaries were unreliable, and now he holds them responsible for killing the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom. He said it was an order. The military complied. They jumped onto the battlefield to carry out orders. The Black Lotus people prepared to fight. Ling Mo grinned and thought that now it was his turn. He shouted to the soldiers of the Zhu country to let him help them, because he has special blood. He plunged his sword into the chest of one of the military ghosts. The soldier shouted angrily that it was his ghost. The main character apologized and said that he was a little mistaken. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. The military man asked how to understand this. Lingmo said that apparently it was too dirty here and he couldn't see who was who. Gao Longsheng shouted that he had committed the capital crime of treason. The main character, spreading his hands, said that he just made a mistake, and he was rather awkward in controlling the contract ghost, so he was a little mistaken. He said that if he did not believe him, now he would prove his loyalty. With a wink, he told the Chainsaw Ghost and the Warrior Ghost to support the Zhu country soldiers. Raising their weapons, they obeyed and ran into battle. They tripped over each other's feet and lost their balance. While falling, the ghost with a chainsaw hit one of the military ghosts with a chainsaw. The military man shouted displeasedly that it was his ghost. Turning around, he did not notice the giant mouth opening behind him. The ghost began to swallow it, and Lingmo, scratching the back of his head, apologized and said that his hand had slipped. The big-breasted ghost began to play the zither, and the main character exclaimed that he had lost control of the ghost again. The beaten soldiers furiously clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points several times. 15 minutes later, the Black Lotus people stood among the fallen soldiers. Lingmo raised his fist and shouted that he would not forgive them for this. The Black Lotus guy waved his hand and told him not to climb. He pretended to hit him, and the main character falsely exclaimed that this was a very powerful blow. His ghosts watched in disbelief as he fell to the ground and said that he could not stand. He winked at them, and the ghosts understood everything. Exclaiming that it was hard for them too, they fell to the ground. Lingmo smiled and gave a thumbs up. The Black Lotus man said that they are here to help them escape death from the Zhu country, and they have cover for them. He asked the people of the Demon Kingdom to trust them. The man asked who they were. The Black Lotus man, putting his hand under his robe, said that if they saw this, their confidence in them would increase. He showed them a golden dragon figurine. The elderly man exclaimed that this was the talisman of the Demon Kingdom. The main character told the ghoul to bring the zombies back. His zombies are back in the bag. The old man said that the Zhu country wanted them dead anyway, so they better trust them. Another man said that they had already helped them, so there was still hope. Having agreed, they said that they would go with them. The Black Lotus people began to run away, calling upon their ghosts. Gao Longsheng angrily asked where they were going. The main character wrote Mu Wonking a message in which he asked her to help the inhabitants of the Demon Kingdom escape. She began to convey to Akio the contents of his message, but there was a ghost behind her. She turned around sharply. Akio, having cut off the ghost's hand, told her to be careful. His hand touched her waist. Having caught her, he asked if she was safe. The ghost fell to the ground screaming. The pregnant ghost from Nansheng, the mini leader, said that they had suffered heavy losses and were no longer able to attack. Akio said they were leaving and the danger seemed to be over. Mu Wonking thanked him for saving him, and he became embarrassed. Scratching the back of his head, he laughed and said that it was nothing. Akio asked him in a whisper if he really decided to play the hero. Akio confusedly asked why he decided that way. Akio told him that he had better start thinking about marriage, and he told him to stop talking nonsense. Mu Wonking asked if he still hadn't met the girl he liked since he had traveled so much. Akio, laughing, said that they did not have time. The veins on Gao Longsheng's arm bulged with anger. Gritting his teeth, he thought that the ghost army had retreated. Shouting that Lingmo had colluded with the Black Lotus, he ordered him to be captured. The military pointed their guns at him. The main character stood up and asked what Black Lotus was. He said that he was also attacked by a man in a black robe. Gao Longsheng shouted that he did not believe him and was awaiting trial. Lingmo exclaimed sarcastically about the rules. He told Mu Wonking to call their mentor and tell him that he was taken by monsters, and Akio should remember to collect the ghost beads. The soldier told him to close his mouth. The soldiers escorted the main character into the car. Smirking, the main character thought that he had not done anything illegal. Wounding the soldiers was just a mistake, and if he remained silent, they would not be able to do anything. Lo Cheng shouted that Lingmo had done nothing wrong and they couldn't arrest people indiscriminately. He demanded to be released. Raising his fist, he shouted that the student who saved people was arrested, and the soldier who did nothing was promoted. He asked if that was fair. A military vehicle stopped in front of them. Gao Longsheng shouted at them to shut up, otherwise he would deal with them too. The girl with glasses asked Lo Cheng to calm down and said that the conflict would not benefit them. Lo Cheng, clenching his fists in helplessness, asked how they could turn a blind eye to this. They watched the leaving military vehicle. The guy said that they need to use the media to save Lingmo. The other guy agreed with him. Security building. The man said to check that the ghost had fled to the southwest. Another worker asked whether the defense line in the west of Nanchang had been broken through. Someone shouted that ghosts had broken through to Minjian. The main character and the military entered the room. Lingmo said that it is very busy here today. He asked if they had decided to have a party. The workers looked at him annoyed and he received 10 points of destruction. Gao Longsheng pushed him towards the interrogation room and told him to stop fooling around. The main character raised an eyebrow and grinned. During the interrogation they asked him to give his name, gender, home address and family members. Lingmo had steel handcuffs with red energy on his hands, and they told him to only speak the truth. The main character said indifferently, Lingmo, gender male, Kyankun County, Shashan Village. Grinning, he said that he had a father, a mother and a younger sister, and his ancestors had been farmers for many generations. Gao Longsheng slammed his hand on the table angrily. He asked who he was trying to deceive, because the security service had checked everything. The man in the shirt said that they discovered that the father, Ling Gan, was born in Shashan Village in 3067, Kyankun County, and the mother, and Xuan, was born in 3063 in Maping City, Kyankun County. He said that they married in 3081 and had a child, Ling Mo, the following year. Looking at Gao Longsheng, he said they inquired about the matchmaker and she confirmed that their son was Ling Mo. Closing his eyes, Gao Longsheng thought how this could be possible. The main character thought that the evidence was obvious, but how did they manage to do it? Slamming his hands on the table, Gao Longsheng angrily asked about the conspiracy with the Black Lotus. Lingmo, showing a bruise on his collarbone, said that they beat him, and they are as much an enemy to him as they are to the security service. Gao Longsheng fell silent angrily. Hitting the table again, he said that he was lying. He grabbed him by the collar. He shouted that he had deliberately injured many of his soldiers while protecting the people of the Demon Kingdom. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. The main character asked why they were defaming his name, and if they had evidence against him. Gao Longsheng shouted that he had definitely colluded. He asked if he would otherwise have been able to free himself from the hands of the Ghost Lord. He said that the most important evidence is that he visited Anran's mother, who is one of the 12 witches of the Demon Kingdom. Lingmo couldn't help but laugh. He said that he knew nothing about witches, and all he knew was that she was his beloved. Gao Longsheng frowned sharply, his eyes bulging. The main character, pouting his lips, said that he only wanted to cuckold him, which he did himself. Raising his fist, Gao Longsheng asked how dare he. The system reported receiving 500 destruction points. Lingmo asked with a smirk if he wanted to hit him. After letting him go, Gao Longsheng turned away and spat. Pulling up his jacket sleeve, he asked if he thought he could get away with it. He summoned the smoker's ghost. The girl holding a smoking pipe appeared from a cloud of smoke next to Lingmo. Exhaling smoke, she asked if he would try her analysis on himself. Lingmo shouted that he had already told everything. The guy in the suit said that you shouldn't do that, because he could die. The other guy smiled awkwardly and agreed with him. Turning around, Gao Longsheng shouted that this did not concern them. He asked why don't they just watch in silence. The door to the interrogation room swung open with a kick. Duan Kyankun angrily asked how they dared to arrest his disciple. He demanded to be released immediately. Lingmo, with shining eyes, thought that he was his savior. Tanming, the deputy commander of the army, smiled awkwardly and said that they couldn't let him go so easily, and they followed certain rules. Duan Kyankun asked what rules he was talking about. He told him not to dare talk to him like that. Tanming apologized. He asked Gao Longsheng how the interrogation was going. He replied that he needed a little more time. The main character asked the mentor to help him because they want to use the smoker's ghost technique. Duan Kyankun, blushing with anger, pulled Tanming by the ear and asked about how they were going to torture him. He said he would teach them a lesson. Tanming said it was a mistake and no one was going to do anything about it. Grabbing the smoker's ghost by the throat, he squeezed his hand tightly. The ghost's eyes bulged and he asked what it was. Gao Longsheng summoned the ghost smoker back. The ghost turned into white doom. Duan Kyankun asked if he wanted to slander his disciple without having evidence. Gao Longsheng said fearfully that he only wanted to intimidate him. Showing off the symbols on his hands, Duan Kyankun asked what if he did the same. Tanming asked him not to be angry and asked Gao Longsheng to let him go. The handcuffs from the protagonist's hands were removed. Lingmo said that he had done nothing wrong and was only saving the people of the Demon Kingdom from an influx of ghosts. Gao Longsheng clenched his teeth and bulged his eyes in anger. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Duan Kyankun asked him if he was unhappy with something. Tanming smiled awkwardly and said that the noble disciple risked his life to save people, but they misunderstood everything. Turning around, Duan Kyankun said that they have no forgiveness. Lingmo stuck his tongue out at them. Gao Longsheng asked if they would just let them go. Tan Ming asked irritably what he wanted. He said that the smoker's ghost should not be used in the interrogation, because if they found out about it, they would have problems. As he left, he said that Ling Mo should not be touched without strong evidence. Gritting his teeth, Gao Longsheng thought that he would repay him for the humiliation. Remembering Ran and her mother, he grinned and thought that he would take a different path. In the evening city, a neon sign for a restaurant was burning. Ling Mo and Duan Kaiyankun knocked their glasses together, and the main character thanked him for his help. He drank the contents of his glass. Duan Kaiyankun exhaled and said that today he saved only him, and he saved the remaining survivors of the Demon Kingdom. He said that the army will continue to pursue him, so he is at constant risk. Ling Mo laughed and asked if he wouldn't continue to protect him. Duan Kaiyankun said that he would not be able to save him every time, and, moreover, he would have to leave for Bay Country tomorrow. Lighting a cigarette, he said that some people had decided to persecute his sister student, and he could leave it that way. He said that even though she turned against him, he could not leave her in trouble. The main character exclaimed that he was a wonderful mentor, but Duan Kaiyankun hit him on the head. He said that he instructs him to do 3 things, and the first is that he urgently needs to become stronger. He said that the second is to make a contract with some powerful ghost. He asked if he still had the opportunity to enter into contracts. Ling Mo said yes. He asked which ghost he would recommend. After exhaling tobacco smoke, Duan Kaiyankun replied, the ghost of a scholar. He said that 2 days ago his place of government was destroyed. He was seriously injured and is currently in a labyrinth, which is located near their university. The main character asked if he was not the master of ghosts. Duan Kaiyankun said no more. He said that he was special, capable of creating 4 clones of himself. He said that if they all died in battle, his power level would be greatly reduced. Ling Mo said that in other words, the scholar's ghost is now not as strong as before. Duan Kaiyankun said yes, but his techniques will be useful to him, and if he can make a contract with him, he will greatly increase his strength. The main character asked about the third case. Duan Kaiyankun said that it is a little more complicated. He whispered in his ear that the 9th sister had created a forbidden technique. Ling Mo thought that he didn't expect Mu Wonking to create something like this. He wondered if she, too, had decided to leave her mentor. After giving him the ring, Duan Kaiyankun said that if he encountered any difficulties, he should go to the half-ghost cave, where he could find the 4th sister. Turning around, he said that although she rebelled, she was still more obedient than others, and if he cried, there was a 30% chance that she would help him. The main character, scratching his head, asked, only 30. Duan Kaiyankun said, laughing, that this is at least something. A crescent moon hung in the sky above the dorm. Ling Mo opened the door and asked in a whisper if everyone was asleep. He noticed a backpack with a note on his bed. The note from Akyu said, your share. The main character smiled and thought that Akyu was very kind. He lay down on the bed and thought that this hectic day had finally come to an end and he could rest. In the morning, Ling Mo sat on the bed, looking into a backpack full of ghost beads. Shrouded in a red aura, he said that it was time to absorb the beads. The dialogue boxes say, Ghost Warrior has ascended to the level of Raging Ghost Novice. 3rd skill unlocked. Passive skill, Anger. Whenever the ghost attacks an enemy, its hits will increase by 5 rage points. If the points do not increase, there is a 3% chance of a critical hit. The value of rage points can be 100, chance of a critical hit, 60%. Energy consumption, 0, recovery time, 0 seconds. Hueden Ghost has ascended to the Rookie Ghost level, and the 3rd skill, Melody, has been unlocked. Repeat the sutra to restore 10% health to yourself and surrounding allies, and increase attack speed for a certain period of time. Energy consumption, 70, recovery time, 120 seconds. The energy entered the protagonist's hand. Grinning, he said that this was an excellent skill, and the Ghost Warrior would not be inferior in the power of blows to a ghost with a chainsaw. He said that Hueden's ghost had also improved, and the attack speed had also increased. The ghoul asked irritably what about him. He asked where the 100 zombies he promised him were. Ling Mo said that he scared him. The ghost with the chainsaw, folding his arms across his chest, said that a pile of corpses would not help him in a serious battle. The ghoul irritably asked if he wanted to fight. The ghost with the chainsaw began to flex his fists angrily. The big-breasted ghost and the bloody eye watched the fight happily while the Hueden ghost asked them not to fight. Ling Mo thought that when he has many ghosts, conflicts between them are inevitable. Pushing them both away with his hand, he told them to stop. He said that they would wait for Akyu and then think. Sighing, he sat down on a chair and looked at his phone. The main character thought that he would rather have ghost girls because they are quiet, nice, and can help with his studies. He stared intently at the screen of his phone. The news said, countless ghost beads have been stolen. but the criminal has been caught and an investigation is underway. Ling Mo thought about Ran. Rubbing his chin, he thought that it was definitely her, but how did Ran manage to steal so many beads? Wang Kai and Akyu entered the room, and Wang Kai said that he had finally woken up. He asked if he had decided not to go to class. The main character said that everything is ready and he has homework. The big-breasted ghost and the Huedan ghost stood behind him with a satisfied look. Wang Kai exclaimed that he was a fool and did not acquire the same ghosts, and he had to do everything himself. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. After hugging him, Ling Mo said that he could still teach his ghost everything. Wang Kai said offendedly that he was just lucky. The protagonist thanked Akyu and his uncle for their help and gave him 2 demonic grade ghost beads. Akyu smiled awkwardly and said that it was nothing. Ling Mo squinted his eyes slyly and said, "By the way." Pointing his finger at him, he told him to borrow them. Standing on the street at night, the main character summoned a ghoul that resurrects corpses. The ghoul exclaimed that he had not deceived him, and there were corpses everywhere. He happily went to the graves with the bag. Ling Mo noticed the grave ghost. He shouted to him to stand, and the ghost hid. The ghost fearfully felt that the main character was standing right behind him. Picking him up by the collar, Ling Mo told him to call all his comrades and help him dig up the corpses in the area. Soon, many ghosts in front of them were digging up graves. The ghoul exclaimed enthusiastically. He said that it was truly amazing that one person was in charge of all the ghosts. Ling Mo said it was nothing. The ghoul, shrouded in red energy and laughing evilly, began transmitting ghostly energy. The ghost warrior, waving his blade, shaved the heads of the corpses. Red energy enveloped the corpses lying on the ground. The ghoul laughed joyfully. The system reported that the loyalty of the ghoul that resurrects corpses has increased by 30% and is now 45%. The main character sighed and thought that he was keeping up with the ghost with the chainsaw. The ghost girl pressed herself against his back. Smiling, she said that she had not seen him for a long time. Turning his face towards her, she told him to come see her in the evening. Ling Mo turned away and fussily said that he still had things to do. Pressing him against the tree, the ghost girl said that there was nothing more important than her. The main character asked if she had heard anything about the scientist's ghost. Breathing on his face, the ghost girl said that he had recently arrived here. She told him in his ear that he had been overthrown, so he was locked in an ancient mansion. Ling Mo took her hand with both hands, which confused her. He asked her to take him to him. The ghost girl, shyly turning away, agreed. The dungeon of an ancient mansion. The scientist's ghost, lying on the ground under the cage, said that as soon as his army arrived, they would get what they deserved. Ling Mo greeted the ghost scientist. The scientist's ghost looked at him, frowning. The main character, crouching in front of him, said that he heard that his land was destroyed by the army of Zheng province. He asked where his ghosts were. The scientist's ghost said that they were either dead or injured, but most were killed on the spot. But the army also failed to escape unharmed, and he killed 4 rank 5 ghost masters. Suddenly he tensed and fell silent. Looking at Ling Mo suspiciously, he asked if he would capture him and give him to the Zhu army. The main character smiled and said no, because he helped him, and he is going to repay him in kind. The scholar's ghost raised an eyebrow and asked that he, a rank 2 ghost master, wanted to save him. He asked if he thought he would believe this nonsense. The ghost girl grabbed his throat with her hand. Frowning, she told him to show some respect to her family member or she would kill him. Ling Mo stopped her and said that he had not finished speaking. The phantom scholar wondered who this Ling Mo was and why she was helping him. He asked how he would help him. The main character put his hand on his shoulder. He told him to become his contract ghost, because this way the army would not be able to arrest him. He asked how about a deal. The ghost, removing his hand, said that was a good idea. He asked how he, the master of ghosts, could be his ghost by contract. Ling Mo chuckled as he rose to his feet and asked if he thought he would fail. Brushing off his knees, he said he had a lot of contracts. Straightening up, he said that he was some kind of useless scientist. The ghost scientist asked irritably about him calling him useless. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Rising to his feet, he asked how he dared. Grabbing the bars of the cage with his hands, he shouted that he was the best of all. Ling Mo said that if he proved otherwise, he would accept his point of view. He suggested that he begin to read the verse, and the ghost remembers the continuation. The ghost, laughing, said that he would win. The main character, rubbing his chin, said he went to the western lake, picked up a tin there, then threw it away, and, after checking its integrity, took it to himself. He thought that it was all thanks to the book, and he was glad that he had borrowed it at the time. The scientist's ghost muttered, trembling. He exclaimed that this could not be true, because he had read tens of millions of books, but could not remember the rhyme. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. The dialogue box says, the scientist's ghost defense has dropped by 30%. 69% remains until the contract is concluded. Turning away, Ling Mo recited another poem. On the way, he realized that he had become myopic, and then discovered that there were quite a lot of such people around. The ghost of the scientist, narrowing his eyes, said that he was not his rival either. The main character told him to start. The scientist's ghost said, rising and falling is not class oppression at all, but an indicator of a harmonious society. Ling Mo raised his index finger and replied, those coming and going are not barbarians at all, but an indicator of a new generation. The ghost girl hugged his arm and exclaimed that he was very smart. The scientist's ghost asked irritably how he did it. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. The main character, folding his arms on his chest, asked if he admitted that he was wrong. The system reported that the scientist's ghost's protection had dropped by 70%, leaving 29% until the contract was concluded. The ghost said, open the brackets, then you will figure out the square. Ling Mo replied, draw a straight line through the center of the circle. The ghost said, the United States is shocked by the attack on the cathedral. The main character answered, Japan and Germany decided to capitulate. The ghost of the scientist, frowning his eyebrows, said, the large fish aimed at the small ones at the shrimp at the water. Ling Mo, closing his eyes, answered with a smile, eagles catch chicks and chicks catch insects. Pointing his finger at him, the ghost of the scientist said that he had come up with more connectives than he. Laughing, he said that he had lost. The main character asked to let him think. He answered, the father presses on the mother presses on the bed, and the bed shakes and presses on the ground. Black liquid gushed from the ghost's mouth. The system reported receiving 200 destruction points. The system reported that the protection had dropped by 99%, and a contract could be concluded. With his hand on his shoulder, Ling Mo said that it was time to conclude the contract. A dialogue box appeared in front of the ghost. Ghost scientist, congratulations. You have the opportunity to enter into a contract with a rank 2 ghost master. Do you agree? The ghost angrily asked who said he agreed. He shouted that he was refusing. The dialogue box says, congratulations, the contract was concluded successfully. You officially become Ling Mo's contract ghost. Can you tell me the code word? Your answer was correct, I refuse. The system reported the contract process, and the ghost froze in bewilderment. The system reported that the contract was successfully concluded, and the scientist's ghost moved into the protagonist's hand, turning into red energy. A fan symbol appeared on his wrist. The ghost girl, clinging to him, exclaimed that he concluded contracts very easily. Ling Mo summoned the ghost of a scientist. Ghost said that he admits that he is not weak, but still not good enough for him. The main character said that his ghost kingdom was destroyed and the ghosts under his command were dead. The dialogue box says, Scholar's Ghost, level, Novice Fierce Ghost, 2000 points, needs another 1500 to advance. Loyalty, 8%, skills, not available. He asked what he would say if he continued to help him. The ghost asked in amazement that he had not lied to him, and he would really help the ghosts. He said that the reason he was able to escape was because his subordinates sacrificed themselves. The ghost covered in bandages grabbed the ghosts by the throat. The ghost of the scientist, gritting his teeth, ran away from the battlefield. He said that now all the remaining subordinates are detained by the security service, and they want to use them. Stretching out his hand, he said that if he helped him get them out, he would stay with him. The system reported that the scientist's ghost's loyalty has increased by 7%, and the current value is 15%. The main character smacked his hand on his arm. Hitting his chest, he said that he agreed. By pressing the buttons on the dialogue box, he opened all 3 ghost skills. Blue energy surrounded the ghost scientist and he closed his eyes. The system reported the successful opening of the first skill, Knowledge. Swinging the fan removes all negative effects applied. Your movement speed increases by 30%, and a stealth state is also imposed. The skill can also affect allies, but all negative effects are only removed from allies. Energy consumption, 30, recovery time, 200 seconds. Scientist's Ghost's second skill, Backstab. You quickly teleport behind an enemy who is 20 meters away. Increases damage from the back. Energy consumption, 50, recovery time, 200 seconds. The third skill of the Scientist's Ghost, Shadow Ghost. 2 ghosts are formed that attack the enemy, but at the same time the strength is not at all behind the original body. Ghosts stab you in the back. Energy consumption, 60, recovery time, 300 seconds. Ling Mo exclaimed happily that he was very strong. He thought that the old man had not deceived him. He was really very strong. and apparently now he could defeat all the ghosts. The ghost girl told him he did it. She took his hand with both of hers. Pressing his hand to her chest, she asked if now was the time to take care of her. The main character, breaking free from her grip, said that he still had things to do. Frowning, he said that he had received news that the Zhu army was about to attack, and he thought that he should help his own and she should hide. The ghost girl asked where. The scientist's ghost said that he thought the ghost cave would be a great place. The ghost girl, looking at Ling Mo with shining eyes, asked if he would come for her. The main character smiled and told her not to worry, because he would definitely visit her in the future. She said that she would wait for him. That same night, a ghost girl in a red robe evacuated along with her subjects. Ling Mo sighed and said that he didn't even know when they would see each other again. Loud screams were heard from behind the building. At the end of the corridor, a green light was visible behind the door. Ling Mo entered the corridor. Peering around the corner, he asked why there were such inhuman screams in the office in the middle of the night. He asked the Bloody Eye what was inside. Bloody Eye said there was a barrier there so he couldn't see anything. The main character thought that it seemed like someone knew about his ghost. He used the path blade and a transparent copy of himself came forward. He appeared in front of a door with a green light coming from it. The original Ling Mo was still standing around the corner. The main character opened his eyes in shock. In the room was a man with bulging eyes and bulging veins, surrounded by red writing. Mu Wonking sat next to him with an evil grin and red eyes, holding a brush in her hand. The man asked to kill him. Mu Wonking, laughing, refused him and said that they would live forever. Turning around, she asked who was there. Ling Mo deactivated the path blade skill. He returned to his body, sweating nervously. Looking around the corner, he wondered if she had noticed him. Mu Wonking appeared behind him and said that she had found him. Ling Mo staggered and turned around sharply. Mu Wonking said that she would give him eternal life. Ling Mo said no. A long tongue shot out of her mouth. She wrapped her tongue around the main character's neck, dragging him along. She said that one more person would live forever. The main character desperately grabbed the corner with his hand. He clenched his teeth, trying to resist. The scientist's ghost shouted at him to wake up because it was an illusion. He touched the fan to his forehead. Ling Mo suddenly came to his senses. Still standing around the corner in the corridor, he was breathing heavily. He asked when they managed to do this and why the Bloody Eye did not warn him. Bloody Eye said that he also did not understand when the illusion occurred. The scientist's ghost said that this is an illusion that affects even a ghost. He said that if it weren't for his first skill, everything would have ended badly. Gritting his teeth, Ling Mo thought that perhaps this illusion was a warning, and she wanted to tell him not to disturb her. As he walked down the stairs, he mentally apologized to his mentor because he couldn't do anything about his ninth teaching and his strength was not enough. Mu Wonking chuckled. Looking at the body convulsing in front of her, she said it was cute. Next to the guy, whose eyes were bulging in agony, there was a phone. The phone's screen read, Kiwi Feng, the son of the owner of the 13-story King Feng building, is considered missing. If anyone can help with at least some clues, they will receive 5 million. Wang Kai asked the main character if he had seen the latest news. He said several influential people were rumored to be missing and security had prepared a task force. Ling Mo remembered what he saw yesterday. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and he turned pale. Mu Wonking asked what happened with a smile. She said she approached him several times, but he remained silent. She asked what they were talking about. The main character shook his head and said that they were talking about the internet. His phone suddenly rang. Looking at the phone screen, he saw that Anran was calling him. Ling Mo told them to talk and he needed to talk to Anran. Anran said that he had previously asked her to find the whereabouts of the ghosts, and she had news. The main character asked how she managed it so quickly. He offered to meet and said that he would treat her. In the evening, Ling Mo came to the restaurant. Once inside, he apologized and said that he was late. Anran said they had an appointment for 6:40 p.m. and he was a full hour late. Wu Kun said that he was just a little late and that happens to everyone. He said he might have been looking at the underwear. Anran puffed out her cheeks and asked about underwear. The system reported receiving 40 destruction points. Ling Mo said it was true, and he walked past a lingerie store and stared at it. Anran frowned and stuck her hand into her backpack. Taking the bag out of her backpack, she said that she brought him ghost beads, and he didn't even think about training. The main character asked if she stole it all. Anran said her gang expanded to 15 people and they got information for him in no time. Frowning, she said that she would get down to business. She said that a week ago, the security service held an auction in the Kanglin ghost territory, and 11 demon-level ghosts were bought by King Feng 13th floor, also bought an earning ghost and a frozen one. and Ran said that it was rumored that if you joined them, you could get a rare contract ghost. Ling Mo rubbed his chin and said that King Feng sounds familiar, and Ran said that this is the second largest murder organization in the Zhu country, and the 13th floor is specifically responsible for murder. Pointing her finger at the photo, she said that after Kiwi Feng disappeared, his father, the head, was killed. Ling Mo thought of the name Kiwi Feng in shock. He thought that Mu Wangking had done a good job and no one would find him. And Ran said with a grin, King Feng is running amok now. Pointing to the photos of Lu Jiyulong and Cheng Tian, she said that there were only 2 left and they were fighting for power. She said that they took the ghosts from Kanglin, and Lu Jiyulong bought the smoker's ghost and wants to give it to his son, Lu Chengcheng, for his birthday. Placing 2 photographs on the table, she said that they had photographs, and Ran said that Cheng Tian and Lu Jiyulong's wife are secretly dating. Ling Mo looked at the photos with a nervous smile and thought this was a good find. And Ran said there is a 90% chance of similarity, which is an incredible coincidence. Getting up from his seat, the main character said that Lu Jiyulong spent a lot of money for the ghost smoker. He told them to send this photo to him, but anonymously, and after such happiness he would definitely not want to give a ghost to his son. He said that they would pay double the price and buy it back, and the ghost smoker would belong to them. Wu Kun and Ran approved his plan. They said that they would give Lu Jiyulong a small gift. And Ran and Ling Mo were sitting on the roof in front of a large skyscraper. And Ran said that Wu Kun said that as soon as Lu Jiyulong received the message, he immediately rushed after his opponent. She said that at first she was afraid that she might have the wrong address, but that was not the case. The main character grinned and said that they were in for a great show. He said he was leaving the building. Lu Jiyulong walked to the entrance of the building. He began to climb up the wall of the building in large leaps. He landed next to the window. Looking out the window, he saw 2 people kissing. Lu Jiyulong, the second leader of the 13th floor of King Feng, a rank 4 ghost master, frowned furiously, and Ran asked why he was silent and how he could calmly watch his wife cheat on him. Ling Mo, rubbing his chin, asked if he really liked it, since he had already been watching for 3 minutes. Lu Jiyulong jumped to the ground. After asking that he just left, the main character asked if he was really a man. Noticing something, he exclaimed sharply. He said that Lu Jiyulong put on the mask to kill, and Ran asked if he had decided to kill the lovers. Ling Mo squinted his eyes and said that he didn't think he would have any problems. He asked why he was wearing a mask. Lu Jiyulong suddenly began to run, and Ran asked if he was really going to kill them. She summoned the Ghost of Nightmares and told him to check everything there. The main character looked down tensely. They flew after him, sitting on the ghost. Lu Jiyulong jumped onto the balcony in one bound. Ling Mo asked if Cheng Tian's wife lived here and if he decided to take revenge, and Ran said that Wu Kun didn't figure it out. The main character decided to record everything on video, and took out his phone. Lu Jiyulong waved his hand in front of the man sitting in the chair. Blood gushed from the man's throat, and Ran shouted that it was another deputy security director, Bai Yi. Ling Mo asked in amazement where he came from here, and Ran said that King Feng had always gotten along well with the security service, and such a murder must not go in vain. She said that he should now just commit suicide. The main character whispered that it looked like he wasn't going to stop there. He offered to follow him. 4 security executives, the head of the ghost hunting team, and a lecturer at Zufeng University were killed. Lu Jiyulong was behind these murders. He threw the murder mask into the trash. Then he entered his house, and Ran said that in just one night he took the lives of 7 people, but never touched Cheng Tian or his wife. The main character said that even if he took out all his anger by killing them, it still wouldn't end well for him. Frowning, he said that the murders did not concern them, because their goal was to buy a ghost smoker. Lu Jiyulong house. The main character pressed the button at the entrance. Zhu Tizume, Lu Jiyulong's wife, asked who they had come to see. Ling Mo said hello and said that they would like to talk to Mr. Lu. Zhu Tizume told them to pass with a smile, and the main character thought that she looked good. Ling Mo said that his wife is very calm, and he feels as if she had nothing to do with it at all. And Ran asked in a whisper maybe Lu Jiyulong didn't tell her. Zhu Tizume told her husband that he had guests. Kissing him on the cheek, she said that he had just returned from a mission and must be very tired. She told him to finish quickly and rest. Lu Jiyulong said he knows. She left the room. Lu Jiyulong wiped his cheek. Ling Mo clapped his hands. He said that his wife cheated on him, and he masterfully pretends that nothing happened. Lu Jiyulong frowned and asked who they were and how they knew this. The main character said that they were not going to interfere in their family affairs and just came to buy a ghost smoker. He said price is not an issue for them. Lu Jiyulong said that unfortunately, he was going to give it to his son for his 18th birthday, so he wouldn't sell it to them. Ling Mo approached him and asked if he was sure that this sun was really his. Lu Jiulong asked irritably what he meant by this. The system reported receiving 100 destruction points. The main character, throwing up his hands, said that his wife cheated on him, and perhaps his son was not his own either. He said that he did not want to mock them. He simply advised them to stop all this, because since this son was not his, there was no need for him to give such gifts. Lu Jiulong said that even if he didn't get the ghost smoker, he wouldn't sell it to them either. He said irritably that he wanted them to leave his house. The system reported receiving 50 destruction points. Ling Mo dodged his punch. Catching him by the wrist, he told him not to be angry, because he had killed 7 people. He asked if he had never been able to control his anger. Lu Jiulong asked how he knew, asked if he had decided to use threats. He said it was useless. He said that he killed them, but he didn't even stop the evidence, and once the security began to investigate, they would only find traces of Cheng Tian. And Ran asked about him killing so many people to frame Cheng Tian. She asked why it was impossible to kill him himself. Lu Jiulong said that this was none of her business, and if they continued to meddle in his affairs, he had no other choice. Ling Mo grinned and said that talking here is useless. Showing him his phone screen, he asked what about it. Lu Jiulong looked at the phone screen in shock. There was a video on the screen of him killing a man. He put his hand on the main character's shoulder. Lu Jiulong smiled and said that he did not need money and would give him the ghost smoker for free. Ling Mo exclaimed happily. Putting on a serious face, he said that in addition to the smoker, he needed a frozen one and one that earned ghosts. Lu Jiulong asked if he decided to blackmail him. He said that even if he handed over the video to security, it would not be considered direct evidence, and they would only help Cheng Tian avoid punishment, so he was not going to risk ghosts for this. Closing his eyes, the main character thought that their actions would only help Cheng Tian. With a wink, he said they would delete the video and asked for the ghost smoker to be handed over. Lu Jiulong agreed and told them to do something for him if he wanted to get the remaining ghosts. Ling Mo and Ran looked at him in amazement. Raising his index finger, Lu Jiulong told him to help him find Kiwi Lion, the manager of the 13th floor of Confeng, the estate of a ghoul who resurrects corpses. The main character told the smoking ghost that he could regain his strength here. The ghost thanked him. The scientist's ghost thanked the main character for his kindness. The system reported that the ghost's loyalty had reached 50%. Ling Mo said that it was nothing, and he would soon return the remaining ghosts. He thought that he needed to properly train the ghost scientist so that he would definitely not go anywhere. And Ran asked about him agreeing to Lu Jiulong's terms, but what exactly needs to be done? The main character said that they should look for clues in Beiyang. Then Ran said that they need to get started. Ling Mo called the scientist's ghost back and said that they were going to Beiyang. He thought that he would have to go back there again, and he was scared to even think about it. The wind blew the curtains in the corridor, at the end of which the door glowed with green light. And Ran fearfully said that it is quite creepy here. Ling Mo suggested that she hurry up because he didn't want to linger here either. He broke the chain with the lock with his sword. The door swung open, entering a room full of people lying down, and Ran exclaimed in fear. The main character said that he found Kiwi Lion. They said he was not breathing and there was no blood in his body. Ling Mo started to open the lid and Ran told him to stop. She asked if he was sure that nothing would happen if he opened it. She summoned the bandaged ghost and said that as soon as the living dead was outside, she would take control of it with the help of the bandaged one. The main character said it was a good idea. He quickly opened the lid. Kiwi Lion frowned sharply. Standing up, he growled loudly. Green liquid poured from his mouth. Ling Mo said that he seemed to be sick of something. The bandaged ghost grabbed him with bandages. Kiwi Lion grabbed his throat, and Ran told him to look for what he regurgitated. Picking up the object, the main character said that it was half of the tablet, and Ran ordered the ghost to close it back. Red writing appeared above the dead man, and Ran said that these were some kind of runes and encrypted text. Ling Mo said that this must be some kind of Mu-Wonking forbidden technique. One of the covers fell sharply to the floor. Mu-Wonking stood up slowly. The main character exclaimed in fear. Mu-Wonking wished him good morning with a smile. She stood on the floor, smirking. She told him to warn her if he wanted to take something, and not to destroy everything around. Her appearance returned to normal and she smiled her usual good-natured smile. Ling Mo thought that it seemed like she had seen everything, and judging by her attitude, she was going to harm them. Scratching the back of his head, he asked why she was sleeping in a coffin. Mu-Wonking said she decided to feel how her victims felt. Ling Mo and Ran thought this was abnormal. Picking up the round object, the protagonist smiled awkwardly and said that they had this. He asked if she would let them go. Mu-Wonking said that she had not seen and Ran for a long time. She asked why don't they have dinner together, and Ran smiled awkwardly and said that she and Lingmo had a lot to do and didn't have time, so it would be better to do it another time. Mu Wonking, throwing up her hands, said that nothing could be done. Lingmo grabbed and Ran's hand. While running away, he said goodbye to Mu Wonking, and Ran, trying to catch her breath, asked what kind of forbidden technique she was using. Lingmo said that he doesn't know, and if she gets angry, they will already be in the coffin. And Ran asked what they should do now and whether they would go to Lu Jialong. The main character straightened the hair on her face, and she became embarrassed. Smiling, he asked if she was hungry since they had been busy all night. Passers-by looked at him enviously, and the system reported several times that he had received destruction points. Smirking, Lingmo thought that this was a great chance to increase his points. He hugged and Ran, placing his hand on her back. Taking her hand, he pulled her towards him, and Ran, embarrassed, looked away and asked what he was doing so unexpectedly. The main character pointed his finger at the guys looking at him. Laughing arrogantly, he said that he had a girlfriend, but they, the losers, did not. The guys swore furiously, and the system reported that they had received destruction points. And Ran darkened with anger. She hit him in the chest angrily. Turning away from the main character lying on the ground, she said that he was terrible. Lingmo and Ran were sitting at the table. After sending Lu Jialong a photo of half the tablet, the protagonist asked if he would trade it for the ghosts from Kanglin. Lu Jialong said no, and he wanted a full sign. Lingmo asked if he knew where the second part might be. Lu Jialong said no. The main character threw the phone on the table and said that even he doesn't know where the second part might be. He said that he himself didn't even know, and Ran asked what he thought Lu Jialong was up to. Lingmo said that he obviously wants to seize power. Looking up, he said that the head of Kiwi Lion is dead. The next leader will be either Lu Jialong or Cheng Tian. But if he kills Cheng Tian, all suspicions will fall on him, so he can only frame him in order to come to authorities. The main character's phone rang. Picking up the phone, he asked who it was. A woman, putting on lipstick, was on the other end of the call. Looking in the mirror, she said she had the second part of the sign he was looking for.